But you congratulate your neighbor. Ask him, where do you live? How did you make it? What tricks did you use? What tricks did you use to get here on time? Yeah? You have greeted them? Did you find out where they live? They have a plot next to them which you can buy and also build there, that you make it here on time. Great. Most welcome. My name is Ronald Mukasa. I'll be your host today. My co-host is...
Good Entrepreneurial Week 2023. My name is Linda Tebi and today.
Great. We are very, very excited to have you here. This is our annual celebration conference. How many of you have ever been here before? What to expect? Coming back. How many? It's your very first time. My church people walk and they hug you. It's your very first time. If your first time to come. Great.
Now, I think for the people who are here for the first time, we need to ask them how they found out about this event.
For sure, for sure.
Don't
This
take
table had
it for
quite a
granted.
number of them.
Who put up their hand and said they're here for the first time? How did you know about it?
As a friend shared in our WhatsApp group, then I decided to join.
Friend shared in a WhatsApp group. Yes, Nancy?
A colleague of mine attended the last one and she told me you can't miss this time.
Yes. Super.
If you're here for the first time, just be sure that you'll come back for the next one. It's not something to miss. Yes. So Apostle. Wow. Derek, someone saw a post on Instagram.
That has to be a young person. You know, there are people who don't know what Instagram is.
Yes.
Facebook generation, yeah?
Can we speak to a guy? Yes, people who are here for the first time, we want to find out how you got to know about this event.
Ronald Mukasa is superb.
No way you can be Ronald's friend and you don't know about this event.
Now that I delivered on my girlfriends, I invited someone and they came.
Okay, some young people here.
Good morning, everyone. I was part of a sea change training and me. That's why I'm here, and so many young people are coming in.
Sea change participants.
One
We'll
of
tell you a
our
bit about that.
Yes.
I have one person here.
Good morning, everyone. I happened to get an email and a call. Yeah, I was invited.
Okay, we have someone here, Ronald.
Derek, congratulations. The emails work as people actually saw your email. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I received an email, a call, and a text.
Okay.
You were triple mobilized.
You know, Ronald, if someone was wondering if the mobilization team did their work, I think we have testimonies.
They should be paid for
They
sure.
need to be paid and even given a bonus. So let's clap for everybody who has called us, everybody who has posted something, friends who have shared about this event. There's been a lot that has been happening in the last couple of weeks to make sure that this event happens, and we are so happy that we are here today. The Global Entrepreneurship Week started on... Oh, okay.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Katarga Jamil. I'm also a member of Sea Change. I'm one of the... You also mentored me in the previous meeting. I also get... I also get to know this event by Enterprise Uganda sent me a message, and a message from the WhatsApp group we made.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
Me, I'm a new member physically. I got this information from the Money University Big Incubation Center.
Wow.
So I traveled along from Arua to here.
You're very welcome.
Give the people who traveled from Arua and made it here.
Yes, on time.
On time, yeah?
Yes.
Because there are people who live in Chireka who haven't yet arrived. They are stuck.
They are still swimming in the puddles of water. Yes.
Super. Great. We are very excited to have you. Now, we are starting our event. We want to thank you so much for being here. Our first engagement, which we're going to have is just an opportunity to speed network. Now I want to tell you the goal of this. The goal of this is to be able to meet someone who is here, find out the business which they do. After finding out the business which they do, find out how you can engage with them. Can you be their supplier? Can you be their customer? Is there any service you can give them, or a service which they can what? Which they can give you. The task is to meet at least 5 people. It helps if you get their phone numbers and promise them at least to call them once, yeah?
Not just coffee. Some people are going to get numbers to buy people coffee.
No, that's
call
not the
them for
goal over
business.
there. Eh? But anyway, so we are going to stand up. You will take a moment, walk off your desk, meet someone who is looking at you. You know, some people have been sitting on the same table together and they haven't yet spoken to what?
To each other.
This one, you stand up, isn't it? You stand up and you go and meet someone. By the way, it's one of the hardest things to do. For some people, they look like they don't want to be met, isn't it? But the goal is to meet a person, find out what they do, and make sure that you find a way of engaging with that person. That's the goal of the Global Entrepreneurship Week. So I'll ask the DJ to play something small as we go, and then we engage.
How much time do we have for the speed network?
We're going to have about 10 minutes, but at least meet 5 people. That's 2 minutes per person.
Yes.
You stand up, you meet the person. I don't see people standing. People are still seated. And if you like the person you meet more, you go and sit with them for the rest of the day, isn't it? We have 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go.
Hello. Sorry? Okay, I think we have had a good time getting to know at least 5 people. We hope that you have found 5 people who you can interact with, people you can share resources with, people who can help you post your stuff on their status. We've just been talking about WhatsApp status, and we found out that some people have 400 views on WhatsApp. Imagine if I posted your product on that person's status. Imagine how many people will get to view it. Okay, let's come back to our seats, please. Let's take our seats. Keep your contacts, put them in your phone, and make a plan to get in touch with those people. You never know, they could introduce you to other people. So let's take a seat. Let's take a seat and listen to our first speaker for the day.
All right, great. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please take your seats. If you like the person you have been talking to more, go and sit with them. How many people have closed some business?
I'm sure by the end of the day they will have closed some business.
Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Super, super, super.
Let's take our seats, please. We have another session for...
No, we are going to be networking for the entire day.
Yes. So
at the very least, you will meet 20 people.
Yes. So don't worry about losing an opportunity to talk to somebody about your business. We'll have these opportunities coming up later.
Great. Couple of people are finalizing. So at this moment, I wanted to share with you what is in stock today as we start our program. And then I will invite our Jen MD and Director from Enterprise Uganda to officially open. So this morning we are going to have an opportunity to have a couple of conversations with a number of entrepreneurs. The program will come up on the screen. But we are going to have a conversation with Mr. Chichi. Will be with us this morning to share with us. Give Mr. Chichi a big hand clap. He's coming. He's going to be our keynote this morning. We will have an entrepreneur who is actually going to kick us off. Simon Inyalio from Simotech Investments, one of the biggest uniform makers in Eastern Uganda and all over the country. He's here with us. Give him a hand clap. He's going to share with us. This morning, we'll also have an opening speech from our Minister of Finance, who is going to come and officially open. We will have an opportunity to listen to someone who has traveled all the way from the USA, who is our guest speaker today, Mr. Paul Wilson, who is going to give us our guest speech today. Give Paul Paul is already in the house. Give him a big hand clap. Paul has a really cool haircut. You can't miss him, yeah? Other people may be missed, but Paul Wilson, you will see him. Paul Wilson Jr. And then we are going to have a panel of entrepreneurs. We are going to be joined by the proprietor of Sam's Foods. Some of you who like those Sam's crisps. We all take Sam's crisps. We will be here with us. Mr. Ngabirano will be joined by Anthony Natif, the founder of Guardian Pharmacies. Guardian Health Pharmacies will be joined by Sandra Letio from Pelere Group and Grace Quach from Polar Mix Farm. We are going to have an engagement which we are going to call the Entrepreneurs Choto. It is a very exciting exercise. We are going to do it right here this morning. Then we are going to be joined by Mr. Henry Magara from Bread House. How many of you have taken bread from Bread House? Those of you have visited. the proprietor of that business is going to be with us to share with us this afternoon on his story and his journey. We'll also have a taxman. How many of you like the taxman? You don't like the taxman? That's exactly why we brought them, so that you talk to them when the ground is leveled. Yeah. So we will have the taxman here this afternoon, and UNBS, who are the people who certify. How many of you have had your products get the Q mark? Any hands? How many want to get the Q mark? So with us this afternoon, we will have Mr. Imalangat from UNBS, who is going to lead us in that conversation. So that's a bit of what we are going to be able to achieve today. And we are hoping that through this conversation, we can be able to engage, we can be able to grow, we can be able to become better. But most importantly, the reason why we come for the Global Entrepreneurship Week fundamentally is so that we meet each other, challenge each other, warm each other up. That's why we come. The journey of the entrepreneurship is a pretty lonely one. Most of you, you may actually struggle to know who likes you in your business. Your employees are angry with you. Your suppliers are angry with you. Your bankers are angry with you. Sometimes even your wife is angry with you, isn't it? So the point is that it can be a lonely journey. And why we come together is to be able to challenge and warm each other up so that we can be able to what? To grow. That's why we're here.
Yes, so thank you very much, Ronald. Welcome everybody who is joining us now. We have already started. I hope you have got breakfast. Ronald, you didn't tell people that there is breakfast available.
For sure, if you haven't got breakfast, as soon as you arrive, catch a cup of tea outside and then get in and we get going.
Yes, we care that it's a little bit cold this morning and you will need something to warm you up. Now, somebody left their phones at the registration table. One of them is ringing right now. I'm actually going to pick it and ask this person who they are calling. Hello? Omuntu yerabide essimu ye obadde okubira ne tunoonya nannyini waazo. Okay, where are you? Can you walk towards the front and pick your phones? I have them. Okay.
For example, if they are looking for you to pay someone's debt, this is a good moment
your phones.
for people to know publicly.
Okay, so you're going to invite Mary now to speak?
Super. At this moment, allow me to invite our Director of Finance and Administration, Enterprise Uganda, who is also the team leader for Global Entrepreneurship Week, and Jen Uganda, Mrs. Mary Odongo. Please welcome her with a clap as she gives us the opening remarks.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming through the rain and making it on time. You surely are entrepreneurs. You don't give excuses of rain for not making it. Thank you for being here. Please clap for yourselves. This week, world over, in more than 160 countries, communities are celebrating entrepreneurship, announcing why entrepreneurship thrives where they are. Entrepreneurship thrives in Uganda too. We have 40,000 activities reaching more than 10 million people in this year's Global Entrepreneurship Week. We are part of the number. This week, we celebrate the great spirit of entrepreneurship. In Uganda, this week, we are having more than 70 activities. This is just one of them, taking place all over, celebrating entrepreneurship. The Bible has many stories, but one of the things that they praise is an ant. You know that insect, an ant, which works hard, which plans. There are many scriptures. I will not take the pastor's role this morning, but there are many scriptures that tell you about learning from an ant. And today what we are doing is like being an ant. All over, people are busy building this anthill, the entrepreneurship anthill. This anthill is bigger than the ant. It's bigger than us, but we are part of it. We are carrying our little bit of sand to build an ecosystem that will help us all flourish. So I take this moment to recognize partners in the house and the entire ecosystem this morning. Partners in the house, people who are carrying out activities today. You can stand up for recognition. People who have carried out activities, implemented GEW activities, been involved in other GEW activities. We recognize you and thank you. Mr. Paul Wilson has attended many. I've seen the flyers all over. Thank you for being with us. The main objectives of global entrepreneurship are to connect, to inspire each other, as Ronald has been reminding us. So please take this time to connect, talk to somebody, get to know a new person, get yourself a client, get yourself a service provider. Don't leave this place the same. Don't go back with a question on how to improve your business. If you have that question, get someone to help you solve the problem. That's why we are here. There's a lot of experience in the house. Please take advantage of it. Get yourself a new friend. Our theme this week is thriving together. And we all know that we are stronger together. So let's enjoy the week. Have a blessed week.
Thank you, Mary. A bigger hand clap for Mary. Lovely, lovely, lovely. We are honored to be here. Mary is the person behind all these preparations. She leads our GW team. She has been doing it for quite a while, actually, for close to 10 years now. And we thank her for the work she has done to make sure she gathers us here every other week, so that we can, rather every other year, so that we can be able to celebrate entrepreneurship. Now, we are going to start our conversation this morning. Our very first speaker this morning is Simon Inyalio. Simon is the proprietor of Simotech Investments Limited. Now, I met Simon a while back, and when I met Simon, what fascinated me is how even what would be deemed as simple businesses can expand massively. So Simon is a proprietor of a school, and equally he's also a proprietor of a business which supplies school uniforms to a number of schools, especially in Eastern Uganda, but currently all over the country. Simon is here to briefly share about his story. Simon is going to be part of the Business Recovery Series tomorrow. So for those of you who have it, how many have attended the Business Recovery Series? Great. So that's about few people. The rest of us need to register. It's a weekly meeting every Thursday at 9 o'clock. A weekly meeting every Thursday at 9 o'clock. We meet on Zoom to encourage one another. Simon will be the speaker tomorrow. Today he may not have as much time to be able to share with all of us, but he's going to share briefly about his story. But before Simon comes, allow me to invite the security team of Hotel Africana to take us through what we should and should not do when we are here. Over to, give him a clap.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning. You're most welcome to Hotel Africana. My name is Tony. I'm a security supervisor. It's our policy that we give you a security brief. The first thing is our registration, which help us know the people who are inside here or the people who are invited for this conference or this workshop. At times, there are people who join workshops where they are not invited, and they not only join, but they may disappear with some gadgets. Then secondly, where you are seated, we kindly request you to know your immediate neighbor. On that table where you are, kindly know that person next to you. Then for your equipment you're using, especially phones and laptops, we still request you to take care of your phones and your laptops. We have sockets on the walls, but when you're charging, be able to be watching it, please. For more information regarding that, those writing pads the hotel provide has got details how you take care of your properties in a conference hall. Kindly you can open and go through it. This is Nile Hall, one of the biggest hall we have here. We have got 4 emergency exit doors in this hall, just in case of an emergency. On my right hand, we have 2. On my left hand, we have 2. Then on my right hand, we have 2 emergency exit routes. Our washrooms, you take my left hand, on this very floor is for gents. Then ladies, you take the stairs up. Ladies are upstairs. Not only that, just in case of an emergency again, Hotel Africana has got 3 assembly points. So our team will be able to evacuate you to the nearest assembly point. When you're moving out for your lunch, still kindly take care of your laptops and your phones. And we always request you to move as a group so that you come back at once. If the secretariat is remaining behind, we don't have any problem with that, so that we secure the hall for you. Thank you very much. That's the little we have this morning for you. Our motto is, you come as a guest, you leave as a friend. Have an easy day with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That is a security brief from Hotel Africana. Without wasting so much time, I would like to invite Mr. Simon Inyalio. He is a Simotech from Simotech Investments Limited. Like Ronald said, he's one of the biggest uniform producers in East Africa. Simon is going to share his story with us, and then we'll also have a few questions with him. Simon, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Wow, what a privilege to be the first speaker this morning. I love the way they have introduced me. But I wish you knew where I came from. It would be really nice. My name is Simon Inyalio, as you have been told. I am an entrepreneur like you are. My story is basically of starting very small and grow big. The others say start small. Me, I've really said starting very, very what? Small and grow. Today, they've given me only 15 minutes, and therefore I'm going to be as brief as that. Then tomorrow we shall have enough time to discuss many things. I come from Teso, that is the Ngora district. For those people, some people have never crossed maybe their side, but we have Ngora, Kumi, Serere, Soroti. So that's the region where I come from. How did I start a business? They've told you that I own 2 businesses. I run Simotech Investment, a company that deals with supplies of uniforms, either corporate uniforms, any type of uniform. And then I own a school, a primary school, one of the best schools in that side of ours. If you're looking for a good school and cheap, you'll get it there. I can see the picture of a part of the school is there being projected. But let me start with the tailoring business, because that's what has made me. I started a tailoring business with just one sewing machine. And because I had many challenges, I needed the money, but I was like, how do I get money? So I met a friend who told me that, yes, you finished your degree, but it may take long to make money. You start a business. It will pay you off. I said, okay, that's good. How do we start a business? He told me to list 10 businesses, because for him, he had undergone trainings with Enterprise Uganda. So he knew how to start a business. He told me, first list for me 10 businesses that you feel like you want to do, and then we shall focus on the one that you like. So I listed the businesses, looked at them. He pointed out to one, but I said, no, I don't want that one. Me, I'm a born-again person. I don't want that one. I think I'll go for this other one. That's how I picked the what? The uniform thing. For him, he had given me the other one that needed a lot of drinking, because for us in Teso, we drink a lot. And was like, in this area, you'll not go wrong. So I tell him that, no, I'm born again, I'll not run this one, but let me go for this. Because that place, Ngora, is a complex. It has many schools. So I remember I got my first little money, like 140,000. That time a sewing machine, ordinary machine, was 140,000 shillings. So I moved to Jinja, I bought a machine, and I took it. So now I said, who is going to run this machine? I started looking for people who have done tailoring. I got one gentleman. I brought him. I told him that I have got a machine here. I want a person to work for me. But we don't have even a room where to put this machine. Meaning I was sleeping the same, where I was sleeping is where the machine was also. So now I told him we're going to run just at a veranda, somebody's veranda. And then that's how I started. I put a machine in a veranda with the proper business plan that my friend had told him, that first put a business plan for this particular thing that you want. I now said, okay, it's good to go. Of course, mistakes will be there when you're starting. I told the gentleman that I'm going to be paying you monthly. That was really very wrong. So when we started, he was doing work. From nowhere, he told me that add me money. I'm like, but we have just started. We're in a veranda with one machine. You're already asking for increment. So I went back to my mentor and I explained to him, told him that, no, you are the boss at this time. This night I want you to sleep while thinking of what to do. You're going to get a solution. So that night I also thought about it. I'm like, okay, now this guy, I'm going to give him a condition. Either he accepts or he leaves. But I'd already put in my mind that when I was a student, there are guys who used to make for me uniforms. So I'm like, I'll travel to Mbale, negotiate with those Bagisu who used to make my uniforms. And then I start giving them work on piecemeal. What you make is what I pay. So when I discussed with this gentleman, he told me he was not ready to continue if I don't add salary. I said, it's okay, you can leave. So me, I moved to Mbale. I talked to some of the tailors whom I knew. I'm like, I have a business, tailoring business. I go to schools, I get contracts, but I want people who work for me. They were very happy. Like, this is what we are looking for. So I'm like, okay, that's very good. But remember, I have only one sewing machine and in the veranda. So when I gotten back, my principle has always been dress smartly and go and look for work. So, and when I'm presenting myself to you, like tomorrow if I come to you, I'll tell you that I'm a professional tailor, yet I don't know even how to make a clothes. So, because that first impression, you will look at me and feel like, oh, if this is a tailor dressed like this, I think can do good work for me. So it has kept make me get work. So I went to a certain school, they gave me work. I went to my tailors. I told them that now we are going to do work in Ingora, not in Mbale. So they're like, okay, it's fine. So I got money. I went and bought more 2 machines. I put them in my sting room. And I told them that you're going to be working in my sting room. Because now the veranda was literally small. So we started doing work. Within few months, I had to move to rent a larger room that had the power. And we started doing work. I could go to schools, ask them, I want to work, and they could really give me work. And what has made me get work often like that is that I don't always want to ask for more than what I can do. Even if you come to me today that I have a contract for you, I can tell that no, I cannot do it because I have to satisfy my all the customer first. Of course, other people would say, how can you refuse work? But it has kept me what? Moving. So we moved on. These guys were really hard working. And for them, they work day and night. Because the more you make, the more money you get. So I started making uniform. I moved out of Ngora to Kumi district. So the day I went to Kumi, there's these compassion projects. I was asking them, I want to do for uniform. Then they're like, but where are you located? I'm like, I'm in Ngora. Ngora is smaller than Kumi. So they're like, how can we take work to Ngora? Yet Kumi is bigger here. I told them, you know what? I just come here also to get a room. I want to expand to Ngora. I just lied. But I've come to expand. So if you give me work, your work is going to be done from Kumi. After they said, yeah, we're going to give you work, I moved very fast to town, looked for a big place because now I started making my money. I got the landlord, I talked to him, told him I'm paying for like 1 year for this place and finished it very fast. Man was too happy. They finished the place. I went back to them like, come and visit my office, the Kumi office. When they came, they're like, hey, but it's empty. I'm like, no, the machines are coming. Things are going to be done here. So good enough, compassion gave me work. And I moved on with their work very well. So now I realized since I stay in Ngora people know me, let me now shift the business to the main town, Kumi. So the business moved to Kumi. Big place now where I call office. I also have where I sit and so forth. But remember, I'm not a tailor. I just look for what to do for my work. Because that's a solution that I got from the other people wanted me to increase what? Salary. So I moved on. I started getting contracts from Soroti to Kumi. I'm like, wow, that's very good. I started getting contracts from Kapchorwa to come and move to do work in what? In Kumi. From nowhere, I realized I've reached Mitiana. I'm getting contracts from Mitiana, and I started doing work, that same work in what? In Kumi. So now there I realized I need to expand again. I opened another branch in Mbale. Because now already I have the tailors from Mbale, and there were many. Some would come and do work in Kumi, others do work in what? In Kumi and in Mbale. So we continued doing work, and I saw things were moving on well. So, but as a business person, I could go to schools and I would listen to their challenges. I listened to the challenges that teachers give about schools and so forth, and I'm like, wow, I think I need to do this business where there are challenges and I have the solution. So I told myself, yeah, I'm going to start a school. I looked at, there was a place, dilapidated building, abandoned kind of. Good enough I'm talking, but I've seen one person who knows me very well here, so he knows very well what I'm talking about. So I went and started painting, coating it with white undercoat, confuse it a little bit, look like it's a beautiful place. Then I told myself that the people who can market me well are bodabodas. So I called for a bodaboda meeting. I'm like, we are starting a big school here, and you are the ones going to be ambassadors of this business. I bought for them t-shirts. I told them that every custom client you are carrying, you keep telling them about a school called Toto Asio Nasaran Primary School. But remember, it was just a dilapidated building that was there, but I knew I was going to make it. So boda helped me attracting what? Talking to parents. From nowhere, I started my school. Jokingly, but I knew where I was going. As the tailoring thing kept on moving. As before government closed colleges, I was supplying all colleges from Eastern region, all with uniform. I know those guys, they are big guys here like Unique Garments. They used to call me like, can we pattern? Can we work together? I'm like, no, you might swallow me. Let me be the way I want to be. So I moved on. All those colleges, I do uniforms for big schools. Like if you hear a school of like Soroti Senior Secondary School, the school with a population of like 6,000 students. And then Sumotech, that started with one sewing machine, is the one running that uniform. See? So I did not end there. I've entered Chiembe. Some of you entered Chiembe. Maybe you have ever even seen me walking there lousily in Chiembe. As we talk now, this year I established partnership with somebody in Chiembe, and I have embroidery machines there. Because right now that's the biggest business, embroidery. Every school wants embroidery. They no longer want pest. So I'm also with you in Kampala, in case you didn't know. So that's how the tailoring thing has kept on growing. The school is just magic. I chose the name Toto Asio. Toto is in Ateso is mommy, and then Asio is my mother's name. My mother is still alive, but the suffering I went through with her, she would be going to brew Marua for me to go to school. So like literally, I would ride a bicycle carrying the thing that she's going to use for brewing, and then drop them in the center. I go to school. After school, I go back to pick either the pots and take back home. That made me feel like, wow, this is the right person who is my role model. So I named that school after my mother, Toto Asio. And the name is so attractive that if you come to school, the number of people called Asio are too many. They think that's their school. Yeah, they think this is our school. So they are so proud of their school than even me. Because like Asio and I'm in that school. The school is growing faster. It is a day and boarding school, fully registered with the Ministry of Education. We have a sitting center number. So last year, I started 35 candidates, and I got 14 Division 1, the rest Division 2. This year, I think I'll get all in first grade. That's what I know. Because there are things that I've learned from Enterprise Uganda. Since I joined Enterprise Uganda, things changed. Because I was lucky, that friend of mine recommended me, and then I got into trainings with the Enterprise Uganda. They taught me how to run the business. They taught me how to do many things that have helped me move up to today, the person you are seeing. It's because of what? Enterprise Uganda. I used to tell people that how would I be hosted on NTV? How? A man from Serere, from Kiere, who basically studied without putting on his shoes, and NTV looks for you like want you for 1 hour or 90 minutes. How? It is because of this training that you have attended here. That's how I grew my mind, I grew my business, and I've always been a diligent person to Enterprise Uganda because I know what they have impacted into my life. Actually, Enterprise Uganda, the other day when you sent me a message, I was just in the bond here, picking a brand new coaster for my school. So I saw your message, I was like, okay, this is a good one. And you know what it means by picking a brand new coaster? How many zeros are in front? There are quite many zeros. But I remember I started with, I think around few zeros were there. I moved it to 6 zeros like that. You see, now the zeros are increasing. You just come and pick and pay the Indian and they clear you. And okay, because I told my parents that this year before 25th AGM, you must have a brand new coaster for transporting your kids. And it is from the tailoring business. I have motivated very many people, mostly girls, to do tailoring. Because people feel like tailoring is for the failures. I tell them that no. Do you know what I own? You don't know. But it's because of what? A sewing machine. Today, I no longer have those ordinary sewing machines that I started with. I don't know. I really now have electronic machines. I have electronic machines that basically do work very fast. I do sweaters, very good sweaters. And last month, Nightil sent a person to me. It's like, there's a guy who supplies schools with uniforms, sweaters. Why can't we talk to that guy? Instead of you making, we shall be selling to him at this rate. So I'm thinking about it. When they start looking for it, it means there's something. Okay? There's something. Because they feel like, just come, we do it, make it for you, you supply. So that you do work faster. But I will make my own decision. Friends, never give up on what you have started. It is the principle. It can become too hard. Don't think, see, the one I'm talking like it's simple, that's moving. It can become too hard. But I always say that the day you feel like closing, stay longer. A customer will come that day, the one you don't even expect. There are many times that feel like, wow, things are so bad here now. When it's time, you remind me. Okay? There's times feel like things are so bad. You need to give up. But you keep on moving. A sewing machine can make you a rich person. A sewing machine has brought me to Hotel Africana. A sewing machine took me to NTV. A sewing machine, I remember one time they took me for 1 week in a cellar hotel in Enterprise, Uganda, because of what? A sewing machine. If you use it properly. What is that thing that you are doing that you think is not taking you far? It is that thing that's supposed to turn your life around. I have always said that from supplying uniforms to owning a school, okay? But now they call me director. You see? Beautiful. Yeah, they call me director and I have the smartest staff. I want the other gentleman to stand up. He's the ED of some company. Comes with me in the same district. One time, when I was starting just Simotech Investment, they had advertised for sweat t-shirts. They wanted over 5,000 sweaters. I didn't have a car. So there is a gentleman who came from Soroti. He applied for the same contract and also applied. They gave that gentleman around 4,000 sweaters and they gave me t-shirts. They gave me around 1,000. Because me, I went on a border. The other guy came on what? A car. I told myself I'm going to beat them. I made sure that within 1 week, everything was delivered. The guy who came with a car did not what? Deliver. So they called me that we're adding you more work. I also told him that, no, let me first buy a car. So I also rushed. And I bought what? My first car. I'm like, no, so I need to show for that I have. So I went and bought my first car. I'm like, now I will supply with a car. And I love it so much that he knows what he's seeing here. He knows that it's part of the people who brought me up. Okay? So that is briefly what we can talk about today.
Thank you so much, Simon. Can we clap for him? You know, during COVID, I did a business health check with Simon. And he was telling me about this school that is inspired by his mom and all the great things that he's doing in Laura. Yeah. And I was in Pakwach last week and I was trying to locate the area of your school. So do we see the journey that Simon has taken? The journey of, you know, there's always that joke on social media of I started with one rice, now I own a restaurant. But Simon started with one sewing machine, went through the processes, increased his product range, and now he owns a school and he is having impact. If you enjoyed Simon's story and you want to ask a question, we're going to take 2 questions before we invite our director to give us opening remarks. Who has a question? Put up your hand. Anything you'd like to ask Simon? If you don't ask it now, we'll have to wait for him. Tomorrow he'll be on the Business Recovery Series at 9. So we can take... Yes, I'm going to pick her. Okay.
Thank you so much, Simon. My name is Edith. I'd like to hear more about your marketing strategy.
Thank you.
Okay, Simon is going to tell us about the marketing strategy. I'll take another question here.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. My name is Paul Muleme. Just a simple one. It's about where you started from. What made you start from? The destination, the place that you started to locate your business. What was the secret behind that?
Okay, can we go with those 2?
Yes, we can go with those 2 questions.
Okay, let me
Simon.
start with the last question.
Yeah.
As I told you earlier on, Ngora as a complex. So Ngora has schools, secondary schools, nursing schools, primary schools, PTCs, and so forth within one area. So when I was doing my analysis that which business can I do here, I saw an opportunity in making uniforms for the institutions. That's how I based on to start what? A business within Ngora. So moving to Kumi is like I was already known in Ngora, so I would take work to Kumi, and I wanted to capture Kumi, and I wanted to be along the main road, so that when you're passing, you would see the business that I'm running. Then the marketing strategy. In tailoring, it's about quality. Quality is what will sell you. It was very simple for me to market to colleges. They always have conferences like. So when they go with the corporate uniform, others ask, who made for you this uniform? Is that an Indian from Ginger? They're like, no, there's a young man who does this good work. So they could you get a phone call. Before you even apply, you get a phone call that, oh, I'm a principal, this PTC, may we meet you and discuss about uniform? Like, okay, that's very good. I get there. So quality is the first marketing strategy that you must put into your work. In every business, give it quality. And then the other one, of course, timely delivery. I've told you I deliver uniforms on time. Not because I can handle a lot of work. No, if I get schools and I see that these are enough, I stop there. I satisfy my customer. A satisfied customer goes talking about you. He's the one who markets you. You just realize getting phone calls. Actually, I just get phone calls from people that we want to uniform because they have also seen from another person. That is how I market my things.
Hello, Simon. I have a question for you.
Sure.
Now that you are a big supplier of uniforms, these people call you to give you business. Do you pay them kickbacks?
Wow.
Isn't that the big elephant in the room? Because we can all go and market our things, right? We can all come here and they tell us about marketing, but there's that big elephant in the room.
I have to be
How
honest.
do you address that situation?
I have to be honest with you. If you have to keep going, you have to appreciate people who give you work. That is it. After they have given you work, you have been paid. So say thank you so much for giving this work. If you don't, they will throw you out.
Thank you very much for that revelation. Now we can connect one and one. And yes, so have you answered the both questions?
Sure.
Yes. Just one more question. Okay. How many? 2 questions. Okay. I will take a gentleman.
Yes, Simon. In business, normally there are challenges. Can you tell us your experiences, circumstance and situation that many times maybe cause you to say, let me give up? But how did you overcome those challenges? And you stood up your ground and continued.
Okay, for me, giving up has not been a thing to me because I've told you I am hungry for something. And I know that where there are problems, the higher the risk, the more profitable it becomes. But the challenges are there. There are many. First of all, I don't manufacture material. That's the first thing. So we always have problems with the quality that comes from the factory. You will do the tailoring. What about the quality of the material? Like last year, we had problem with the yarn from the other country. Don't mention. The yarn was really bad. But that's not our problem as what people will make. So that's the biggest challenge. It's a setback when you supply a sweater from nowhere, it's spoiled. Or the trouser fades. That is the challenge. Then, of course, this other challenge is with the T-shirts. I think in Uganda we have a few companies that make T-shirts. We have Fine Spinner and then basically Nightil. And sometimes I think Nightil gets overwhelmed with the other work for I think the army or something like that. And you look for a red color of a T-shirt and it's not there. So those are the challenges that we face in our sector. And then Of course, financially, sometimes you may have no money to do a bigger contract. But sometimes you pattern. You can get a partner and say, I have a big contract here, and you take a share and we run this thing faster. That one, you should always do it.
Okay. Thank you, Simon, for sharing your story. You said you sell quality, right? And for you to have come to where you are, you've done something right with your people because they're the ones that do the work. Most of us struggle with building a culture of excellence and diligence and quality. So could you share some of the things that you've been able to do to sustain that quality, especially around your people and how you train them and retain them?
Quality, like I've told you, me personally, I'm not a tailor, but I have workers. Motivate, first of all, the workers. I wanted, that time when you hosted me, I told you that these workers here, there are bonuses you can give them. You know that you pay them well, but tell them that, okay, this week, since we have a lot of work, you're even going to have breakfast for free, lunch for free. By doing that, you will see this will do for you good work. That's the first thing. And then yourself. Sometimes we want to be absentee landlords or absentee managers. You just start a business and dump it there. Then you think it will run. You need to keep an eye on your product. I move there, I pick samples and I check properly. I'm like, no, this one, I don't want this one. Can we remove this? And then before we supply, we again verify. One time, they had packed uniforms and there was a throw that was burnt. And because the other person had feared that if I tell this to my boss, I'll pay. So when we were checking, I'm like, yeah, this is a mistake. And I did not harass the person. I said, no, next time it happens like this, you communicate, because we shall lose market. These are mistakes are there. So, and the person working for you, don't harass. They will give you the best. So those are the few things. Keep checking, then motivate them, and you'll see things working on for you. I think my time is up there.
A big hand clap for Simon. Simon is at the game. If you are ever in Ngora, the roads are much better now. Just turn at Tirinyi through Palisa and you reach somewhere there, isn't it? So give Simon a big hand clap. Simon is going to be with us on the Business Recovery Series tomorrow. We had just little time today, but he will be with us tomorrow on the Business Recovery Series. Those of you who haven't registered, please make sure that you do so that we can share with you the link. Get the link today. Join in so that we can be able to ask all those questions that we had. One thing which is clear is that the journey of business is not a straightforward one. But the surest way to lose it is to give up on the what? The journey. Let's celebrate Simon and many others in the room who are here doing the business. Simon is doing the tailoring business. I liked what he said, that many people actually conclude that tailoring is a business you do when things have failed, isn't it? So you have failed at school, you go and become a what? A tailor. We even don't call our tailors cool names because in Europe they call them designers. As here we call our tailors tailors. And I think that is the problem. We have even packaged it in a way that it is where you go when things have failed. But Simon has made a fortune out of it and is making a difference in people's lives. He didn't mention how many people he employs. I do know that at peak season they're in the excess of about 40 people. But the point is that whatever you are doing, do it well. Whatever business you have been given, do it well. Now, our next session is from our very own Mr. Chichi. Give him a big hand clap. Mr. Chichi is in the room. Those of you who have never met Mr. Chichi, you should have. Mr. Chichi is the Executive Director of Enterprise Uganda. He has led the journey we are on, and he's here to share with us how to overcome the pains in business, which have been many. Those of you who have seen just 2023, you have seen how tough business has been. So Mr. Chichi is here to kind of share with us on this journey. We are very honored today to have a team from the U.S. mission. The team from the U.S. mission, please stand up and we give you a hand clap. They are the people behind our guest speaker, Mr. Wilson Jr. And we want to thank you for partnering with the Global Entrepreneurship Week and the work which you are doing. We have seen your offices. They are very beautiful. those new offices you are building. Very, very, very domineering offices. But we are very excited to have you here and the work you are doing for entrepreneurs. And at a moment, a little later, they will share with us what they are doing in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. At this moment, join with me to welcome Mr. Chichi to share with us what his message today. Mr. Chichi, most welcome. A bigger hand clap, a bigger hand clap. Super, you'll give him another hand clap as he prepares. Madam Mary, you should help Mr. Chichi. We were just getting our GW badge ready. He hadn't dressed appropriately for the session. But in the moment, as we wait for Mr. Chichi, ask your neighbor, for you, your business, how do you get business? Just ask your neighbor quietly. You know, you put Simon on the spot. But just ask him, how do you get business? What's your thing, eh? How are you doing it? Great. As Mr. Chichi comes, we have a number of partners in the room, partners who are with us on this journey. All the ones you see here are partners of the Global Entrepreneurship Week, and they are carrying out various activities. And we are very, very excited and happy that they are here with us today. I'll introduce a few of them. I've seen the CEO of Casita. CEO of Casita, you stand up and wave at. That's the CEO of Casita. Casita is one of our partners here. We have a team from, I introduced the team from the US Mission. We have a team from Numa Feeds. Numa Feeds, are you there at the back? Numa Feeds is right there at the back. Great. Yeah, so we have Numa Feeds. Numa Feeds is right at the back. Where is Numa Feeds? Numa Feeds, wave at us. Please buy yourself some kashera, a couple of items from there. We have a team. I don't know whether Synapis is here. The Synapis team, they do a lot of work in the ecosystem. Give them a hand clap. Synapis is at the back. Give them a hand clap. That is Synapis. They will tell us a bit about what they do. We have Mark Nsubuga and company. They gave us a session on Monday on how to make use of the tax waiver. Is it a tax waiver, Mark? We have been given a tax waiver until, those of you who haven't paid your taxes, URI has given you a window until December 31st without paying penalties. But if you pay the what? The taxes. We had a session on Monday on that same issue. We're just waiting for a transition because the minister was arriving, so Mr. Chichi is going to pick him in a moment. But what I wanted to do in this moment, one of the things which we do during the week is to celebrate these people who do a number of activities. Now, the way the Global Entrepreneurship Week is designed is that every partner organizes an activity which they do. So, for example, Numa Feeds organizes an activity in Kabohe where their factory is. That activity is part of this broader conversation. Then we have a team from Iris Consulting. Iris Consulting, I saw Mr. Iga around. Or Mr. Iga is on the phone. Yes, that's Iris Consulting. All right. We have a team from Outbox. I don't know whether Outbox is in the room. You'll find them right there at the back. Innovation Village, Nyom Planet. All these are our partners. Now we're going to have an opportunity to just quickly share what our partners do and what they're doing as we wait to get to the next session. I don't know whether a team from Imuka. Imuka, are you here? Please just come to the front quickly. Imuka, give them a big hand clap. They will tell us what they do and how we can be able to engage them. We have a team from Innovent, a team from GWEN. They are also here with us. CW. Your handwriting has a problem, huh? A team from CWEN. Please do come. Then we also have a team from Safe Bengal. Imuka has arrived. Give Imuka a hand clap. We'll give them just a minute to tell us what they do, and then we can be able to proceed.
Good morning, everyone. Have you here? I'm Diana Queen Ikoru. Number of programs that we're running through. We're just seated down there, so you can pass by. You can learn more about and projects we're running. Thank you.
All right, that's Imuka. Where are you located? Imuka Access?
Our offices at Makerere University. That is the Food Innovation Center.
Okay. So if you are a young person who wants to incubate your business, please reach out to Imuka Access and they can be able to support you on your journey. Pesasbat, you come and share with us what you do.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael, and I'm a representative from Innovent Financial Consults. And our main product is a financial literacy game called Pesa Smart. Now, in business, we realize that most of the startups that come up, especially in Uganda, normally fail in the first year or two. It's quite common with a lot of people have done business and they failed. And there are many reasons for that, but one of the main ones is that they lack the financial literacy, shall I say. There are ways of managing expenses. They normally tend to panic when some expenses come in, and then they end up not having enough income to cover everything. So that's where our game comes in. Our game, it's called Pesa Smart right here. It's in a box, a very nice box, as you can see. It has asset cards and expense cards. It basically helps you manage your expenses and how to show how important assets can be and how to manage your money. It also teaches you how to prioritize which expenses would be more, sorry about that. Where was that? Yes. So prioritizing your expenses and everything. It has shown to be quite helpful for people in business. It's basically a fun way of teaching people how to manage their finances better. So we are at the back over there. In case you want to maybe have a game session with us, it will only take like 30 minutes. I promise a fun time if you wish to. You can also come and see if you can make orders for the box. Training is free for game sessions. And I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Super. I have had the opportunity of participating in the game. It's very engaging. It has things like paying taxes, things like what you do when you get a death announcement in your family, how that behaves on your family. It is a very, very engaging game. So I encourage you to take part in Pesa Smart. I'm going to invite the CEO of Casita to just come also and share with us briefly what Casita is doing during the week and how we can be able to do that. Casita CEO, please do come. Give him a hand clap as he comes.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name is Abel Mwesije, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer, Casita Uganda. For those that may not know it, though I know most of us we know, especially for some of the visitors here. So Kasita started as Kampala City Traders Association. That's why when you talk of Kasita, Uganda, I mean Mbarara, I mean Arua, I mean where they will say, but Kasita is for Kampala. That's the genesis. But then in 2009, it was re-registered as Kasita Uganda, and so we have a national mandate. Our membership is countrywide, and it is a business support association. We have a membership of over 3 million members countrywide, and it is multi-sector. For the Global Entrepreneurship Week, we are partners and active partners. Enterprise Uganda has done us well. We have incubated many businesses. Many traders have transformed from trading traditionally in Chikubo, and now they are manufacturers, they are exporters. We've realized that people had taken trading for granted. And now, with the current times, if you cannot have knowledge, business knowledge, if you cannot be trained, if you cannot catch up with the trend, then you're out of business. That's a fact. And the other thing that I want to implore every one of us, never cease to seek knowledge, never cease to associate with other people, never cease to explore. As an individual, I've been challenged many times, including Ronald, wherever I would go. Okay, Abel, you're our leader, but where is your business? I know there are some other leaders who face the same. And so we don't need to take business as a profession, but as a practice. And as a result, I also boast of my own brand, manufacturing, and some of the products actually there, Ultra Crystal brand. Into cleaning, toilet cleaners, Jig, no, Jig is what we all know, but it's the bleaching detergent, and many others. So when you walk the talk, then there are many people who actually believe in you. That's why when Mr. Ochichi stands here, no one doubts him. He has walked the Lord. He has taken us far that way. So as Kasita, we are so much delighted to be part of the global network. We do welcome members, and we want to thank Enterprise Uganda and the Global Entrepreneurship Network for all the support, especially to our members who have transformed from one level to the other. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Abel. I don't know whether you told them the business you do. You did, eh? Yes. You told them what Ultra does. Explain them to them because they may leave.
Okay, so before you leave, Ronald, I won't pay for that kalangwe because I'm a partner, okay? Yes. Okay, so before I leave, I realized that you don't need to simply start any business anyhow. Have a purpose. So I realized that we have our communities, people are dying because of bacteria-related, diseases, hygiene-related. And the other thing I realized is if I do business where maybe Madame Mary is going to consume one product and spend 6 months before a need arises, that is not business to me. So that's how I came up with a disinfectant or disinfectant, solutions. So, thank you, Chigwe. Thank you. So this is just a toilet cleaner. It's one of them. And the first thing you see, when Mr. Ochichi claps, it means that from the branding to the quality, everything is kawa, right? Right? Okay, so this is what we do, and I feel proud. I see Professor Goodley here. These are the people that do inspire us. Thank you so much. And before I end, we are having a business dinner on 8th. Members of the GEN are the members of Kasita. So I would want to extend an invitation. The good thing is that Enterprise Uganda is one of the sponsors. So I have no fear about accommodating you. 8th December at Imperial Royal. You're in business, get in touch with us. Everywhere you go, just move with your product or service. Thank you so much.
Now, I was struggling to explain to people what exactly the product is, but you know that thing which is in the toilet. That's the one, eh? That's the item. When you see it, it becomes clear. We'll take a couple of more of more partners, and then we will get into our next conversation. Allow me to invite Mr. Iga from Iris, who will also tell us a bit about what Iris is doing.
Thank you, Ronald. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Iga Zinunula Samuel. And yes, Iris Consulting and Training. And we kind of pick up the baby that Enterprise Uganda has not been able to pick up, or that Enterprise Uganda passes to us. And then we pass the baby back. We are in supporting small and medium enterprises to grow. And I would say two signature programs. One is the business breakfast. The number of you here who know that before COVID, I must be honest that over the last 2.5 years, we've been rather low. COVID leading into something else and something else. But James Ngabirano, I see you here. The last Friday of the even month of the year. So every 2 months, we have a business breakfast. The last Friday of the even month of the year. So February, we're resuming, then April, and essentially, we are about nurturing, mentoring, helping MSMEs to grow. The other thing is that we believe that we shouldn't let money stand in your way. We are convinced that money is not the problem. There is a lot of money. We many times feel it's a shame that we go anywhere and say we are a poor country. No, don't let money stand in your way. And so we are in financial linkages, not the on the street shark. No, structured financial linkages. Angel investors, venture capital. And we believe that if you show us any man of good integrity, who is ready to stand behind their idea, we then, as James will tell you, will say, the numbers don't lie. Let's do the numbers. And then we do the pitching. And at the end of the day, we say, a little bit of money here, a little bit of money there. That's what we do, Iris Consulting and Training. Very glad to see you here. A couple of faces that we have been doing things with. And of course, one cannot stop talking about MSMEs without talking about Enterprise Uganda. Mr. Chichi, I must admit that one of my biggest desires in working life was to work with Enterprise Uganda from the first day I heard about them. And then in October 2005, Enterprise Uganda took me in a business linkage program, coordinate the pilot. And I was in Enterprise Uganda for about 2.5 years. But guess what? When I underwent the entrepreneurship training workshop, I said to my director, after this training, I do not want to work here longer. And she said, you must go and tell Mr. Chichi himself. Remember, we had sourced you. If you're not intending to complete your contract, you must go and tell Mr. Chichi himself. But I said, I'll complete the contract. But after the contract, I'm not staying here. The rest is history. Thank you very much. They are very good. They are so good, I keep saying, if you work at Enterprise Uganda, you don't complain. If you complain, get out and do something good, better than what you've left behind, because you are armed well. And that's what Enterprise Uganda does. That's what I believe.
Okay, thank you very much, our partners, for all the support that you give us here. When we started this conversation, most of the participants in the room were here for the very first time. And I'm happy that you are listening to these stories. I hope you'll be encouraged to stay. Working with Enterprise Uganda will not leave you the same. I would like to invite another of our partners, Professor Goodla from Goody Leisure Farm. Who has heard about Goody Leisure Farm? Okay, expect more hands. Dr. Goodla, please clap for her as she comes.
All right. As Professor Goody comes, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister of State for Finance, Honorable Kasolo, who is our guest of honor today. Please give him a big hand clap. As he settles in, we will allow Professor Goody to just share with us for a few minutes, then we'll get into the opening ceremony.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Goodla Naiga Basaza, the Managing Director and Founder, Goody Leisure Farm. I'm very happy to be here. And when I look at the people in the room, I know that our country has so many people that are into entrepreneurship. And I'm happy to say I am number 534 highest contributors of tax in this country. I am a social entrepreneur. I run an incubation center. We incubate youth at the base of the pyramid. So we bring them into business. We train them to be able to run business well. We provide shared services. We enable them to become compliant, and we link them to the market. At the moment, we are working in all the regions of this country. We are in 31 districts. We have a network of 145,021 youth agripreneur champions. Thank you all for being with us on this journey. I can see the faces that have inspired us and the faces that have motivated us to do a lot. Honorable Minister, you are very welcome, and I like your saying that we are going to have to force people to become rich. There's no room for being poor. Thank you so much, Enterprise Uganda.
Super, super, super. You are going to become rich by what? By force. The Honorable Minister is here. Honorable, we are very excited to see you. Thank you so much. A number of people may have engaged with you in the media, but with us is Honorable Kasolo, who is the Honorable Minister of State for Finance, in charge of microfinance. And we are honored that he accepted this morning to come and share with us and warm us up as we begin our conference. As they pin him up, we all have to have the pin. Great. It's on now. Super. Yeah, so Honorable Minister, in front of you are entrepreneurs from all parts of Uganda. Some of them are starting out. Some of them have been in business for 20 years. Some of them have been in business for 5 years. But one thing they share in common is that all of them here are Ugandan entrepreneurs contributing to Ugandan businesses. And this week, we celebrate the Global Entrepreneurship Week. And the week is about celebrating these people, the people who are running the businesses, the people who are trying to keep jobs so that they get staff who are paid, and that's why we are here. So allow me to invite Mr. Chichi to take us through the next section, to invite the minister, and then we proceed with the day. Mr. Chichi, over to you.
Honorable Minister, thank you so much for coming, and thank you for setting aside all the activities you had to do today to be here. Honorable Minister, before you are people who have committed themselves to a very tough calling of a journey with competition of no equals. You compete with the finest, but you're a beginner. Compete with a person with the best technology in the world, but you have nothing, and nobody will prevent the other fellow from taking over your staff, taking over your customers. These are the Ugandans that have said yes to that calling. And they have believed in the calling, and they know it can be done. Colleagues, friends, entrepreneurs, our minister in charge of microfinance is a committed man to the calling of entrepreneurs. Just clap. There's a video that has gone viral in the whole country, and I shared it with the minister, but I'm sure he knew about it. When a minister met a community and told the community, you in this part of the country, capital. Now the capital has been delivered. Should we hear any more cries about poverty, we will come and whip you into poverty. So, Honorable Minister, it's a message people are associated with because we have never sustained growing businesses. And because the minister has got no time to be with us for most of the morning, I'm going to have him to receive just a short testimony of about 3 minutes. Just to tell you that what Enterprise Uganda has been doing in this country can change the nation, can change Africa, can bring hope, and can make Ugandans to become what we call, instead of FDI, foreign direct investors, we cannot talk of DDIs, direct domestic investors. Mr. Oloya, where are you? I saw him when I was in the lobby of the hotel. I just saw him coming to greet me. Then I just told him, tell me, Mr. Oloya, where are you now? This young man from Noya, from Gulu, has a story you can't believe. Can you give me a microphone? I just have a short conversation with Oloya. Because when I talked to him in the lobby, I just couldn't believe it. I just said, Uganda needs to hear this story. So, Mr. Oloya, before you came to Enterprise Uganda, did you have a business?
No.
Nothing. Did you have a lot of capital?
No.
Had you gone to high school?
No.
Had you got a diploma?
No.
Had you got a passport? Had you got a passport?
No, please.
Had you ever flown in an aeroplane at all?
No.
No. Now, but since he came to Enterprise Uganda, it's now many years since you came to this family.
It is now 10 years.
It's now 10 years. Listen to what 10 years has done to the young man. Let's talk about the fish. What was the size of the fish pond you started with?
I started digging a pond of 10 by 15 square meters.
10 by 15, that's 150 square meters. Today, what is the size of your fish pond business?
I have 4 big ponds of 27,000 square meters.
From 150 to 27,000 Ugandans, can you listen to that? Let's go to the details. How many fish are in the water each time you get the fish in the water?
I started with 1,000 fish, but as per now, this year we are in stock, we have 160,000 fish.
And what type of a variety of fish do you put in there?
We have miracles, we have catfish, and tilapia.
Very good. Now, those are the figures. 160,000 fish are in the water. How long does it take to harvest one stock?
It is 6 months.
6 months. On average, what's the weight of one fish?
Tilapia is around 0.5 kilogram.
Yes.
Catfish ranges from 2 to 3 kilograms.
Very good.
Then miracles from 1 to 2 kilograms.
Briefly, when you sell 160 fish on average, what could be the average price per fish?
In fact, last year we made 996 million out of 100,000 fish.
90 million and something in 6 months, please, 6 months. And that is before the expansion he has now talked about. If you now go to the full capacity of 27,000, do you know what that figure is? I sat with him at the lobby and he came to 3.8 billion shillings. 3.8 billion shillings. And 3.8 billion shillings for our friends from the US Embassy and from America, it is $1 million every 6 months. $1 million every 6 months. And that man never went to any bank. That man never disturbed anybody. I just wanted Uganda to know that that is the nation we have here. A nation of potential. A nation of opportunity for everyone. It's up to you to trigger yourself and go there. Now, Mr. Oloya, you've been now in that game. There was a time when we narrated your story to the UN, and Geneva said, give him a passport urgently, comes to the UN to talk. When was that year?
It was 2015.
2015? At that point, the man was at about 1.2 billion per each cycle of fish. Today is at 3.8 every 6 months. Now, beyond the fish, what have you been doing with the money that you earn from the fish? Let's talk about the acres of land you have since bought on your own.
In fact, we bought 450 acres in Noya. We also have 25 acres in Omoro. Then we also have 50 acres in Gulu. But
That's the sort of the man. He has bought on his own close to 600 acres of land. On his own, close to 600 acres of land. And have you built some houses?
Yeah, we are now doing real estate.
Real estate, how many so far have you built?
So far, we have 5.
So far, 5 houses have been finished to sort out the problem of accommodation. How about in terms of the trees? You planted some trees.
So far, we have farmed 127 acres of eucalyptus.
That is 127 acres of eucalyptus. We are talking of a man of what age? What age are you now in?
I'm now clocking 37.
You are now 37.
Yeah.
He started at 27. He's now 37. At his prime, just a young man, 37. And he's doing all that in that part of the country. Let's clap for him again. But, Honorable Minister, we bring these stories to you because they are not isolated. In the audience here are individuals seated with the testimonies you can't believe. And we want to make sure that Uganda begins to appreciate that this country can transform itself if we just empowered Ugandans to know that opportunity rests with them, rests with where they are coming from. Now, Oloya, before you sit down, we were the ones who put you on the plane in 2015. This year you traveled to Germany on your own. What were you going to do in Germany?
In fact, a month back, I had a business trip to Germany. I spent 3 months in Germany.
On his own, he paid that trip, he paid the cost. And what were you trying to do in Germany?
I went to get more knowledge on fish farming.
There you are. The man is saying, I have conquered the Ugandan territory. Is there something else somewhere that I can pick up and dominate this territory? This is what it means to create an entrepreneur who scales and scales. Honorable Minister, we have always said this. Once you do a good job on an entrepreneur, you don't own him anymore. He belongs to so many other people, you release him. If you own an entrepreneur, you have spoiled that person. Ugandans, let's clap. If you have been properly empowered, you outlive where you started and keep going and going and going and going. A successful program of entrepreneurship creation releases a person who will now say, I now need to keep going and conquer the territory that had never been informed about. A lawyer is employing people. How many are you employing?
We are employing over 100. Depends on the season.
There you are.
Yeah.
And the chicken, how many chicken are you having? He has also chicken. How many chicken?
In fact, we are dealing in both broilers and local birds. So in stock, we have 6,000.
6,000 chicken. That alone would be sufficient to make somebody rich. But in our education in Enterprise Uganda, we say, never rest on last year's success. If you do, wealth hates what they call rest because it doesn't want rust. Where there is rest, there will be rust. That is what wealth does not want to see. Honorable Minister, this is just a sample. There are many people in here. Noma is here. There are many other people. The man right here. A man who is into the tents and events and everything. These fellows are great. If you listen to their stories, unbelievable. But I just thought because you don't have much time, we pick somebody at random for you to hear what we have done. And in our portfolio is a total of 197,000 Ugandans. Just imagine what's happening in the city today. The roads are bad. The rain is showering. The morning is bad. The hall is full. The hall is full. And it's not full just because they want breakfast. It is full because they want to say, let's receive the message. Let's clap for ourselves again. For us, this is always a turning point as Enterprise Uganda. We tell Ugandans that we will continue to build this class of Ugandans until one day, one time, they become the signature conversation in the country. Honorable Minister, I know you have no time. I want to invite you to officially grace our occasion, officially open it, and then we will release you to go and attend activities. Thank you so much. Let's receive the minister. Hand clap again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. And I thank the participants, plus the organizers. My name is Cherunaro Nakasolo, the Minister in charge of microfinance. Allow me to recognize the board members, Enterprise Uganda, the Executive Director, Ochichi Charles, the representatives of ministries, departments, and agencies, Global Entrepreneurship Week partners, esteemed partners, invited guests. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here this morning with you, presiding over the opening ceremony of the 14th Global Entrepreneurship Week Conference 2023, where you shall be inspired, challenged, engaged, and connected. As the Minister in charge of microfinance, I'm delighted to be there for this. I'm delighted to be before this dynamic gathering of entrepreneurs. As I understand, you are the critical change agents who will provide the energy to our economy needs to transition to upper middle income status and beyond. Of course, entrepreneurship embodies the spirit of resilience and creativity that can be found across Uganda. It propels individuals to transform ideas into reality and also build enterprises that not only sustain livelihood but also contribute significantly to our national development. This week, therefore, is as we celebrate the Entrepreneurship Week of our entrepreneurs and their contribution to our economy. It is an opportunity to recognize and amplify the stories of those who have identified opportunities to drive wealth creation, those who have turned problems into possibilities, and those who have become architects of their own success. The week is also seeing several activities take place across the country celebrating and promoting entrepreneurship. As the government of Uganda, we are grateful for the organizers who have worked tirelessly to promote the entrepreneurship agenda during this week and beyond. What you are doing greatly complements government's efforts to build a vibrant entrepreneurial economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to reaffirm the government's commitment to supporting entrepreneurs at all levels of society. We will continue to improve our access to affordable finance for firms ranging from startups and small business recovery fund. Like Parish Development Model, Emioga, Agricultural Equity Facility, UDB, etc. Government is also committed to improving the conditions of Uganda's investment climate at both macro and micro levels. Beyond improving access to finance, government is prioritizing investment in areas that lower cost of doing business, such as licensing and certification and improving infrastructure. Government is also embracing entrepreneurship through new courses in schools, nurturing the next generation of wealth creators. As stakeholders, we all need to work together, and so the theme of this week, Thriving Together, is timely, especially given the fact that Uganda aspires to become a competitive upper middle income country by 2040. Every job created gives an opportunity to a Ugandan to earn a living and to contribute to their country by paying taxes, enabling improved service delivery by government, and taking us a step closer to achieving our ambitious vision. As we continue to recover from COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent economic shocks, entrepreneurs remain at the forefront in finding solutions to deliver jobs, wealth, and prosperity to our country. You entrepreneurs, you need to seize today's opportunities and find solutions to tomorrow's challenges. An entrepreneur has a unique ability to innovation and drive productivity growth, laying the foundation for future prosperity. It is against this background that I further register my appreciation to you, the organizers, that even in private business, there are certain skills and principles that have to be acquired and upheld to produce enduring success. This, I believe, is the reason you have put aside time to attend this knowledge-packed conference. You value knowledge and expertise. I am also glad to say that Enterprise Uganda, we have an institution that can help government to address the challenges facing our local small and medium enterprises. We have institutions with products that effectively tackle the factors that constrain the creation of various local enterprises, like access to credit management of customers, access to markets, business expansion, and many others. As I conclude, allow me once again to express my appreciations to you, the entrepreneurs, the organizers, for building the business that create jobs and wealth for Ugandans. This is a patriotic role that too often goes unacknowledged. Is very a foundation of Uganda's economic prosperity. Today we celebrate each and every one of you who has worked tirelessly to make Uganda a better place. Let us all build this momentum as we pursue our collective duty, creating and nurturing farms that deliver sustainable success across the country. This is in line with the government's development agenda as enshrined in the National Development Plan agenda, as enshrined in our National Development Plan and our Vision 2040. Poverty can be eradicated through the joint efforts of government, community organizations, development partners, and you entrepreneurs. So I want to, before I conclude, allow me to remind you about the existing opportunities, because I understand you are struggling on your own. But as government, you have a duty to support you. That's why we are putting in place cheap funds, which you can have access to boost your economic activities. Incidentally, some of you are not aware of the existence of these funds, but they are there. To begin with, of course, for you, you are beyond PDM. You are beyond PDM. You don't need 1 million. 1 million for you is almost nothing. And you are beyond the Mioga. And you don't need free money. but you rather need cheap capital, cheap credit. So there is a 100 billion put in Bank of Uganda for all commercial banks to access and on lend to their clients at 10% per annum. This money is there. The last time I checked with them, they had only given out 5 billion for 2 years, and 95 billion is still stuck there. I don't know why. Maybe because people are not aware of the existence of this fund. But the money is there, and I want to task Charles here, because our entrepreneurs must be supported. Incidentally, some of these people are aloof. They don't know what is happening down. So I want to task you to always inform our people about the availability of this cheap credit. The money is there, and it is for you. It is for government and your government. So this money is there for you. We want you to get it at 10% per annum as interest. So this money will help to boost your income. Those that are into agriculture, there is agriculture credit facility, which is also given to those that want to expand their agricultural activities at 12% per annum. This money is there. Please tap into all these opportunities, because I know once we build the strength of our entrepreneurs, this economy will really turn around. I'm happy to hear from my brother from Noya sharing with us the testimonies and his experiences. Thank you very much, and I think it is because of limited time that we have had few. All these people have serious stories to tell. Of course, I have visited the Dr. Gudula's farm, the incubation center, so many times, and indeed, she's a very good example. So we must walk the talk. Even me, standing before you, I'm an entrepreneur, a serious one. I don't cry for votes. I have even advised my voters, if it is to do with politics, they should call me on Saturday and Sunday only. They shouldn't call me on Monday, informing me about votes, politics, what? No. When you call me on Monday up to Friday, you should be talking about business, not politics. Because politics is not business. And I want to encourage all of you to desist from politics. Don't talk about. This is for the fact. I want to tell you, politicians are very broke. They don't have money. The members of parliament, you see, at times they even miss lunch because of lack of money. So they are just conduits. The little money they get just goes through them to their voters. So there's nothing good in politics apart from. So please concentrate to your businesses. Don't waste your time talking about who will come. I want to tell you, even if President Museveni continues to be here, he has nothing to do with your chicken. He has nothing to do with your piggery project. It has nothing to do with your fish will not refuse to multiply because the president of Uganda is General Museveni. No. So let's concentrate on business. We should all subscribe to one party, cash party. not NRM, not NOP, not what. Just subscribe to only one party, cash party. If there's no money in something, don't waste your time. Even if it is what, even if you are a lady, a man stops you and he wants to share something with you. When you don't see money in the conversation, you abandon that person. You should not waste your time. You should not waste your time. You should always think about how can your business expand. Don't waste your time. Whether someone is a member of parliament, it has nothing to do with your business. So this business of saying, no, taxes, what, that is for the lazy people. For me, for instance, last season, I harvested coffee worth 162 million. Cash, I got it. Dr. Goodwill has visited my farm. I have put up a 100 acre coffee farm. 100. Fresh. And this season, I'm adding 50 acres for coffee. So, for me, whether you vote for me, you don't, you are not helping me. I'm rather helping you. Because even if I lose, nothing. Unless I will fight or against those people who would wish to vote me out of my garden. But so long as I'm still there in the garden, I will have good life. So please concentrate on your businesses. Look for all the opportunities. Check whether government has an opportunity for you, which you can to support you, expand your business. So I don't expect our entrepreneurs to waste their time in politics. Well, if you cannot afford that, if you cannot spend a day without talking about politics, at least talk about NRM, not opposition. Because it is NRM which is in power, and it is NRM which is supposed to support you. So now, once you spend your time talking about opposition, what? You are wasting your time. You are like a night dancer. You are working for someone you don't know. So, with those few remarks, I would have loved to spend a good time here with you, but I have told my brother Ochichi that I lost my aunt, so you are going to permit me go and attend the burial. So please, I wish you well, and Mr. Ochichi, I think, because now I have been tasked to oversee the enterprise Uganda. So now I'm working closely with the Ochichi here. If he needs money, I will fight for the money. We want, even this financial year alone, we have at least the budget as a little. Me, I know how to look for money, and I don't beg. So we need to start visiting these people's farms. We organize, yes. Like exchange visits. So you go to Dr. Goodwill's farm, then you are going to study, you are going to see something that you had not seen before, and then you are able to change. So thank you very much, and I pledge my total commitment and support to Enterprise Uganda, and also I will ensure that whatever government comes up with and is for supporting our entrepreneurs, I will ensure that I disseminate information, and I will always fight for my people, because I know that with you people, this economy is going to grow. I know. for the fact. Because now you are paying taxes. You are paying taxes. Even the people you are employing have, now their purchasing power is high, so they are able to buy something. But you see, the people you see here in Kampala retailing, they are just gamblers. They have nothing in the pocket. They just look for any opportunity, rioting, so that they can grab something. So we want to build up a serious economy of entrepreneurs. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Again, a very warm hand clap for the minister. As I said, he knows what's happening in the private sector. He practices our principles. He is our supervisor. But allow me now to escort him out as he proceeds to go and attend a funeral of his auntie. But continue with the conversation. Thank you so much.
Let's give Honorable another big hand clap. Honorable, thank you for sharing with us. We're very honored to have you here today. We don't want to be voted out of our businesses. That was my takeaway. It's a very strong message. You don't want to be voted out of your what? Tell your neighbor you shouldn't be voted out of your business. You shouldn't be voted out of your business. Engage your neighbor, tell them I need to stay in power in my what? In my business. Great. So we are going to proceed with our program. Mr. Chichi will come back momentarily to come and share with us his message for the day. But before Mr. Chichi comes, I'm going to just invite Jovia. Jovia, are you here? Yes, Jovia, please come. We're going to ask Jovia a few questions. Give Jovia a big hand clap. Great. I'm going to ask Belinda to ask Jovia 2 or 3 questions as we move on to the next session. I'll give you this one, Belinda.
Okay. So good morning, everyone who joined us while we are still speaking to the minister, people who are not here in the morning. This is the Global Entrepreneurship Week 2023, and we are celebrating entrepreneurs in Uganda, and the theme today is Thriving Together. So if you have done business, or if you're a business person in this country, you are aware that women play a vital role in the ecosystem. Now, right before us is Jovia Kisache. Jovia has a story. That is why Enterprise Uganda chose her to highlight at the Global Entrepreneurship Week today. And I'm going to have a brief chat with Jovia to tell us how her journey has been. So Jovia, tell us about yourself and the business that you run. It's on.
Thank you so much, Belinda. My name is Juvet Sache, and I'm an entrepreneur like you. I make a mosquito repellent lotion from spoiled milk, and my journey started something like 3 years back, and it hasn't been easy. It hasn't been easy. That's the truth. But attending such and also being a proactive person, looking for those opportunities, even though they are not put to you, like putting them for you on a plate. Yes, look for them. That's what I do. And yes, and I'm here today. Thank you.
Okay, Jovia, what is the name of your business?
Our business is called Sparkle Agro Brands Limited.
Sparkle Agro Brands.
Yes,
So
please.
you're into agriculture.
Yes, please.
Okay, so what exactly do you do?
So we collect spoiled milk from farmers.
Spoiled milk, bongo, right?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Though we do not want it to be in bongo because not most people take bongo.
Okay.
And we got to realize that in Uganda alone, malaria is killing lots of people. Even when you get to realize that in the COVID period, most people are dying because of malaria, not COVID.
Not the COVID-19,
yes.
yeah.
So we really wanted to get a solution for malaria, combining it with how can we help our people. Our people deal mostly in agriculture, and how are we helping them? So we use this spoiled milk to make, like we use the water content of milk, of the spoiled milk, to make the lotion, and then the solid part of it, we dry it and use it to make, feeds for animals, and then also fertilizers.
Okay,
yes.
so do you make mosquito repellent?
Yes, please.
Okay, so mosquito repellent from spoiled milk, and then you also make animal feeds.
Yes.
So which one do we talk about first? Which
The
is closest to your
repellent.
heart? Which one?
The mosquito repellent.
Okay, let's talk about the mosquito repellent. So after you have made the product, where are you distributing it? What is the story of this product? Has it been certified by UNBS? What has been the journey for this product?
As a female founder, this becomes challenging because, first of all, our product was first funded by Macquarie University. So we got that money and we were really excited. We were like, yeah, this product is going to go to countries and all. My friend, this money got over like in 1 year. Actually, that's even a lot. Like just months, and of which the product was not in that quality that we wanted it to be. And you get to realize that the first product that we produced was, we actually thought this is the best product and all, but yeah. One thing I have to tell you, when you make your first product, don't make it sit anywhere. Give it to people. Let them try it out. Even though they're not buying it, let them try it out. Because this helps you to improve and get to know, have I got there? Is what I'm making for the people? Because you're not making it for any other person. Of course, it's for the people. So make sure that you give it to the people, even though no one is buying it. Because we are all Ugandans, yeah. Most people, I get to realize that actually the highest percentage of people that buy this product are not even Ugandans, and yet they are the people that we directed the product to be for. So that is very challenging because does any of you use a mosquito repellent here?
Who are using mosquito repellent?
Very few, exactly.
Yes.
And of which this is a preventive measure. You would want to use this, buy it for your kids to use it, rather than taking them to hospitals.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you get it, but that's how I got my math. So I get to realize that the people that I want to direct it to are not even buying it. So I was just giving out in the first places, and that was where I was schooling from, in Chitende. And in the first stages, people would say, oh, it wears off so quickly, blah, blah, blah. And the main aim was for it to be organic. And by organic, I mean putting natural repellents like the citronella. So we didn't want it to go to the synthetic part of it, because that's how it can take a long period on your skin. So, yay. That was also money. So you get to realize that there are things that you need to do, and if you've not given it out to people, you can't realize that, oh, I don't have this. So give out your products to people and they give you feedback. Thank you.
So on top of our customers giving us money, they also give us feedback to help us improve our products. Yeah, so if there's anyone there who has their products, just put it on the shelf. You need to realize it is not the best that you can do. If you take in more feedback, the product can get better. What's the name of your mosquito repellent?
It's actually called Sparkle Anti-Mosquito Skincare Lotion, though we are now taking it into schools as our main customer unit. So we are calling it the Sparkle Preps Master, and that is designed for it to be a preps master for the kids, and that is to protect them as they're in their preps. So our product has been certified, thanks to God. And
clap for her. Congratulations.
It's not easy.
Yes.
It's not easy. Actually, I don't know if anyone here works in UNBS, but please, Bambi Muchu, same.
Do we have someone from UNBS here? Okay, they are not here. We shall give them the feedback.
Yes, so that's how it's challenging for a female founder. I don't know, over it's me that is overing, but it's really hard for a female founder to get their products to be where they want to be, because you get to talk. I'm that person that really tries to talk to people. If I see an opportunity, I'll get it, even though they're not giving me audience. But you get to realize that most people be like, she's a girl, so it's more of, we are equal. Like, okay, we are not very equal, but at least consider me the way you are considering a male person. I'm here to say thank you to Enterprise Uganda, and then also to AWARE, the US Mission Uganda, and then also Outbox High Innovator. These people are giving out opportunities to women, and thank you so much. If you're here, thank you so much. An applaud for me. Thank you so much.
Okay, so it's good to hear about your mosquito repellent product that you are making from spoiled milk, and you've also told us that you do animal feeds. And now you've mentioned that you've worked with Enterprise Uganda. How did Enterprise Uganda support you on this journey?
So they have courses. When I did the junior program, and by that time I was in Form 6, and yes, no one is going to bring for you these opportunities on a plate, like I told you. So make sure you follow these people everywhere, check their websites. And this is how last year I was checking their website, and I got to see the World Investment Forum, and there were women awards. So I get to see this, and I'm like, okay, I'm that kind of person that will really apply, even though I qualify, not me, I'll apply. So I applied, and surprisingly, by God's grace anyway, I was selected, part of the 8 finalists, and we had to go to Abu Dhabi. And by the end of the night, this little girl was the best. So you don't need to intimidate yourself and be like, oh, this is for people that are advanced or what. No, just apply. Who knows? Yes, so thank you so much.
Okay, so opportunities are everywhere. You have to go out and look for them. And I think opportunities also take us places. We are talking to Jovia Kisache. She's an entrepreneur. She's an award. What's the name of your award? What is it titled?
Women Entrepreneurial of the Year. I think so.
Okay, it doesn't have a code name. But how old are you, Jovia, if you don't mind?
20.
She's 20 years old. I was still at the university. And here she is. She's already making impact in the community. So as a young person, Jovia, and as a lady, I know you have mentioned some of the challenges that you have gone through, breaking into the market, improving your product, and also getting certified. What other challenges? Do you have a team? Have you hired people? How have you built this team, and how is it supporting you? As a young person, you might even be hiring people who are older than you. Tell us about that.
Actually, to me, it was not about hiring, like getting someone from out, because we were friends and we started this on a friend basis. But you know, as business gets serious, you also need to get serious. So if you're a person that works well with people that you don't know, that's okay. But to us, it was more of our network, friends. So we started this, and it was more of being able to account for your activities and being able to account to your co-founders, and that's how we've got here. Yes.
Okay, so you're partnering with someone.
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Do we have a question for Jovia? Do we have young people in the room who would like to ask Jovia a question? Okay. There are dozens. Ronald, you have a question for Jovia? Okay. Jovia, I want to thank you very much for Okay. Oh, yeah. There's a young person over there. Ronald will bring you the microphone as you prepare to give us a parting shot.
All right.
So,
we'll take a question from one colleague here. Since it's a lady, it will be a gentleman. So we'll take one.
Yes. As you prepare to give us a parting shot and some form of inspiration for the young people in the... Are you at the university now? Okay. Which course are you doing?
We are ready to ask Belinda.
Yes.
We are here.
I can't see you, Ronald.
Stand up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, sir, and Madam. Madam Jovia, I just have a question. As a baby company on Globe, dealing on the product you've told us, I just have a challenge also as you. My issue is I'm also a baby company dealing in peanut butter. So my challenge, we've been certified as well in peanut butter and honey and shea butter. Yeah, thank God for that. But the challenge is we have an issue with e-freeze. So I just want to inquire from you, how have you been able to deal with the tax bit of it? For example, the e-freeze system has an e-receipt and an e-invoice. So we cannot issue out an e-invoice since we are not eligible for the 18% VAT tax. So you as a baby company like me, how have you been able to work on that? Because all the big companies and the big supermarkets are bouncing me away with my product because I can't offer them an e-invoice. That's my question today. Thank you very much.
Beautiful question, that one. We are going to even have a URA person here in the afternoon, possibly tell us exactly how that is. But Jovia, please go ahead.
Okay, to me, we've not yet got there. Actually, that's why my product is not yet in the supermarkets, because they also want it to have lots of things like e-freeze, and of which that is bound to you getting your money. So I didn't buy that. So I'm still also working on my finances and all. So I'm not yet into the supermarkets because of the same thing. Yes, thank you.
So, okay. There's another...
No, we have to. Jovia is still here. She's in the room for the entire day, but we're running behind on our program, so we did.
Okay, so Jovia, I'll ask you to give your parting shot.
Yes, okay. To me, one thing I would tell you people is look for opportunities. No one is going to come to you and tell you, here it is, do this. No one, and absolutely no one. So if you're a person that would really want to get to those spaces, look for them. If you've seen someone that is there, actually most people, even though you ask them and you be like, because there are people that have approached and I'm like, I want to get here, how do I get there? And they're not very happy to expose that information to me. So do your background research. Get to know if they've put the organization on their Twitter or something. Get to know, what do those people deal in, what they work with. Will they be willing to work with me, even though they are not? Tell them about what you do and see if they'll be able to work with you. No one is going to bring that opportunity to you. Be able to look for it. So that is what I wanted to tell you. And then the other thing, don't allow anyone to tell you, no, you can't go for that because of this and this. I wouldn't be here if they told me that is for advanced people, don't go for it. So be you and do what you want to happen. So thank you so much.
Let's clap for Jovia Kisache and for her inspirational story, re-emphasizing that opportunities are everywhere and we have to go out and get them. Thank you so much, Jovia, for your time.
Thank you, Jovia. Give Jovia a big hand clap. Thank you, Jovia and Belinda. Friends, we apologize if we don't get to the questions as we should. We want to fit quite a bit into today. But at this moment, we are going to hear from our guest speaker. Now, in my language, they say I am not the person who should have the power to introduce this person. So allow me to invite Amy Peterson, who is the Public Engagement Officer at the U.S. Mission, to come and share with us who our guest speaker is today. He flew in all the way from the U.S. to come and share with us. Please welcome Amy as she comes and welcomes our guest speaker.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Uganda. My name is Amy Peterson, and I work at the U.S. Embassy here, and we are proud to be here supporting the entrepreneurs of Uganda today. Before I introduce our speaker, I would love to share some of the opportunities that are at the U.S. Embassy for entrepreneurs like you. One of the things the U.S. is proud to do is invest in the people of Uganda. And we do that through many different opportunities, including training programs such as the Young African Leaders Initiative, YALI, Mandela Washington Fellowship, the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs. And I would love to ask, in this room, do we have any YALI or MWF alumni? I thought there might be some here. Hello, friends. I see some awesome ladies around. So I wanted to tell you about these programs because they are some of the best ways for entrepreneurs like you to connect with the American business mindset. And the Young African Leaders Initiative will be recruiting soon. And it is a 3-week training opportunity hosted at a leadership training center at Kenyatta University that provides leadership training not only for entrepreneurs, but for people in public management and civic engagement. And the leadership opportunities are a spectacular way to build your skills to lead your company, to improve your management practices, and to inspire others in your community. And YALI is a network across Africa, because we know that when you are connected not only here in Uganda, but across this continent and with the United States, the opportunities for your business to grow are endless. The Mandela Washington Fellowship is a leadership training program in the United States.
of how we're working with entrepreneurs to create an ecosystem to help them to thrive. But what I would say though, it's a lot easier for me to show you than to tell you. So I have a short video I'm going to play. That way it allows you to see really what the power and impact of some.
It really starts from 1952. That's when my father started H.J. Russell Plastering Company. Our purpose of the Russell Center basically is to grow black businesses.
Taking this 50,000 square feet plus building in honor of one of the greatest entrepreneurs this city has ever produced, there's a soul and a spirit when you walk into 504 Fair Street. People have believed since the beginning, and we've built this with our entrepreneurs. I'm a firm believer you don't build anything for people without those people. And now it's become the largest center in America dedicated to growing, scaling, and developing black businesses.
What I love about the differentiation for the Russell Center is that it provides that same kind of accelerator, incubator, support network for people who want to do other than technology. So it gives that kind of convergence where non-competition, but creating a convergence of those kind of companies that make our lives richer and better.
My name is Louis Dees. I'm the proud owner of Try Dees and Other Treats. You can mark my words. I know that we're going to have exponential growth, and in large parts because of the Russell Center, because of the support that I receive, because of the education that I get, and just the sense of community that we have. But here, we're really being incubated. We're really coming up together.
So I'm Dahl Avant. I'm the founder and CEO of Aquagenuity. I'm from Atlanta, born and raised, so I started the company here. There's not enough data to really predict and prevent water-related crises. So I created a system that does that for people. And we empower people to save the world's water. Because so many amazing people come through the building, we've had a lot of really amazing interactions, such as the CEO of Target or the mayor of Denver. They come down, they're doing a tour, they walk by my office, they just stop me in the middle of the hallway. Hey, what can you do for us? Can you come to our city? Can you come to our school? Can we work with you?
Atlanta is important because you've just got a significant amount of young black talent. I think that the mindset of my generation and even the generation that's coming up behind me is more about equity. How the center really influenced me, it's the people, right? It's the people and it's the building and it's the programs.
So this is just a platform to grow businesses, particularly African-American businesses, from ideation, if you have an idea, to a business that may have 1 employee to 10. If you have 10, we want to take the 10 to 50. And if you maybe have 50 employees, we want to take it into a multi-million-dollar business platform that will create generational wealth for all.
Currently, we serve 305 entrepreneurs full-time. We've figured out collaboration in a way that I've not seen in any other space in America. We have 12 different organizations in one building that all come together, that all serve entrepreneurs. This type of congregation of support for community is special. And this, I take a note from Mr. Russell. One of his favorite sayings was, Collaboration beats competition every day of the week. And this collaborative model that we've created here, I am so excited about what's possible there.
Congratulations, Russell Center, the entire staff. Thank y'all for all that you do. Thank y'all for the belief that you have in me, the support that you give me.
The biggest thank you is going to be us being successful. I recognize that. So you don't have to worry about me. I'm getting on it. I'm getting to it.
just impact black entrepreneurs or the black community, it really impacts all businesses. So we're very strategic and intentional about how we interact and engage. We're going to skip ahead to a little bit of the other content around collaboration just for the sake of time. So one way that we actually work with these businesses, because I like to talk about the outcomes first and then tell you how we got there. Because again, the businesses that we work with in Atlanta where the typical business, let's say if we compare Caucasian or white-owned businesses to black-owned businesses, there's 11 times gap. One is larger than the other. But the businesses that we work with, the gap is only 2 times. So we're actually had some success in terms of closing that gap for the businesses that we work with to help them build this infrastructure, the systems, and the processes to help them grow. And the one way we do that is through our platform called Big Ideas. So Big Ideas, in short, is inspire, develop, execute, accelerate, and scale. So with this process, this is the process that we walk our entrepreneurs through. Now, I've been an entrepreneur, and I know many entrepreneurs in the room oftentimes don't like to go through a process. Can I get an amen? That's what I thought, right? We like to get to the end. We like the solution. We like just help us make the money. But for us, we realize if that educational or knowledge foundation is not there in place, sometimes quick money turns into money that actually goes away very quickly. If you make it quickly, go away if you don't know how to sustain it. So our goal is, how do we sustain businesses? How do we help them build for the long term? So this is our educational model and platform where we take them from concept to company. Actually, let's back up one step. We take them from curiosity to concept, concept to company, company to customers, customers to capacity and capital, and then helping them to scale. So we walk all of our businesses through that process so that they can build sustainability and scalability over the long term, because we don't want companies that again, build fast, but also fail fast. So we've seen a lot of success and growth in this process, but as I mentioned earlier, it takes a village to raise a business. So for us, we have a very robust village. But even before I talk about the village, I want to mention one thing that I mentioned earlier this week in some of my other sessions. In addition to the curriculum, we focus on something else that a lot of entrepreneur programs do not focus on. We call it the whole entrepreneur. And I said this in the other sessions that I taught this week. And I asked the question, and I'm going to ask the question to you all too. Are there any robots in the room? No. If you are, you're probably not going to raise your hand because you don't want anybody else to know. Right? And why do I ask that question? I ask that question is because the people who run businesses are human beings. They have souls, they have emotions, they have pains, they have hurts, they have struggles, right? They have challenges, right? They have opportunities. All those things are real for the entrepreneur. But you know who typically disregards that about the entrepreneur? The entrepreneur themselves. Most entrepreneurs go hard, and oftentimes they go hard for other people and aren't taking care of themselves, right? I believe your health is your greatest wealth, right? So that's what we operate, how we focus on at the Russell Center. We don't only want to help businesses focus on their financial health, but what about your personal health? What about your mental health? What about your emotional health? There's a statistic that says there's 83% of entrepreneurs have mental health challenges, compared to 48% of non-entrepreneurs, right? Entrepreneurship is hard, it's challenging, it's difficult, but who's helping the entrepreneur take care of themselves, right? Oftentimes it's hard to find that support. So that's one of the things that we believe that's helped us to be successful as growing entrepreneurs, is helping entrepreneurs think about things that are non-business related. Again, like your health. Like, we do cooking demonstrations to teach them how to cook healthy at home. We go take them on hikes, right? We have networking events that don't involve business, but let's just go have some fun and connect and build relationships. That's a critical and important component of you growing a sustainable business over the long term, because the truth is, oftentimes entrepreneurs suffer from what I like to call the starving baker syndrome. You're baking bread for everybody else, but the baker's not eating themselves, right? Or the cobbler has no shoes, making shoes for everyone else, not wearing shoes themselves, right? So you got to remember to take that's just a free nugget of information for today. I'm not going to charge you for that. Just take that with you. Just make sure you take care of yourself so you can be around for the long term to enjoy the prosperity of your business. So as we talk about this village, I'm going to jump ahead to our ecosystem partners. So this is why I said your banner looks very much so like the banner that we have. Let's say it's going to catch up in a second, right? So we've been very strategic in how we incorporate several different partners. Now in Atlanta, again, we're fortunate there are a lot of corporations, and a lot of large corporations that are in Atlanta. But for many businesses and even many nonprofits, so we are actually a nonprofit organization, oftentimes we look at that and say, wow, can they just write us a check to support our operations? Can they just give us some money right, to make an impact. We have taken that a little step further, said it's not just the money that we need, it's other strategic resources. So we've been very intentional about how we cultivate these relationships, but it's the additional things that I'm going to share with you about how we navigate these relationships in order to get the resources directed to the businesses. And again, as a nonprofit organization, yes, we need the money. Yes, we need resources to support and make sure we're sustainable over the long term. But I'm going to share just a few examples with how we work with these corporations very strategically and very intentionally, right, to grow and develop our entrepreneurs. So one category that we utilize them is in program faculty. So as I mentioned earlier with our Big Ideas program, we have educational opportunities, right, where we help entrepreneurs build really the foundational knowledge of what they need to grow their business. But if you saw some of the logos on the other side of that page, and so let's take just a couple examples. For example, who better to learn warehousing and logistics than from the global warehousing and logistics leader like UPS, right? Who better to learn finance than from an organization like MasterCard, right? So we've learned and walked to the table with some of these companies and saying, yes, we need the financial resources, but what other things can your company offer to support our entrepreneurs? We also, of course, the program sponsors, but we have some very specific and unique programs, and I'm gonna give you a couple of examples where we've targeted specific needs of our businesses, and how do we get, again, a program sponsored? Yes, maybe to support the overall organization, but also support some very specific programs, and I'm gonna give you a case study of a couple of those. Also, technical assistance. So we have the classroom sessions that we work with our students, but what we also have is one-on-one opportunities. So, for example, we have a law firm, a very prominent law firm in Atlanta called King & Spalding. Well, these are very effective lawyers in doing the work that they do. But any entrepreneur in the room ever had to pay a lawyer some money to get them out of trouble or just to deal with a situation, right? Are lawyers cheap here in Uganda? Okay, they're not cheap in Atlanta either, right? And no offense to the lawyers in the room, you all keep doing a great job, keep doing what you're doing. We need you, right? But because could be such a challenging expense for entrepreneurs, we worked at King & Spalding and determined if you all can give some pro bono legal support, which is free legal support to our entrepreneurs, that's an expense our entrepreneurs don't have to pay. So with King & Spalding, over the last 3 years, they've donated over 1,000 hours of pro bono consulting directly to our entrepreneurs. Right, so that's an incredible advantage and benefit for entrepreneurs who get some of the best lawyers in Atlanta working with them on their business. So that's just one example of an innovative collaborative partnership that we work with the businesses. Another is an accounting firm. Any accountants in the room? Few accountants in the room, okay, exactly. How many business owners in the room need an accountant? Hopefully all your hands should be up. If you don't have an accountant, you need an accountant, right? So again, accountants, right? That's just another business expense. So we have an accounting firm who offers free consultative services on the accounting side to our businesses. That's an expense the business doesn't have to pay, but they get this expert advice. And so when we think about, again, collaboration and innovation, sometimes we use the term get out of the box. Whatever term you want to use about innovation, it's relevant from that standpoint. Of course, some of our providers also provide business capital. So with that capital, of course, that could be in the form of grants. It could be sometimes in the form of education. But here's some of the best education that entrepreneurs can get is to know what the process looks like to go get capital. Sometimes we just jump into the process to go get capital, whether it be a loan, whether it be equity, whether it be a grant, and not having an education about the process that then limits our ability to actually succeed actually getting a loan. So we work with some of our capital providers in order to basically learn the process, build a relationship. So here's something else free I'll give you. Make a relationship with your banker before you need them, right? Because when you build that relationship, by this time it's time to then go apply for that loan. Now you're not just an application, right? You're actually a person with a business who has a story. They know your story. Now there's a lot better opportunity for them to be an advocate for you in that process. So when we look at our partners, we look at how we engage with them. Again, our goal is to say, how can we bring education? How can we bring expertise? How can we bring innovation? How can we bring strategy to our businesses through the partnerships that we engage with? And I'll talk about just a few specific examples that I've already given. So one, Another one is the Walt Disney Company. Anybody heard of Walt Disney? Anybody? Anybody been to Disneyland before? Disney World? Okay, a few people, yes. So our team in our organization is supported by the Disney Company as a donor. But we have a special program called the Supply Chain Accelerator. So the goal with that is to help our businesses get in position for contracts with corporations and government entities. And those are our more mature businesses, right? And there's a different level of expertise needed, different level of strategy needed. So Disney has come along and said, well, we're not only going to support you as an organization, we're going to support that specific program. So one opportunity we got to go do is actually take a group of 65 entrepreneurs from Atlanta down to Orlando, Florida, not to ride on rides, which would have been fun, but actually to get a behind-the-scenes tour of how Disney operates with excellence, how they treat their customers, right? How they engage, so that transferable knowledge can come to our entrepreneurs to really understand what it takes to thrive at that level. And we got some additional training from the same training that Disney gives its employees. Our entrepreneurs receive that same training from the Disney Leadership Institute. So we think of some really creative ways. And this year, in about 2 weeks, actually we're going back to Orlando. We're going to spend an additional day, and Disney increased this commitment. We're actually taking about 100 people down from Atlanta to Orlando to have that opportunity. Another one of our partnerships is with UPS. So UPS did something with us that they've never done in their entire over 100-year history. We have a warehouse space that's about 5,000 square feet. UPS basically partnered with us to build basically a mini logistics center. So our entrepreneurs get to understand fulfillment and warehousing at a small scale, also providing some education with that for, again, product-based companies to understand the warehousing and transportation industry, how to operate, how to function. There's also inside that space a UPS store, so just like basically a mail store. So our entrepreneurs get discounted services from UPS at a store that only they get to use. So this store is not even open to the general public. It's only available for our entrepreneurs. Again, something that UPS has never done in over their 100-year history. They partnered with us because they saw the value of doing that. And I'll give you one other example. With the Atlanta Hawks professional basketball team in Atlanta, partnered with us on an executive speaker series. So we had an opportunity to engage with their top level leaders on what it takes to run a sports and entertainment, behemoth, right? So we got to tour the stadium, but also we got to sit and listen to not only the top executives, but also other people who have their feet on the ground every day in marketing and finance and sales and customer service, because the whole goal, right, is to connect our entrepreneurs with experts in their industry. And that's one of the critical things that we do when we focus on collaboration. So oftentimes we don't come to the table with a proposal. We come to the table with another partner and say, what's going to be good for you, but also what can be good for us? What can we come together with that you get some ROI from it, we get some ROI from it, then we'll put that on paper. Now let's go have some fun and do it together. So I'm going to close with this, just with a couple of pointers as it relates to, as you're thinking about building collaboration, as you're thinking about even leveraging the network that you already have, how do you leverage it more effectively? How do you leverage it more impactfully for the people that you're serving, in particular entrepreneurs? So one is dream big and dream together. See, did it come up? Yeah, dream big and dream together. And again, oftentimes we limit ourselves only by what we can think about. We limit ourselves only by what we've seen done in the past. That's why when we come to the table, we don't even use a standard proposal. We don't even have a template. What we come to the table with is, again, how do we dream together? How do we make something that's impactful for both parties? Next is demonstrate impact. Now, that's one of the most critical things is sometimes before you get to the table, whatever you've been doing in the past, you need to capture that. How are you telling the story of how you've impacted businesses and organizations leading up to this point? Again, this could be as a nonprofit and as a small business, because any partnership that you get into, and that could be personal, business, corporate, right? It all comes down to what have you done in the past and what do you bring to the table? So how do you document and demonstrate your impact? Also thinking long term. If it's only a transactional relationship, typically those aren't going to go very far, and you're probably not going to be very creative. All of the relationships I talked about before, and most of those logos that you saw on that screen, we think long term, 3-5 years out, not just what can happen now. And sometimes some things don't work. So we'll go into a relationship, we tried something, it didn't work. Guess what? We're not gonna kick each other, to the curb. We're gonna keep working with each other to figure out what can be next. Collaboration against competition. If you saw the video earlier from our CEO, Jay Bailey, he talked about also Mr. Russell, right? Collaboration over competition, right? Sometimes we look in and see it seems like there's minimal opportunities in the marketplace. Sometimes you just got to create a bigger opportunity, right? From that standpoint. But if you're working together to do that, it allows you to be able to do that, which then leads really to the risk component, being able to embrace risk. Because again, this is risky business. Entrepreneurship is risky business. Relationships can be very risky. Collaboration can be very risky. So if both parties aren't willing to embrace that risk, which entrepreneurs have to do every single day, it can be very challenging. So if you're not willing to embrace that risk, it's going to be hard to enter into a relationship, a collaborative relationship, right, that both parties can benefit from. And then lastly, supporting each other's ROI, right, return on investment. Sometimes we only think about our own. What am I trying to get out of this relationship? If you want a true collaborative partnership, you need to be thinking about, how do I help you achieve your ROI? What can I do to help you grow? What can I do to help you benefit? What can I do, right, to help you expand? What can I do to help you increase your impact? Because when you come to the table in that way, it allows the other party to say, on the flip side, what they can do to help you. So when we talk about collaborative partnerships, collaborative innovation, right, you have to come at it with a completely different perspective than you would just in a normal business transaction. And I believe these are to me, I say, part of the DNA of the Russell Center, of how we operate, how we integrate into our communities, how we support entrepreneurs, as we think about how can we not only be collaborative, but innovative in our collaborative relationships. So again, it's been a pleasure for me to be with you today. It's been a pleasure to come all the way from the United States to just share some thoughts and share some insights. Hopefully many of these things you all are already doing, but if not, you can kind of add to your repertoire and your toolkit in terms of building collaborative relationships, building innovation, because ultimately, you all are trying to do the exact same thing we're trying to do, build black business, right? And not only because we want to know that those black businesses, right, have the opportunity not only to impact their own business, but their communities, their families, but ultimately their entire nation, and then ultimately the entire world. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Wow. Why don't we give Paul a bigger hand clap? Collaboration is what Paul was talking about. Powerful, powerful message. There were a couple of... Sorry. Yeah, this is better. Paul was using the weaker mic, it turns out. Let's give Paul a bigger hand clap. Paul, thank you for sharing with us. For those who are wondering, Atlanta is in the USA. That's where Paul is from. It is not in Uganda. Yeah, but Paul, that was a powerful message, especially the question of mental health. The numbers of entrepreneurs, I saw people looking at the people they are seated with, wondering how that average affects their tables, yeah? Because if you are 10 on a table and they say 6, they said 40%. 30%, 40%, yeah? So if you are 10 on a table, it means there are 4 people there. I will give you a moment to look for them. Just say, my brother, are you okay? Because you are seated with them. But dream big and dream together. I think that's a powerful message. I think that dreaming together is still a big problem. All of us are lost in doing our thing, our small thing. The fact that we can be able to do business together is a powerful, powerful message. Now, our next speaker is not new to you. How many people have just joined us? If you have just joined us, put up your hand. Yeah, clap for them, clap for them. Clap for the people who have just put up your hands, please. Give them a clap. Great. So we wanted to have an opportunity to take possibly 2 quick questions for Paul. I just put up your hand if you have a question for Paul. We'll take 2 questions. There is one here, a lady. Paul is still around. He will be with us. But we're going to take 2 quick questions. Yes, and Sam over here. So we'll take those two questions. Start there, yes.
Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nichunj Edida. I'm a student at Chambogo University doing Bachelor of Arts in Economics. I heard Paul talk about students, and I would like to know what are the opportunities for students, for Ugandans, more so in public universities. How can we engage and partner with you? Thank you so much.
Sam, where is Sam? Our Sam.
I'm going to help Paul out with this question, but first, maybe can I amend it a little bit and say, in Atlanta, when university students are interested in business, what sort of resources does Rice have with universities? And then I'm going to take the question for Ugandan students.
Perfect. Yes. So in Atlanta. Oh, second one.
Thank you, Paul, very much. Thank you indeed. I want to ask about collaboration. As a student at university, I attempted to start a students' cooperative to actually go into production together. So many years later, I still struggle with this question of working together. I know that individually, we are too small to make a difference, but organized together, we can overturn the market. I'm talking in the context of us mostly being smallholders, whichever way you look at it. So my question to you is, how easy does it come? I mean, you give it to us as a tip. My journey hasn't shown it to be that easy. How is it over there? Allow me to just say that all sorts of reasons come up. We come from a background where people have lost trust because of ABCD. We come from a background because originally we are not in business. We come from a background. But here we are today. How is it for you? It's very, very important for me.
So I'll answer the student question first. And then, we're fortunate to be where our building is located, right across the street from about 4 to 5 historically black colleges and universities called HBCUs. And so what we look at is basically say, what resources do we have that can support those students, but also what resources actually are on the campuses for those students that actually we can collaborate with. So again, that's another opportunity for collaboration, another opportunity for partnership to say, if there's something that the university can't support that student in, they can literally, in our case, almost walk across the street, and we have space, we have programs, we have ways to invite them to the process. But also, we look at it and see what are they already good at, because we don't want to duplicate anything that the university is already doing. So it's a lot of how do we match up our strengths together, but also where we look for those gaps from that standpoint. Because again, even with the universities, sorry about that. My alarm going off from earlier. Even with the universities, right, it's important for us to think through collaboration, how we can support students from that standpoint.
Let me add on to this. As you can see from Paul, in America, we like to start connecting students with business opportunities young. And so organizations like the Rice Center in Atlanta have relationships with universities. And I would love to encourage Enterprise Uganda, Innovation Village, and other organizations that support entrepreneurs here in Uganda to reach out and make those connections with universities, because you are the next generation of business leaders. And to start building those relationships early can only help you and your industries. Now, at the U.S. Embassy, we have some opportunities for university students as well. Some of them are online. And I mentioned the Young African Leaders Initiative, YALI. There's an online network called the YALI Network, which is free and open to anybody, including students. And there are a lot of courses for business leaders on that YALI network. So I would encourage you to register for the YALI network. Even this week, they're offering some special courses for Global Entrepreneurship Week, and anybody in this room could register. And don't be afraid of those online programs. It's amazing how much you can learn through free online resources. Take advantage of them. YALI is one of many. There are others out there. You can look up the Dream Builder course, which is the basis of what we do with the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs. It's free, open to the public. Take advantage of those. A lot of American universities have free online courses. MIT, Harvard, Stanford all offer free access to videotaped courses from some of the most elite professors at American universities. You can take those too. So seek out those opportunities. Find somewhere with free Wi-Fi and sit and watch a few courses. Anybody can do it, and I would pursue those opportunities independently. Also, we do have opportunities for in-person training at the Kampala American Center, where Paul will be speaking this week. And that is also a free resource where we often host courses. There's been STEM boot camps for women, entrepreneurship training courses, skills building like resume writing, CV writing, job interview skill training that you can join and apply for free. And then I do want to mention that if anybody is interested in study opportunities in the United States, there's a great resource called Education USA, which is, again, a free website, but we also have an advisor who sits at the American Center who can help advise on how you would apply to and seek funding to study in the United States. It is competitive, it is challenging, and it goes to some of the messages Paul was saying about demonstrating your impact. If you want to study in the United States, you need to demonstrate that you have been an excellent scholar, active in your school community, active outside your school community, and you can write. And so you'll see that for a lot of applications to anything with the United States is demonstrating your impact. So you need to constantly be thinking about how can you show that you are a leader in your field. So now, to the question of collaboration, I'm going to turn back to Paul.
Thank you. And as Amy was talking, I thought of actually one other thing right before I answered the collaboration question. So this actually, I'm going to challenge every entrepreneur in the room with this. Find a student that they can be an intern at your business, right? That's one of the best ways to give students an opportunity. So as they're learning in school, if they can become an intern at your business, now they're learning in school and they're learning in the real world. So that's another way to bridge that gap for students who are hungry, who are looking for opportunities, then to be able to plug into your business and bring maybe some fresh ideas and some insights right to your business. So that's a great opportunity, and that's real life education, right, in the process of you growing your business. And they can be an assistance to you, but it's also an assistance to them, right, as a student. And lastly, just to the point of collaboration, no, relationships are not easy, right? We still have trust issues in the United States in our own community, right? So it's still very challenging. What I would say, though, is you have to find, even if it's one person at a time, who you have shared values with, right? You have a shared purpose, right? You have a shared mission. And if that person, and you two can't get together and say we have shared values, shared purpose, shared mission, that's probably not someone you can partner with. It's probably not someone you would want to partner with. So I think that's really the foundation of building collaboration and relationship. What do we share together that we can collaborate on, partner on, that we believe in? Because again, as things get difficult and challenging, it's that foundation of your values, right? That's those shared values, that shared mission, right, that keep you together. Because some of those relationships on that screen that I showed took 1, 2, 3 years to actually get in place. Most of them were not overnight. And most of them actually took the process of the first idea wasn't the final idea, right? The first idea just got us to the table, but it took work and process and bringing different people in to actually finalize something where we actually can say, let's put a contract right in place, and this is what we're going to work on together. So it takes time, but also, again, make sure you have a shared value, shared purpose, and a shared mission, even if you have to start one person at a time and grow from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Paul Wilson from the U.S. Mission to Uganda. Can we clap for them? Thank you for your partnership, and thank you for sharing. I think when he talks about collaborations, we have shared values and beliefs. We come together to organize weddings, to do parties. We can use those opportunities to create great collaborations for business. So we are still very happy that you're joining us at the Global Entrepreneurship Week. Those who joined us later, you are very welcome. We are here until 4 p.m. In a while, we shall be having a panel discussion with Dr. Ngarirano of Sam's Food Industries, Anthony Natif, an investor and former owner of Garden Pharmacy, Sandra Lechio and Grace Quach will be our panelists on an entrepreneurship discussion that will be spearheaded by Mrs. Rosemary Mutiable. But right now, I'd like to take the pleasure and opportunity to invite our director for Enterprise Uganda, Mr. Ochichi Charles. Charles is going to speak about managing business pains in an ever-changing environment. So I kindly request, if you have any distractions, please put them away. If you have a notebook, get a fresh page. If you need to record, turn on your recorder, because when Mr. Ochichi speaks, the room doesn't stay the same. Can we please clap for him as he makes his way to speak to us?
Thank you so much for occupying every chair that was brought into this big room. Clap for yourselves. I've seen the overflow, even the upper part is having human beings. Thank you so much for coming. Friends, this is an event we are going to make it not to become a one happening in a year. We intend to make this to become minimum twice a year, but it could be more. Because we have just seen what you've done today. Today was a difficult morning, but you made sure that you were here on time. And I want to thank our friends from the U.S. Mission. And Paul, when you spoke, there was a statement that you made that caught my ears. He said, if America is to remain great, it must take the path of entrepreneurial spirit. Did you hear that? If it is to remain great, it is great now, not so. But if it's to remain great, it must take the path of entrepreneurial spirit. Thank you for that statement. Thank you for being part of our story here today. By the way, the president of Global Entrepreneurship Week is an American. He's from which state, Jonathan Otmans? Arkansas? Or he's based in New York. But the president of Global Entrepreneurship Week is an American, and is the one who made this story to go global the way it has done right now. So friends, I'm going to share with you a few thoughts. Which thoughts will matter to you as an individual, as a business operator, but also it will matter for us as a community of entrepreneurs. It's about managing business pains in an ever-changing environment. And there is a word there which is not a good word to hear, but the word is real. The word will never disappear. Whether you are number one, whether you're a beginner, whether you are the best example, pain. A lawyer there has spoken. What he has not told you is, in the course of his glorious journey, there came some very unfortunate unplanned incident. They were repairing a road around the fish pond, and somehow that machine went and knocked the fish pond. And he had one large one at that time, and all the fish left. After they had been fed, after they had grown a bit, the fish pond was knocked and the fish left. In the morning, he reaches the fish pond, it is dry. Where do you begin? He knocked doors upon doors. He went to all types of offices, including the World Bank funding the project, including LOC5, including Ochichi and Enterprise Uganda. The pain was unbearable. But whom did it have to take to change it? A lawyer. If he had to say, I leave it to God, today there would be no fish pond. Remember the pain? You were almost saying, and at that time, this current MP is called who? Mapendusi. Mapendusi was LOC5 in the area and was a strong man. He could not accelerate the compensation. The journey of an entrepreneur, you have no idea where the next stone is coming from. As you are serving the customers, as you are doing all you want to do, you have no idea where the next stone is coming from. But the point is, that stone will come. It will leave you alive, but not the same, you will be stronger. So I'm going to talk about the pains so that you, starting now as you live here, for the next 12 months, just know that you are walking a normal journey of pain, a journey of a transformer, and a journey for which you are the chief architect of that success. But as I share these pains and these stories, I'm going to concentrate on the stories that happened in the year 2023 amongst our entrepreneurial community. I'm going to illustrate the pain using some very specific subtitles. Then from those subtitles, you ask yourself, am I in that kind of a subtitle? If that kind of a subtitle can get pains, what about me? What about me? So I have a few stories here that I'm going to go through, and the purpose is to prepare you for a journey for which there is no video on what will be happening to you in 2 months' time, in a year's time, in 10 years' time, but things are going to unfold. But at the end of the day, you will stay the course and continue to generate transformation in our country. But later I will share with you what I call the only way you must continue in this path and never relent. And the story and a quick statement from Warren Buffett, again an American. There's a story that will represent what it takes to exist as a business operator anywhere in the globe. So that's where I will be closing my statement. So the review of 2023. And the overall statement is, there will be no business size, no business history that will leave you secure. You become the biggest in your district, doesn't secure you. You have had an outstanding appreciation from the customers, doesn't secure you. You are loved by everybody, doesn't secure you. That is the title that I have chosen as I do the review of the year. And the first statement that I'm putting in here for you to appreciate is, even pioneers are not guaranteed to create generational enterprises. You are a pioneer. You are the beginner. You are the pace setter. You are the first footprints. But there will be no guarantee that because you are the pioneer, you will, because of that history, continue to exist. And I have just 2 examples. Those 2 examples, I want to see the slides. I don't know why it cannot be put the other way around. Oh, that's the way I want it, like that. The way it is in my computer, the image is the other way around. The man you are seeing there, many of you are young, you may not appreciate him. That man should not have just been one of Uganda's greatest entrepreneurs or pioneers. He should have been Uganda's greatest entrepreneur, East Africa's best, probably one of the best in Africa. In the league of the Aliko of Nigeria. That is Okumu Ringa. That man at the age of his 30s, he was the franchise owner of Peugeots in this country. Today, the most dominant car is what? Which brand? Toyota. Those days it was Peugeot everywhere, Peugeot, 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 and that was the man doing the importation. And those days we were having only brand new cars. In his 30s, that man was doing that business. He supplied the police, he supplied the prison, he supplied the ordinary owners of cars. He made money. And as he was doing that, he went to his community in Nebi and put up one of the biggest buildings, which probably, if you put age to it, it is one of the oldest, biggest block built by a black Ugandan in Uganda. It is in Nebi. But should you go and look at that building today, it is in a sorry state. Windows are gone. Paint is gone. Doors are gone. Almost in a disused condition. The great entrepreneur also, along the way, became the darling of the banks. But a couple of years down the line, after he had made his mark, even within the city of Kampala, for those who know where Kaboja Junior School is, it is on two roads. There is Acacia Avenue, and on the lower side is Windsor Avenue. In between there is a building that's housing the school. That was the home of Okumuringa. That he begot long ago when the blacks were only being allocated houses by government. This man, by that time, was owning his own home. Today, that home is accommodating a big, prestigious primary school. I bring that story because many of us must be saying, are we the first to go through this game? What could have happened to the people who came before us? Where did we lose it? And that man, if you checked in the books of many banks, was a darling. He was a darling. But the painful thing that some of you may have seen those days when he was in his last part of the game, his property was put outside that Acacia Avenue building and was left in the rain for weeks because of the pain he went through to see his home being advertised because he could no longer rescue it. I'm bringing this to all of us here because I do not want to see a repetition of this so much. And I'm saying this because there are some of the things that could have happened, which as Enterprise Uganda, we teach people. Because we teach people that before you touch that loan, one of the C's that you always will make an error on is cash flow. Tell me, where is the money going to come for the loan you are going to pay? Cash flow is not something you pray for. You make it to happen. Cash flow again, and cash flow again. If you are not paying a loan, tell me, show me the cash flow you took to the bank. Let's start from there. What is the cash flow saying? You sign an agreement which is saying you are going to pay a loan on a quarterly basis. Where is the history confirming that? So friends, I want us to appreciate that in our history, we've had some illustrious Ugandans walk this path. We've never analyzed what made them to have a slippery journey. But that message exists. This man is Harvard educated. I need to add that one to you. Just in case you think, those days, this must have been some reckless Magendo people. They were not. There was no Magendo about that kind of a story. So I just wanted us to recognize that as we talk about this story, the story of Okumu is something in our books, but our management books do not capture them. If they were capturing them, you should be saying, am I walking the path that might be similar to a great man that lived in this country? And that man did a lot to transform his community. Gave them boreholes, educated so many other Ugandans. But his last years, he couldn't even be allowed to stay in his home in Kampala because that home was needed by a bank to recover the loan. And the bank had to do it because Bank of Uganda was saying, is this loan secured? If it's secured, have you sold the assets? If you have not sold the assets, please, those days it was Barclays Bank that had that loan. They would be telling Barclays Bank, please, can you quickly rethink whether you need to belong in the banking sector? Bank of Uganda is adamant. They will make sure that whichever loan agreement that has been signed by any borrower, it must be enforced. The first person to ensure that that thing works is you. So that's the story of a great Ugandan that I thought we need not to just gloss over, because at some point he became a minister. You might be saying, because he became a politician, that's why. This is real. There's another story that happened this year, and then finally this man actually died. Architect Kamia. Architect Kamia was probably one of the finest architects who have had. There's another one who also later died recently, but those two were the real great architects in this country. He built and owned a great office block, one of the most modern in the country. That's Simba Manyo. The rental income from there could have allowed him to buy a plot of land along Lumumba Avenue every year. Lumumba Avenue has got about 62 plots. By the time it is 20 years when he was owning that property, he would be owning half of Lumumba Avenue. But then the architect said, why don't I come up with another beautiful hotel facility on a hill of Kampala? And he put it in Mbuya. It was called Afrique Suites. Afrique Suites was secured by Simba Manyo as a loan. But as we speak now, the hotel never took off well. It struggled to get occupancy. And you yourself, as I speak these messages, you should be saying, whatever I borrowed money for, is it getting the kind of utilization level that it should be doing? Or is it going to be rescued by the collateral that have been given? These are the things we don't give in the management books. But we as Enterprise Uganda, each time we gather you, we want to tell you that you're on a path that has been walked by others. Please never gloss over issues. That architect was a great man. The first loan he got was from the UN agency that does housing. Then when that one couldn't work out, he got to commercial banks. But unfortunately, the hotel was not functioning. And today, he battled and battled. He went to appeal and appeal, appeal and appeal. But before he could get the final judgment, he died. The pain of walking every day, and you wake up and you are saying, this hotel, this building that I own, am I going to lose it? I had it before I got the hotel on a hill. So Ugandans, as you do all these kind of things, never miss an opportunity to read a story behind a story. And each time you get to interact with Enterprise Uganda, we want you to know that Kamia was an honest man. Kamia wanted to succeed. Kamia did all it took to build a good hotel on Mbuya Hill. Kamia did a beautiful construction of a beautiful office block called Simba Manyo. But after you have done all that, the business entity must work as one. To what extent is the new enterprise that you are borrowing for going to take off on its own and stop depending on the mother enterprise that generated the land on Mbuya Hill? I bring these messages to us because, again, these were pioneers. Kamia was a pioneer of a modern office block in this city. Modern office block. Many of us are having offices in Naguru, in Bugolobi, in Ntinda, which used to be residential units. Then you convert them into offices. Kamia goes to a place in the city center and cleans it up and puts up a decent office block. The first man to do it. And then today, the family is all the time saying, we had got it right for a while. Along the way, we lost it. Does Uganda sit up and listen and watch and ask questions? As I keep saying, he never was a deliberate defrauder of banks. He never. But the cash flow did not work out. You ask yourself, shouldn't he have started with a smaller number of rooms? Because it is resting on 2 acres of land. 2 acres of land. In between there, before the other part of the building was fully occupied, he added another one. He meant well. He meant well. So when you come to interact with us here as Enterprise Uganda, Our message is, Oloya is a great young man. Oloya, stand up again. Oloya, stand up again. That's a great story anywhere. In Atlanta, in Geneva, you take that story anywhere, they will clap for him. Let's clap for Oloya. $2 million turnover every 12 months in one business line. But he has got chicken, he has got trees, he has got soya. Soya, last time you had how many acres of soya? How many? 100 acres. There you are, soya alone. 100 acres of soya. Just imagine how big 10 acres is. But multiply that by 10. Multiply that by 10. Lawyer, sit down. We want that story never to be disrupted. That's why when we see him, it's like an egg. We want to preserve him. We want to preserve him. He is vulnerable because do you know that right now, if I'm a banker, I will disturb a lawyer until he borrows from me. And then the next banker will also be saying, oh lawyer, come and we have a lunch. We want to give you money. We will not ask a lawyer questions. We just say, oh lawyer, we love you. Take money. Take money. Before you know it, all lawyers taken money left and right, and the cash flow was not an issue. He simply said, the bankers are saying I'm good. The bankers are saying I'm good. Bankers have got targets. And you don't blame them. That is their business. It is you to do the evaluation, not the bank to do the evaluation for you. Is everybody listening? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's go to another statement. Remember, we're reviewing 2023. Whatever I'm saying here, it happened in the last 12 months. It's our country. The second statement is high entry barrier sectors. A sector which is so difficult to enter. Those high entry barrier sector leaders today are gasping for life. You manage to enter a very difficult sector, which would be very hard for any other person to come after you. But then suddenly, you became a leader, and now you are struggling to remain there. What happened? The sector is so difficult to break into. You broke into that sector. After you broke into that sector, you became number one. Then after you become number one, you are dying. You are dying. You are dying. But the sector is blossoming. The sector is blossoming. And who are the stories I'm talking about here? I'm talking about Rocco Construction. Give me the picture there. Give me the picture for Rocco. Twist it. That is a front page article of our local newspaper saying shillings 200 billion Rocco deal opens old wounds. What was that story talking about? It was talking about a number one sector company, not just in Uganda, not just in East Africa, but in the Horn of Africa, struggling to be rescued with 200 billion shillings. And no bank wanted to touch them. But let me tell you about Rocco. Did you know that the new building of Bank of Uganda was built by Rocco? Do you know that there are many other roads built by Rocco? Do you know that there are many signature projects that have been built by Rocco? Not just in Uganda, in Sudan, in Kenya, in Tanzania, and they are dominant in Rwanda. Today, the giant is saying, I'm struggling. I'm struggling. But friends, those of you who are not following some of these things closely, there's something that came out in the course of analysis when they took the account to Parliament to try and see what do we do to rescue this account. Did you know that this is the name that is structured the value chain of real estate? In other words, people now who crush the stones, they want to be suppliers of Rocco. People who mine the sand, they want to be supplier of Rocco. People who get the other aluminum materials, they also want to be. So they organize the value chain of construction. The anchor player in the sector finally begins to stagger. And you ask yourself, what happened? And I'm bringing this because I want to be reminding you all the time that where you are seated, did you know that because you are surrounded by very many poor relatives, they are praising you? They are telling you, well done, you are the best that has happened to us. They are praising you. Poor man, poor lady. There you are struggling with mental issues. You see what Paul has just said, mental issues, real ones. But we are praising you. So we bring these stories to just sober you up a bit and make you to calm down and begin to know that, thank you for the praise, but I have a battle ahead of me. I have a battle ahead of me. The story that came in this particular story or example is the founders gave way to the next generation. Just imagine a hotel called Sheraton, run by some mature people, and competing with other hotels like Golden Tulip, Serena, who are also mature people. Then Sheraton hands over the big name, the children. The hotel is big, the league where it is playing is big, but you have handed over to the children. And the muscles of the kids are weak. The other people will say, let's go for the battle now. Finally, the fellows who used to steer this boat have given way. The next generation has come. So I'm painting a picture here for all of us, that as you look at the story of Rocco, read the story behind the story and sober up. You are about to hand over the batons to the next generation. To what extent have you been putting these fellows to carry the yoke? And you're going to leave on holiday. Noma Feeds, Robert Masiko is not around. Did what we told him to do. Robert Masiko is the owner of Noma. So we told him that your children are now of age. They are marrying, they are wedding. I attended the wedding of a son just the other, last when was that? Was it in August or July? July, we in Bushen to attend the wedding of a son of Numa. We had told Robert that please go on a holiday where nobody reaches you for 30 days. Let those fellows run the huge thing that supplies capital shoppers, that exports to Canada, that exports to UK, and listen to what's going to happen to them. When you are still what? Alive. When you are still alive, let the fellows make the errors. One day, one time, you will fall sick and you start seeing these errors and your body is telling you, please give up. Don't think about that thing. Please give up. The body is speaking. Please, it's time for you to come home. Please. It is a very painful last journey that you don't want to go through. So anyway, the story of Rocco is a story that has been taken to Parliament for rescue. But I don't want to lose the import of that story. The story is, there are many of us who are just glossing in and saying, me, I'll see what happens later. God will see what will be done. So, in a similar situation is another story of Pearl of Africa. I don't want to speak so much about it, but this individual, many of us do not know that he had dominated the grain business for a long time. This individual had also been a major investor in Dubai. Then in 2007, what did we say? We said, please, entrepreneurs who are going to host Chogam, whoever's got resources, build a hotel because we want hotels. This man said, I have the money, give me land. And the most premium land in the city was indeed allocated. That's Nakasoro Hill. But he had to do the location, to locate the source of money. He had to look for the source of money. The money needed would not be given by any single bank. But he said, let me do the looking for the money. That was 2007. By the time we were hitting 2017, 10 years later, there was still no customer in the hotel. The loan was blowing up. Will you sleep? The building is going up, but it's not about the building, it's not about the walls, it's not about the glass. You see how it is? It's about the customer. Where are the customers? You are branching from grain trade to now a highly sophisticated hotel industry. To what extent have you humbled yourself to make sure that professionals will guide you to enter that sector? Even just 10 rooms, this one is 275 rooms. Even 10 rooms of a hotel, ask the owners of a hotel here, and you will see what it means to run a hotel. Not easy at all. And I bring this to all of us here because, as I keep saying, Uganda is a young economy. Opportunities are everywhere. We will keep inviting you. Please come and start a hotel. Please come and start a school. Please come and start. Then you just, I am the needed one. I'm the loved one. My God, the pain that is going to come. The pain that is going to come. I want to control you. If you talk to a lawyer today, a lawyer will tell you, in his portfolio, not a single debt finance has yet come. And we keep warning him, we will disrupt you with loan offers. We will do everything to get you to take the loans. And by the way, I'm not against loans. My background is banking. So I'm not against loans. I'm only saying, as a banker, I sell loans. It's you to know whether you want it or not. My work is to sell shoes. If I'm selling shoes, I'm going to sell a shoe. It's you to say, oh, Chichi, not today. It's a good shoe, but not today. Not today. But there's no way you will stop a banker from coming to you and selling you something you have not asked for. And did you know that just associating with a banker, having a lunch with a banker is a great thing in a community? To even know that a banker knows your number, you feel good. You feel good. But answer the right question. Have you looked at the assumptions behind that thing? When we talk about the cash flow, the most important thing that makes a cash flow valid is the assumptions behind the figures you are talking about. If you can give me the figures and give me the assumptions and they are robust, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. So anyway, Pearl of Africa is a painful story. It has been advertised. The due date, I think, is 30th of November for the bids to be received. Can you imagine being in that state for 16 years? Just building that hotel alone. You might be saying, oh, he got money. Ask him how much sleep he got. Ask him. Ask him how much sleep he got when he was supervising the delivery of cement, the iron bars, the glass, the chairs, the tiles. Never underestimate what it means to put that block on the market. It is pain. Pain. Ask a lawyer when the fish went away. The fish went away and the people were watching. Hey, he was always thinking that was the rich one. Let's see how far he will be able to start again. The rest of the people are saying, let's watch him. Let's watch him. When you look at that building, ask the man, ask yourself, what did it take to put up even one floor? Even one floor. Even if the loan was to be just a donation, just to finish one floor, it's a tough calling. Let me take you to another statement. The statement is saying, top-notch technology is no insulation, no insurance from the pains. Because you might be saying, I'm going to have the best technology that I can ever have. It is not going to guarantee your safety or your good sleep. And I have a story of a great brand that today is making the owners to really, really have a tough time. Let me first tell you what Beansika is. Beansika is the story of chicken. If you are into chicken, you must associate with the Beansika. Because that's where the meat will come from, the chicks are going to come from, the eggs are going to come from, the feeds are going to come from. As they were moving on with this great story, it became a little bit complicated and big. They got friends from South Africa. That partnership didn't quite go as they would have wanted. So they decided to keep away from the mainstream partnership. That's why today we have got Beansika International still running. But Beansika, the originator of the whole story. is under receivership. It is on sale. But may I tell you this? That is the name that provided the value chain of value addition to feeds, value addition to anything that you want to do with eggs. Things to do with the chicks, they are the ones who did that story. And do you know what it means to bring machinery and make a machinery to hatch the eggs? And the machinery they have today hatches eggs that give 460,000 chicks per week. Did you hear the figure right? It's 500,000 chicks per week. Now it's almost quiet. Quiet. Technology is there. The silos are there. The workers who knew what to do have since moved on. What a story, what a pain. And I bring this because I know where you are going, and because you are an isolated case of a great story, we are going to spoil you with opportunities to invest in. Become Kakana. Bedimot. If you are from Luo language, Bedimot. If you are from Teso, Inapakin. Inapakin. Bedimot. Kakana. Muikikane. Those are the words. Those are the words, friends. So, when you see these stories happening, and when you see Enterprise Uganda being concerned that no matter how big you are, we want you. Don't keep away. Don't go too far. Remain close. Remain close. Remain close. That's the story. That's the story. Has it come through? That's the story there. 21 billion. The tough case. He's now saying it's no longer the customers. It is now somebody to just bail me out. I don't need to sell anything to get out of this. And then finally, I want to close with this one. A very fine story of a great person who made what I feel was one of the biggest investments in the country. A fine journey of a founder is no surety for succession planning. You have been great as an entrepreneur. You have come for these sessions. You have attended Enterprise Uganda sessions. It is no surety that succession is going to take place. You've got to plan for it deliberately. And the man owning the BMK group, he did all he could, including writing a book, to give all of us hope, to give us a chance to see what he did. Coming as a little boy from Masaka, dealing in coffee, later beginning to trade in things and traveling to Japan as a little boy on his own, with basic education. He says, give me land, I start. You are seeing this big thing here. He thought it was done. It was not built overnight. They built it in bits. In bits, you may be saying, oh, this fellow must have been very lucky. In bits. He built it in bits. Today, if you see the kind of people that are in here, if you do not have the kids to wear a similar mindset, and say, how do we take off from here? You go and check each of the toilets here. Each toilet has got a paper saying, today is Wednesday, the 15th of November. Every 1 hour, have you checked the toilet? Have you checked the toilet? Have you checked the toilet? If it has been like that for a long time because of the founder, how about the next generation? This is one man who demonstrated that a local person can go into a solid, tough sector and win. This is the biggest conference facility in the country. But do you know what happened? Before 12 months are over, we saw that big advert. Have you shown the advert there? Front page of the New Vision. Before 12 months are over, after great Ugandan has departed, they are telling you, members of the family came and have borrowed, they are not paying. We want the property sold. And when I bring these friends, I want you to just be reflecting on yourself. Please, just reflect on yourself and just say, am I doing something about this kind of occurrences? Or am I just saying, that fellow must have been, no. This running Africana, even if we donated to you now, if we donated you Africana now, and checked after 6 months, you'll have one light here, one there, one there, one there. The rest you'll be saying it is too much power. You will not light all these things you are seeing here. It will not happen. The water, it will be disconnected. But the hotel was a donation. A donation, but a resource or infrastructure is not a business. A solution delivery is the business, not just the infrastructure. So I want you to be saying, when I look at a story like this man truly walked a journey of somebody for all of us to stand up and salute. That advert does not dilute his story in any way at all. But for those who love jealousy and Nugu and Itima and Nyeko, they will say, now you can see they are also suffering. The point is this: learn from these stories and just know there is something in there which needed to have been fixed. Is it the governance issues? Is it the way you are going to manage the HR? Is it the way the systems are becoming part of the journey going forward? All those things should be the things we should be asking ourselves, rather than saying, there must be, then you go for the easy route, or they must have stolen money to build that conference hall. Go and check the gardens. The gardens are mowed, they are clean, they cut the grass. Go and check all the rooms, the water flows. Take over those rooms and you'll see what will happen. So I brought this all together because I want now to come to a close. And my closing statement is this. Remember, there are two drivers of wealth. Those two, don't forget them today, tomorrow, until your God comes for you. If those two drivers of wealth are not appreciated by you today, tomorrow, whatever time, you're in trouble. Your children, whoever, must appreciate those two drivers of wealth. What are those two drivers of wealth? Sell a solution that meets client needs. That solution that you must meet is a bare minimum you must do. In other words, what does my client want? I must give it plus. And how do you know that the customer has become happy? He comes back. Are clients of Rocco coming back? They are not. Are clients of Africa Hotel coming back? They are not. Are clients of some of the people who are not, they are not. If you just see that first basic thing as it refused to happen, don't pray about it. Work on it. Work on it, work on it, and please tuck the tail between your legs and forget the long history. Clients are not coming back. Work on it. Number two, if you are going to continue with that wealth, be ready to compete, because there is no space you are occupying and there are no people willing to take over. And all your workers can be taken away. Just every employee you see and see as good workers can be taken tomorrow, all of them. Even the land that you are renting, the house you are renting to do your hardware, tomorrow you can be removed by the landlord and say, I refund you your money. Please, I'm giving somebody else this place. Be ready to compete. Those are the two things you must keep in your radar system. If I were you, I will put them somewhere where I sit all the time and just say, oh, Chichi, please remember this two every day you wake up. Margaret, remember the things that you wake up. Or lawyer, remember the things that you wake up. Is my customer coming back? Is the competition taking away my clients? And if they are taking, what is causing them to take my clients? Please, and I want to say, Americans, for us in Uganda, we are very religious. When we face problems, we give it to God. We leave it to God now. Me, I leave it to God. They have taken my customers. You know, my work has gone. Even Jane has left. Me, I leave it all to God. Ask yourself, why did Jane leave? You had a great man in charge of conferences in Africana. If he has left, why? Why? Anyway, as I close, let me go to my Warren Buffett's message. This is what he says. And I call it a timeless advice. timeless. Warren Buffett says, the moment you are in a crisis, and by the way, crises never end. You finish one, another one is on the way, and they don't announce themselves, they just arrive. The moment you are in a crisis, by far the best investment you can make is in yourself. Don't even say, I think government has seen this, and I think let's wait for government. Did you know recently, I forgot to bring that newspaper, which is put straight on front page of the New Vision. It says, government abandons entrepreneurs of Southern Sudan deals. If you had been banking on the government to rescue you, government had said, now we have no money, we never sent you to Southern Sudan. It has ended. The crisis came. You thought you could hand it to somebody. Invest in yourself. The crisis has arrived. What is it I can work with today? And he goes ahead. Because you might be saying, oh, at least we have no crisis. He says, when all is flowing smoothly, that's the time for temptations, for loans, for diversification, for this, for the other. What does Warren Buffett say? Invest in systems. That will tell you, before you open a second branch, this is what we must do. If we open a second branch, this is the window for it to depend on the old business, beyond which it must be wind out. Warren Buffett, in that one statement, speaks something that is immortal in terms of advice. In a crisis, point at yourself to fix the situation. When things are glorious and people are all clapping, please, the emotions take over. The brain is no longer sober. Go back to systems. Before you can donate, according to our financial manual, how much is the budget for donations? Oh, it is 2 million. How much have we already donated? What does the bishop want? He wants a budget of 40 million. But in our budget here, we had 2 million. We have already spent 1 million. We have only 1 million. Let's give the bishop 1 million. And give it without blinking an eye. It is in the systems. You go beyond that because you're excited. Woo-hoo! As you finish that donation, it goes the other way around and say, that young man is the best in the community. He has just given us 5 million. The school also comes. Please, sir, our children have got no desks. Sir, we need a motorcycle for the headmaster. You have just given 2 million the other side. These people want only 3. It looks small. Give it a 3. As that one goes away with the motorcycle, it goes again round. And another one will say, please, sir, you know, the house of the reverend is in a bad state. We need some iron sheets. We only need you to give us 2 million. You have suddenly become a business of donations. Why? There are no systems to control you. When things are smooth, brother, sister, humble yourself. Get the systems to tame you. Get the systems to tame you. Now, when I talk about systems, I want to program them in 5 batches. There are systems on marketing and customer care. We will have detailed discussion on this later. But there are systems for that. There are systems for operations. How you purchase, how you utilize various items. We will give you more details on those ones. There are systems for human resources. Do not get excited and just say, anywhere you go, and somebody says, we have got a daughter here. She has just finished a degree. You give her anything to do. The next day you are giving somebody a job. Did the business need the customer, that person? The business didn't need it. It is you who needs this person. Take her wherever you want to take. The business doesn't need the person. Systems will tell you that there is a vacancy here. And for this vacancy, this is the requirement of this person. And if there is no vacancy, don't fear the word no. One of the things I want you to go away with today, never be a nice person who loves the word yes. You want to please everybody. You want to be the one who has come to rescue the nation, the country, the clan. That word, yes, yes. And then they call you nice, nice, nice. Can you also become a bit bitter once in a while? So systems will take care of human resources as well. Systems will also address the aspect that I want to close with. It is here. All these are systems that, and what they do, I've just put them there. I'm running through them quickly. The last one that I just wanted to, look at the systems that govern business finance. Where are your sources of capital? Are they diversified? Are they improving? On loans, what are the terms and conditions of the numerous loans that you are borrowing? What are they? Are they getting better or they are getting worse? On loans, what's the purpose of the loan? Is the loan fitting the purpose? The other category where systems must come on is records on leadership and governance. Do you have a mission? Do you have a vision? Do you have values? Do you have a business plan? Do you have annual work plans and a budget? Do you have organization or the organogram? Do you have an auditor, even if it's some diploma holder who comes and checks on the books and tells you what has happened? Do you know how to delegate, or are you just saying delegating, just announcing something and then somebody is supposed to do it? Delegation is a tough skill, and for which we will be giving you some bit of education. How about succession planning? These are some of the things that were behind the stories that we're talking about. Friends, I must close here. I want to say, as an organization, and as a leader of this organization, and with my colleagues at Enterprise Uganda, and those who are here, can you just stand up briefly? Enterprise Uganda team, they are not all here, but at least a few are here. Those individuals, Enterprise Uganda, and then our advisors, the people who work with Enterprise Uganda, if you are all here, please get up and just stand up for recognition. Those individuals, please remain standing briefly. Those individuals have run one of the finest organizations in Africa. Run it with distinction. Run it with competence. But as they stand there, they have a job to make what we have been doing for the last 22 years to become much bigger. Take your seats. We are now designated Uganda's National Center of Excellence for Enterprise Development. And all the sicknesses I've been talking about in the stories of 2023, they are part of our solution bouquet. We have the solutions. We have the solutions. When we call you, please never, ever imagine you are above these solutions. BMK was a respected man. Kamia was a respected man. And so are many people like the Sembuyas of Sembule, respected individuals. But in their own way, they did what they could, and then there was a slippage. You need a business clinic center. And that's why, do we have the building of Enterprise Uganda there? Do we have a picture? We didn't, oh my God. Friends, we are going to be shifting to our own home in 2024, and the facility will be as big or slightly bigger than where you are seated. It will be ready in June next year, but by December, the entire facility will be ready. Not only will we have this kind of a sitting, there will be other places for other people. A big place like this, another one of 500, another two of 200, another of 100, another of 50-50, another of 20-20, and others of 10-10. And then others where we bring you and your partner and we sit with tears flowing that you made a mistake, you borrowed. We are two in the clinic, in the room, let the tears flow. When we get out, we wipe out and go home. That facility will be ready in 2024. It is your facility. Please, when we call on you, come and let us make domestic direct investors concept to work in Uganda. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. All the best for next year. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chichi. Mr. Chichi is going to address our questions. In the afternoon, we have a Q&A with him directly, where we will go through all the questions. I know there are more questions. Possibly you raised more questions. So he will be with us in the afternoon on a panel to just address our questions. Let's give Mr. Chichi a big hand clap. Wow, it's such an honor that we are where we are. Ask your friend, what pain are you going through? What pain are you going through? Have they told you? How many of your neighbor hasn't talked to you? He just looked away, says, Ndeka, ndeka, ndeka. Super, super, super. So, we are running quite late on our program, but we are going to have a panel of entrepreneurs here. After that panel, we'll be able to go for our lunch. I will invite Madame Rosemary Mutyabule to come and share with us who the panelists are. I think they will come with our entire team. I'll give them a moment. Allow me to share with you some of our other partners who are in the room. We have Tubayo. Yes. Tubayo. Where is Tubayo? Tubayo. They're right at the back. We have Wezi. Wezi, where is Wezi? Aha, super. Those are our partners. OTB. OTB, where is OTB? Aha, they are right there at the back. Safe Bagla. URA is in the room. URA has a clinic here because sometimes they are hard to reach. So they have a clinic here. You can be able to reach them. But I'm going to ask that as we settle in, as our panelists settle in, let's stand up. Just stand up. Stand up. Now, we did this exercise earlier in the morning. We did this exercise earlier in the morning, but to just kind of flex a bit, I'm going to allow you to meet just 3 people and tell them what you are going to take away so far. Just 3 people. Meet them, shake their hand, tell them this is what I'm taking away. Not the people on your desk. Walk around and just meet someone and tell them what you are taking away. Meet someone, talk to someone. Don't fall into that temptation of just thinking about your pains alone. All right. If no one has come to talk to you, put up your hand. I'll come myself. Anyone who feels no one has talked to you. In this big hall of over 1,000 people, no one has come through to say hello. If you see the hand up, please walk to that person. All right, great. Let's take our seats and move on. Let's take our seats. Great. Let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. We want to thank our partners. Startup Uganda is here with us. Thank you for joining us. They have done a lot of work in pushing the Global Entrepreneurship Week. And I'll keep announcing the partners as the day comes along. We have a team from Basita. Where is the team from Basita? Basita is Mbarara City Traders. Stand up and we wave at us, Basita team. Give the Basita team a hand clap. They were here before the rain, yet some Kampala dwellers were not here, yeah? That's the team from Barara, led by Mr. Sezi. Mr. Sezi, thank you so much for being here. There are a couple of flyers on your tables. They have a QR code. There is a small survey we want you to fill in. Please scan that QR code as the sessions go on and fill the survey. It will take you less than 2 minutes. So the QR codes are on your tables. You will be able to find them. Great. Now with us, we want to turn this conversation from Mr. Ochichi has set the pace for us. And now we have Mrs. Rosemary Mutiabule, who is the Director of Business Advisory at Enterprise Uganda. And Rosemary is going to lead and moderate the panel. She'll introduce the panel in a moment. But what we hope can happen is that the people who you see on stage, you may be able to learn something. They may challenge you. They might even tell you what you are doing is actually quite okay. The progress is there. They are entrepreneurs at different levels, but all of them have a story to tell. I'll remind you that at the Global Entrepreneurship Week, the people who participate in this week are from all walks of life. Some people started business last month. Some people have been in business for 20 years. You are seated on the same table. But we are here to warm each other up, to encourage each other, to be able to grow. So allow me at this moment to welcome Rosemary to take us through the panel.
Thank you very much, Ronald. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request those at the back to sit? I think the networking seems to be going on. And so, yes, here we are under the theme of this year's conference, Thriving Together. And so we bring to you a panel of entrepreneurs who are like you. Now, many of all of them here are about 10 years old in business. But today, remember, this is our 14th celebration. And so when we started, a couple of them here walked in without any business, just like many of you here today. And so they came in, they sat, they listened, they probably picked a lesson, they were inspired, they networked, and they started. And they continued attending, and today, 10 years later, they are very far, but are willing to come back and share and inspire and to encourage each one of us. So I want us to listen in. And so it's my pleasure to introduce the panel. I've been introduced. I'm Rosemary Mutiabule. I'm a common face here with Enterprise Uganda from inception, and I lead the Business Advisory Services Department. And so I will introduce our panel. We don't have much time. Our time has been shrunk, and so we won't do much. But remember, we're here to network. Once you've listened to them, take the confidence and move to them and ask and have your personal session with them. And so I will start with the extreme left. We have Dr. Dennis Ngabirano. He was here last November with us. How many of us remember him? Dr. Dennis Ngabirano is the founder and managing director of Sam's Food Industries. We have seen the snacks that he makes in the supermarkets, right? Sam's, the brand is Sam's, S-U-M-Z.
So he has 21 products, a range of 21 snacks that are in all our supermarkets. He sells locally and internationally. Dr. Ngabirano is a teacher by profession, and he holds a doctorate in business administration, which he has progressively, he's gotten there progressively. But he began as a teacher in 2010. He sat in here, and he came in one of those sessions, sat in here and thought, what is this? What can I start as a teacher? And so he began with $11. Began by making snacks, roasting granuts, gonja, etc. And today, his business is worth $8 million. You heard me right, $8 million. He has won several local and international awards, the most recent being he won the 2023 Platinum Award by East African Brand Quality Awards for having an excellent product that is not only in this market, but is within the East African and also internationally. And that is Mr. Ngabirano, Dr. Ngabirano, willing to share his story. Let's clap for him. Next to him, we have a young, energetic, vibrant lady, and that is Sandra Letio. Sandra comes all the way from Arua, and I remember her very well. Among the first sessions we had, Sandra was a young girl who hadn't started much, but very energetic, was such a networker. So she would sit in there, talk to people, and before you know it, so in 2012, Sandra founded, and she's the managing director of Pelere Group. You see that green logo there? That is her logo, Pelere. It is now a group of companies. So Sandra she manufactures personal care products out of shea butter. She has a range of products that she manufactures, and she sells not just locally but internationally. Sandra started with 30,000 Ugandan shillings. 30,000 Ugandan shillings, and she went back home, looked for a product, a raw material available, shea butter, in her home, and that's how she began. And today, she has attracted investors into her company, and they have invested $1 million in her business. She has grown. She's operating here, and also she has her establishment in Western, in Arua. She's also a graduate. She holds a first-class degree in business administration. And so she is an award-winning entrepreneur, but is willing to share today. Let's put our hands together for Sandra. Next to Sandra, we have Grace Quach. Some of us sitting here are in employment, and you're saying, where do I start? Grace was a banker, a professional banker. She sat in here and thought, after hearing stories and testimony, she thought, I need to start my own thing. And so in 2011, she took the bold step and went and founded Polar Mixed Farm, where it's an agribusiness company where she deals in food products. So she's into food processing and also farming. She began with 4 acres, family land, 4 acres. Today, she has 150 acres on which she has planted fruits, she has beehives, she has goats, and she has coffee. She has gone ahead to set up a training center to build capacity of her communities, because remember, I like what Paul said when he started. He said, it takes a community to raise a business. And so let's put our hands together for Grace Quach. Last but not least is an amazing young man called Anthony Natif. Anthony hails from Mukono here. He grew up with his grandmother. There were about 20 children, but he was a brilliant young man. And so Anthony is the founder of Guardian Health chain of pharmacies. You've seen Guardian pharmacies across this city and across the country. He started this in November 2012. I'm saying all these were young people who started with nothing. So he's a pharmacist by training and has a doctorate in pharmacy, specializing in oncology, cancer-related pharmacy. But a few years ago in 2012, he decided to start his own business. And so he had saved some money because he had been working in Mulago Hospital. And so he began his business with $180 million Ugandan shillings. And many years later, how many years? 5 months ago, Anthony sold his company. And many of us will say, you sell your company, something you started, your thing, your baby. He sold his business, and that business is valued today at 12 million United States dollars. He has now started another one, and he will share his story, time allowing. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the entrepreneurs that we have who have offered to share their stories. Time won't allow us to go into so much, but I want you to listen in, pick some lessons, but most importantly, use this opportunity to reach out to them and get inspired. And if there's any pain that you've been dealing with and you think they have shared, please be able to connect with them and get your problem solved. So I'll start with the ladies. I'll start with Sandra. Sandra, as a young entrepreneur with a big dream, what is the toughest part or experience you had in starting out your business in the cosmetic space? So just quickly tell us and give us some statistics.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for hosting me. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very excited to be with you here today and this whole week. I think as a young entrepreneur, when I started, first of all, here I was, learned, and the first pain I think for me was, I first was discrimination, where it was unheard of someone who has gone to school to start business. So for me, in my culture, I was breaking barriers. I was breaking foundations that were not heard of. So accepting the journey of entrepreneurship was very hard for everyone around me because they looked at it as a gambling thing. They looked at it as something you're playing with. So that was very, very a hard moment for me, but thank God for classes like Enterprise Uganda, where we had trainings like best trainings, where they motivate you and they tell you some of the things ahead of time. So for me, that was one, accepting the journey and starting off. And then the other was the space I entered in. Yes, I'm a scientist, but there are things that you may not know a little bit much more. So cosmetics takes bigger, let me say, concepts. So for me, getting like, for example, when I started the first line of product, that was the personal care or the detergents. And then moving to my second line that I was inspired by my grandmother, it was, I had to discover, I had to research a lot. And some of the research at that time was not available. So you had to pay a cost for it. So that was some of the toughest moments for me. Like, for example, in 2014, when I was inspired to start the shea fruit journey from my grandmother, who had a flawless skin and a beautiful skin at that time, hair. And when I started that natural skincare line of products, getting the concept, making it move from where it was, then working with the smallholder farmers, I had to get that right also. And at first, I think my one leg was back to employment because I was just doing this to pass time, just catch up, you know. But when a farmer, a smallholder farmer walked to me with tears and with my team, and she told me how this was impacting her, from sourcing from her, how it was helping her feed her household, look at education, my mind ran too fast of how many people like this can I be able to help? And since I was a little bit educated, all of the things I was taught was to add value everywhere I am. So it's how I picked up the concept and now started thinking big, started thinking about certification, started looking out for certification for shea butter, for how I could be able to get some of these standards, some of the researches. And thank God also at that time, I was already at Uganda Industrial Research Institute. So I was using their labs to innovate. I was looking at different prototypes. So it was easier for me to understand some of these concepts and put together the idea that we have today. Yeah.
Am I on? Yes, so Sandra, I think I like what she says, breaking cultural barriers. So all of us, there are certain limitations, but like Ms. Ochichi says, the pain is there, but you must overcome it. So thank you for that. And then using the community, because you use the community. Remember, it takes a community to raise an entrepreneur. So in your community, What can you do with the community that can help you push you forward? Thank you, Sandra. So let's hear from Dr. Dennis Ngabirano. Dennis, we know that today, everywhere you go, it is Sam's products, right? Right, ladies and gentlemen? Our children in school, I first heard about that brand from my children. And so they said, Mommy, when you're coming to school, bring us, because we used to take other brands of Gonja. It says specifically bring Sam's. And so suddenly then I get to now know it is actually our client who has made the product. And so tell us, there's so much competition because there are really low entry barriers into production of snacks. How have you maintained your market share? How have you kept in the game and making sure you're continually growing, and today you have a range of 21 products?
Thank you, Rosemary. Good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I request that I break the norms and stand up.
Sure.
Is it acceptable?
Yes.
Thank you.
Free.
You know, teachers, I will begin with Mr. Ochichi. My heart is bleeding, and I have a pain. And that pain is a simple one by hearsay. I usually, whenever I'm invited to speak, I go with a crisps. But Hotel Africana does not allow us to bring in the snacks. And when I look at this huge audience, I feel cheated that people are not munching on the crisps. So the next time I'm invited, make sure you negotiate for that opportunity. Save for that, I won't come back. But the good news is that we are soon having the home, and the goodies will always be in the house. I'm hopeful. Straight to the point, there is stiff competition in the business. Any business that has simple entry barriers, at the same time the exit barriers are what? Are simple. A business that is hard to start, even closing is hard to close. But now, when we hear of stiff competition, we must do one thing. We must be agile as entrepreneurs. Agility, flexibility, and creativity. Those three must be put into consideration. Agility is the ability to move quickly and take those decisions that can enable you to solve issues that may be standing your way of progress. If I may ask, by show of hands, what is success? Who can answer that one very fast? What is success? The microphone is not. What is success? Yes. A quick one, faster. I have a few minutes. What is success? Success is achieving the desired goals. Okay. In my own understanding, success is the intersection between opportunity and decision making. So as an entrepreneur, you must be agile to take those quick decisions, or else the stiff competition can swallow you while you are in business. Now, what have we done to remain in business? We have focused on quality as a core value. We are focused on quality, and all our products, whatever we bring in the market, almost tastes like the others. The goodness is no standard below to the previous products. We have done continuous improvement by improving on our packaging. When you see where we started 15 years ago, we were sitting with the candles. You sit with a candle, from a candle to the ironing box, from the ironing box to a pedal sealer, from a pedal sealer to now automated packaging lines. That is continuous improvement. And then, as we grow in business, we must also take care of the needs of the customers. We have done an improvement in food safety. All our products are certified by UNBS. And last month, we became an ISO certified company. So that keeps us ahead of the rest of the players in the what? In the market. Now, besides being an ISO certified company, we are investing in a state-of-the-art laboratories, both microbiology and chemistry. And we shall also be testing for the rest of the entrepreneurs within the vicinity of Wachiso districts at low costs. Usually when the competition is so stiff, we must think quickly. And what we have done additionally is to invest in AI, artificial intelligence. Okay? Because we are building a new state-of-the-art factory, and in our new factory, we want to operate what we call a smart factory. What does a smart factory do? A smart factory works with AI, artificial intelligence. Everything, the reporting, everything has to be in time. Everything has to be systematic. And then, because usually when businesses grow, we have what we call business espionage. You are employing people and they are on a double payroll because your competitor has planted spies in your business. So you must be conscious. How do you get to understand that you have such issues? We have invested in research and product development. So whatever we bring on the market is on point. You will not say that Sam's Bajia is not, Sam's that is, no. So what we are doing, we are trying to make sure that we also build relationships with our customers, suppliers, employees, to ensure that there is staff retention. We don't want to have a high turnover of our staff. We are also investing in digital assets, the website, the customer management system, the fleet management system, the fuel management system, the digital tracking system, the website should be speaking and addressing the concerns of the what? Of the customers. So we are also investing in a product framework powered by the state-of-art infrastructure, which I've just given a mention. But listen to this quote. When everyone is seated down, you have to stand up. When everyone stands up, you become outstanding. And when everyone becomes outstanding, you become a standard. So we cannot do things the same way the other day, today, and the next day. So we are trying to move an extra mile to make sure that we are ahead of our competitors. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngabirano, for sharing that. I think what stands out here is quality being a core value. And I wish all of us can take that home, because quality is a culture. Quality is not an event. It is a journey. It is a lifestyle. And from what he's saying, it is embedded in every aspect of their business. And so for all of us who are in business, quality, we must put in place what Mr. Chichi referred to, the business systems, to ensure that we have quality, that quality is at the heart. It is a core value. I love that very much. And so it is nice, it's amazing to see. I mean, he's sounding sophisticated, but that it's as a result of growth. A few years ago, like he said, he began with an iron. You know, you seal with an iron. So you may be here and you're sealing your packaging with an iron or a hot something. That is okay, but you need to be able to aspire to grow, to have a longer vision. And today, hopefully you can be inspired that today he's talking artificial intelligence. Everything is automated, but he started with manual processes, but quality was at the heart of his operations. Thank you very much, Dr. Ngabirano, for that. Let me now take on Anthony Natif, the investor that has defied all odds, because we know we deal with businesses every day. this thing of the starter, the owner, the beginner's syndrome, it's my business. And so, Anthony, share with us, how did you even think about it? How did you make a decision to sell your baby, your thing? And how can Ugandans begin to build businesses that can actually survive them and be able to sell them? So if you can combine that and tell us how you sell. How do you sell a business?
Thank you so much. First of all, I wanted to stand, but given my lack of height, there might be no much difference. So I'll talk while seated. I also want to point out something. I do not have a doctorate. I have a master's degree from the University of Washington. So I had someone encourage people to go and get an American education. I think I would sign off on that. That's the school that taught me how to think in a certain way. So I sat and listened to Mr. Ngabirano talking about people dying with companies, multi-million-dollar entities. They build them, they commit their life's work, and then they end up with nothing. They die and leave their family with nothing. Oftentimes when we're building companies in Africa, we think that the best thing to do is bequeath it to your kids. I also heard him encourage, I think, a friend of his to have kids in the company and maybe go on vacation and let kids run it. Maybe kids don't really want to run that company. They may just want to be photographers. So, and that should be okay. And not that I'm pushing back on his point, but that really is the fundamental flaw in the thinking in our society as of entrepreneurs. When you look at Uganda, I'll barrage you with statistics. We really cannot afford to do anything else but build sustainable businesses. Because Uganda, as you know, is the second youngest country in the world with a median age of 15.7. The only younger one is Niger with 14.8, and when you look at the African median age, it's 19. So we still have a leg up on the rest of Africa in terms of producing young people. More than 48% of Ugandans are below the age of 15. So it therefore means that almost every year you will have 1 million Ugandans at the very least being employment ready. But then the employment market has maybe about 20,000 formal sector jobs. When you go back to URA and look at the number of individual teens that they offer, which means that that person is in position to pay payee, they are less than 1 million. They are around 800,000 people. So where are the rest of the people going? The math does not work. So it's inevitable, therefore, that Uganda will show up when you're naming when you're creating a list of countries that are the most entrepreneurial. So we are only next to Ecuador in that department, where you find that at least 28% of Ugandans will have a claim to being entrepreneurs. Ecuador has around 30 or thereabouts. What they're really counting is the total early stage entrepreneurial activity. If I get a kilogram of groundnuts and I want to be like Mr. Sam's and go and fry them and sell them on the street, I'm going to be counted as an entrepreneur. But in that regard, it means I'm nurturing a dream that could turn me into this gentleman, Mr. Ngabirano. And I have a multi-billion-dollar business. But I cannot sell enough G-nuts as an individual to be able to reach him. He has done this for the last 15 years. He has first mover advantages. You understand? So how do I grow as fast and try to catch up with him? It simply means I need to get partners on board. Otherwise, I'm going to collapse. When you look at the East African landscape, we do not have shortage of financing for businesses. We just have a shortage of entrepreneurs who are open to taking on partners. So if you don't take on partners, it simply means you're accepting to share the pain of entrepreneurship alone. And let me tell you, let no one ever lie to you. Nothing is more emotionally debilitating than entrepreneurship. It is the ghetto. Because when you look at entrepreneurship in this country, 80% of our companies will die before their second birthday. And 15% will die before the third birthday. By the fifth birthday, you're facing odds that are worse than the worst cancer in the world. And I know that because I have a history of working in cancer. So what gives you the fortitude to believe that I'm going to start this thing and I'll defy odds that say by year 3, I will be dead? You do not have much options except to face poverty because, you know, you look around, it shouldn't be surprising that at least 40% of Ugandans have no interaction with the markets. They have nothing to sell. So the reason for this is because we have a mindset that believes that success should be, I have started something, I have built a 4-bedroom house in Nigeria, I have a second-hand Japanese car, my child goes to Kampala parents, I can rent an apartment in Kira for my third chick or second chick, and that's success. You understand? Our definition of success is so low, but if we get back to the drawing table and say, look, if we are going to grow Africa through entrepreneurship, because that's the only way, then we need to think about how to build businesses that are going to survive as entrepreneurs. My own story is I started Guardian with $50,000. Within 2 years, 1.5 years, we're turning over $2 million through organic growth, because we entered a market that needed a different look and feel of pharmacy. So I brought my experience from the US and set up a pharmacy that wouldn't look out of place on a street in Boston. So the market voted with us. I got excited, went on an expansion drive, had no board, had no one. I was the alpha and omega. And before long, I almost tanked. I nearly couldn't make payroll. I couldn't pay suppliers. I had grown to like 15 stores in very fantastic locations. When you look at Guardian, it's the most nicely located retail pharmacy chain. It's not by accident. We were deliberate about picking those locations, using numbers, using all sorts of market intelligence to be able to get good locations. But then we didn't have financing, and the cost of money in this market is at least 30%. If you're buying money at 30% in the formal sector, in banks, you have to be selling cocaine to make it work. You guys are in here, but you're going to face these same odds. You might be selling G-nuts. Mr. Ngabirano is showing you can sell G-nuts and become a billionaire. But there has to be a structure you have to follow to be able to get to that point. Anyway, so turnover $2 million. I walk into this bank. I have a contract with Bank of Uganda. I need to supply a drug of $50,000. I have showed these guys that, you know, I am getting this medicine from Turkey for $18,000. Yes, I turn over $2 million, but I need $10,000 because I don't have this liquidity. And the banker looks at me like I was mad. But anyway, long story short, she says, your numbers can support this borrowing, but do you have a complete house? I didn't have a complete house. Because at that time I was probably 27 or something ridiculous like that. I didn't have a house. Only my daughter probably had a house. But that was also an insurance thing, a very stupid one for her. I was like, okay, let me put something here so that when I mess up in this entrepreneurship thing, my daughter will not suffer because of the mistakes I've made choosing entrepreneurship over a comfortable job in Seattle. But anyway, they refused to give me the money. I switched banks a bit. They gave me the money. I supplied, but still I continued the bad habits of expanding without knowing my bottom line, without having a board in place, without knowing how much money I was making. I was just opening stores, getting supplier credit, putting, selling, not knowing that, you know, one of the biggest risks as an entrepreneur who is growing might not be lack of financing. It could be, you know, you can't scale customer service. You can't scale company culture. I started that Kabalagala branch with 5 people. They're like family up to today. But then you suddenly have 200 people. They don't know you like that. So they will sell your stock, go and set up their own pharmacies. It's human nature, it's self-preservation. So how do you put those controls in place? Mr. Ochiti spoke about systems. I wanted to come to the stage and give him a hug. Don't expand unless you can manage that growth. Don't take a loan unless you know for sure where you're going to put it and how that money is going to return. Stress test your assumptions. And then and only then will you be able to grow. But also, eventually when I run out of areas to borrow money without complete houses, so inevitably, my greed for expansion, it's not like I was taking the money and gambling. My greed for expansion meant that I was now broke. The fancy shops I had no medicine. So I was in a situation where you've put up a fortune to buy a Ferrari and you're stuck in Mabira. So you're stuck with this Ferrari in Mabira and midnight is coming. These guys are going to show up, beat you up, kill you, and take your Ferrari. So what do? There's no one who is going to give you $500,000 for Ferrari. You still sacrificed everything to be able to build this dream. So I could have quit and gone back to the US and pursued my plans of the PhD and maybe becoming a professor, which is what I wanted to do growing up. My grandmother would have been very proud. But here I was stuck in entrepreneurship. I'm in the middle of Mabira. So the quickest decision to do, because banks couldn't touch me with a badge pole, was look for private equity financing. Do many of you know what that is? So I had to look for a guy with a gas station, and I say, you know what? Put 200,000 shillings. This is a $500,000 car. Put 200,000 shillings. I'll even give you majority ownership in this vehicle. Let's drive it to Jinja. When we get to Jinja, we'll get people who are willing to rent this Ferrari for $10,000 a weekend. We shall make back the money. Do you understand what that means? Do you understand the humility that takes? To get then someone on board, and that someone can actually fire you from your company for sneezing. Do you guys understand how much humility that has to take? But it's one of the best decisions I ever took as an entrepreneur, because I learned so much from these people. The way we run business for survival here isn't the way business should be run. Okay? If you want to run a business for it to be in existence, to serve your people 30 years down the road, you have to run it like it's separate from you. You are not an extension of your business. Your business is just to make sure you meet certain needs in your life, provide for your people, make you comfortable, and solve a society need. I set up a pharmacy in Mbale, and my uncle, a 70-something-year-old, used to go there and buy from it. And then one time on a phone call, he said, you know what? Tony, I was told you're a pharmacist. I'm like, yes. Man, there's this pharmacy in Mbale where I go. I used to look for this drug. I would have to send for it from Kampala, and it was very expensive. Now I have it in Mbale. I'm from Mbale. I'm Anafa. I get it from Mbale at nearly half price. Those guys are amazing. I'm like, which pharmacy is that? And it's like, it's Guardian. I'm like, oh, that's my pharmacy. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. Do you know how gratifying that is? That as a public health practitioner, I had the option of sitting in fancy offices in the University of Washington and talking about how East Africa has 30% medicines counterfeit. And then everyone would give me plaudits and they would call me professor because I presented fantastic papers. I chose to come back, roll my sleeves, and do something about it. Now Guardian serves nearly 2 million prescriptions every year. And that's gratifying. So, and has, I think, 300 employees last I checked. It's nationally spread. So, when we came to sell, I probably didn't have 100% control over the decision to sell. By you taking people's money, you agree that when someone comes and is giving you a good deal, you all sell. There's tag-along and drag-along clauses. If you choose to build your company to take on partners, make sure you take on those partners when you're in a very good financial footing. Because if you're stuck in Mavira and you have a Ferrari, I'll give you 50,000 and say, this is the money we need to cross to Nalufenya. There's a total there. And I need half. And you'll have no choice. So as entrepreneurs, please keep that in mind. When you're firing on all cylinders, that's the time you get partners. Because however big you get, you're going to need those partners. Bill Gates, the guy we used to laud for the longest time as the richest man in the world, he controls barely 5% of Microsoft. But how much impact has he had on the world? He's bowling, he's enjoying himself while solving intractable problems that he's passionate about. So we need to think in that direction. And I encourage every one of you to think about that. Lastly, I'm really sorry I'm taking a lot of time. When you look at the financing landscape in East Africa, to be honest, banks are not suddenly going to come and play buddy-buddy. They also have shareholders they answer to. And like any business, their first duty is not owed to you, the customer. It's owed to their shareholders. So if someone can take money at a higher price, like our government does, it's the biggest borrower in commercial banks, it disincentivizes them from having to negotiate with you to give you an acceptable loan facility. So you need to understand that in this market, you're on your own. So think outside the box. I'll tell you that I'm happy to share this report, but anyone can actually Google it. The East African Venture Capital Association recently published a 10-year report that looked at the landscape of business financing in the East African region. And $8.6 billion was placed in East African companies, at least the deals they were able to capture. And of course, deals like mine were just out of that because they happened just before they issued that report. But of those deals, more than 74% went to the Kenyan market. 8% came to Uganda. And we are said to be a more entrepreneurial country than Kenya. Where is the mismatch? It's because probably you do not have forums, many forums like this, and I have to applaud guys at Enterprise Uganda for putting this together, so that tubazu kusa. So we wake you up to the possibility of that exists beyond you thinking you need to be the alpha and omega of your kingdom. If you want a kingdom, start a nice family and run it like you own it. Don't start an enterprise. There's a reason it exists as its own legal entity. So look into the angel investor spaces. Prepare your company for financing. Put structures in place. Don't have 3 sets of books, one for the taxman, one for your investor, and one for yourself and your wife. Please.
Thank you very much, Nati, for that very passionate. I think he's given us a lot of nuggets that each one has picked. But what comes out clearly, stands out, is the critical thinking, being able to challenge the status quo, asking questions. Unfortunately, our system, our education system, doesn't teach us to think, right? We are given, what the lecturer gives you is what is the gospel truth. And when you try to challenge your lecturer, that's a problem. And so for those in the education sector here, we need to train our children to think critically. But also, you talk about the humility. You didn't really have a lot of control in making that decision. But I think what I want to flip it and say, when you are at crossroads as an entrepreneur, when you are facing some big pain that Ms. Ochichi said, what decision do you make at that point? Do you stick to 100% of your small cake and let it go? Or do you say, let me reduce my stake, get somebody, let me take 20% of the bigger cake, have somebody, and let's continue serving the cake. And so I think that the decision you made was very commendable, to shrink your stake, but to keep the cake being served. So I have 20% of the bigger cake that I once had 100% of, but the cake is being served. And I think that's the lesson for all of us. What decisions do we make when we are faced with pain, when we are at crossroads, when we are at a point when we can lose our businesses? And it takes humility to do that. And I'm sure he's already brewing now. He's learned lessons and he's probably starting up something that, that is even bigger than this that he started. Thank you very much. And so last but not least, I would like to Yes, let me allow you to clap for that. Last but not least, I would like to go with Grace Quach. So Grace is the professional banker that quit her job and went into agribusiness. So Grace, you were a banker, but you chose to go into agriculture. What prompted you to do that? And what are some of the pains that you have experienced in making that decision, but also what are some of the gains as a result of being in that business?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Crash Grace, the managing director of Polar Mix Farm. I request to stand also. Okay. I'm glad to talk to you people. My journey of farming from commercial banker started in 2011 while working at the bank. Someone would wonder, I know this topic is the most difficult one, that decision to quit your job to unknown, because farming is really uncertain at the beginning. Someone is saying why. First of all, the desire to change mine and my family financial status. I was at the bank, well dressed, but honestly, it wasn't the bank money sustaining me. It was coming from somewhere. So I realized, how can I contribute to my family? Because you don't expect me to work, but at the end of the month, I'm still asking for transport or for lunch something, because the money I am getting cannot sustain me. So immediately something started pricking me, and I started looking around and said, what else can I do? And that's when the idea of farming came. I did not quit immediately. I started moving every weekend to go up country, because that is where the 4-acre land was there. Every weekend, every Friday, I would be in the bus and come back on Sunday morning. I come back on Monday morning and then rush to the bank. Remember, I also had the bank keys. So it went on like that for almost a year. And then secondly, I realized I could change the lives of so many people, but I wouldn't do it at the bank, which currently I'm doing, and I'm glad that I made that decision. And then also, when you realize the time you put into something, I was really trying my best in the bank. I know how much I put to what I'm doing. I started imagining, if I put that time into my own, how beautiful will it be? How far can I progress? So all these things and other factors started piercing me. And the fact that I started going up country, doing the farm, and then it is the money from the farm that I'm getting from the little cereals I was doing is the one sustaining me in the bank. Then I realized that I need to shift. The shifting did not come immediately. I planned for it. So it wasn't easy also. As you said, someone may think you just wake up and go, because I started on, I said 4 acres, but slowly from one enterprise to another. What I can say now, we have over 150 acres of fruit trees and non-fruit trees. I'm currently, right now, today, we have 520 goats. I am having 7 fish ponds of 1,200 square meters, and we are keeping 60,000 fish right now. In about a month, we shall be harvesting about 3 ponds. And then others, we established coffee farm of 40 acres this year. It has been very hectic, but I'm glad they have picked up. So it's a journey. It's not that all these things came at once. From 4 to 2 piglets, it was gradual. So I want to say that apart from that also, when you shift from a paying job or a corporate world to the other world, it takes courage, because I know I was mocked many times. I had just finished my master's, and then here I'm moving. People went to my father and said, you man, you paid this woman to come and dig or what? But in my heart, I knew that I am not wrong, because I had already tested the waters. I knew what the farm was bringing up. And then even gradually from the farm, I got exposed. I remember one time I was in Israel, and they told me, my father called me that they are looking for you. The business community is looking for you. There's a dealership they want you to take. And when I came back, I found this competition there. I didn't have the requirements. It was a huge capital requirement. I told these guys, you know what, I don't have that money. But if you give me that contract is money itself. At the end of the day, competing with so many people who have everything, a lot of money, I was given that contract just because of the exposure of the farm. So those are some of the benefits that came from the farm. Currently, the farm is employing over 100 people. Apart from the farm, now the sister farms that came, the business that I was able to come out from the proceeds of the farm is also employing over 100 people. So I really don't regret going into the other world of non-corporate world. It is just how you plan it. You need to remain focused and really what you want to achieve. I am glad that I try my best as a person to talk to people. Sometimes I'm forced to do things that I feel even this is not for me. I am forced to grow pumpkins at this level that someone can see that pumpkin is giving money. Because I want to communicate to my people that you don't need to look for something very big. I have been forced to start a juice machine because I have told someone, start this, and someone is not starting it. I'm going to start it and tell you to work there. Because that's the only thing I can do. When you talk sometimes, people don't act. So for me, I feel that we, the people here, can change the face of Uganda in terms of unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Grace, for sharing your story. The desire to change the status quo. And so you may be here and you're uncomfortable where you are, whether it is a business you've started and there's a push, there's something that is inside saying there is need for you to move. Hear that voice and move, because I think that was it. But she emphasizes planning. So whatever it is, planning, whether in business, whatever it is, planning is central to all our lives. And so if you're thinking of transitioning from one career to the other, you need to plan, give it time. She planned, and that's where she is. But of course, the naysayers are there. There are people who will always bring you down and say, but so-and-so failed. Or your own family, you went to school, why are you doing this? And I think for many of us, that's our story. The pharmacist, for you to come from Seattle and you come back and start a pharmacy, your parents must have been disappointed. And it's for all of us. But when you know what you're going for, you focus. But above all, there is a community, the ecosystem to support you to drive your dream through. And that's why Enterprise Uganda is here, and that's why we've arranged this kind of session for us to listen in, for us to push in and be able to find the community here. Inside here, there's everybody that you need to move your business to the next level, somebody to help you deal with the pains that you are aware of but probably didn't know what to do. And so we are pressed on time, and so I would like to give our panelists an opportunity to take questions. And I want to ask that you keep your question very short. Don't give us a story. Don't use it as a marketing opportunity for now, please. Just give your story. But before that, Ronald is going to make an announcement, and then we'll take some questions.
Thank you, Rosemary. As we take questions, a couple of my colleagues, they will be in branded shirts of Enterprise Uganda. They may come to your table. They give you a coupon. Please, quietly, we don't want to have much of a lunch time. But a couple of people will walk out and catch the meal. We are going to go through the entire hall, but we want to make sure we we maximize the day, isn't it? Is that agreeable? So before that colleague comes, please don't stand up, but they will come to your tables, they'll give you a coupon, and when they do, then they will direct you. On the coupon, there is a name of the restaurant where you are going to have a meal. Please ask any of the team of Africana and the people in our branded shirts. They'll be able to guide you to that room. So we are going to take a couple of questions. Please put up your hand. We have one mic, so make sure you shoot up your hand as quickly as possible. Yes, I'll take this gentleman over here. A quick question.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for those words. My question is to do with, as a young person who's passionate about entrepreneurship, but also seeing that our economy is very hard to get started in. Would you advise someone to go down the entrepreneurship route straight, brave the poverty, and eventually you'll see it, or go down career, but also have your hands in the entrepreneurship pool until your entrepreneurship picks up, and then you can jump ship from the career into entrepreneurship? Thank you.
Very clear question. Should I start now or I wait to first harden?
Okay, thank you very much for sharing your experiences. My question is, first of all, are your businesses registered? Secondly, at what point when you were starting up or along the growth journey did you actually register your businesses? Because as SMEs, it's kind of difficult at the start, because even the deals you get, the returns are really, really small, and if they're taxing and all those things, how do you go about that?
Good. We have
Super.
a hand up. There are hands up this side.
This process is not democratic at all, so you just have to pray that I walk to you, yeah? The people who smile most, I will come to them. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm Prosper Ahabwe, and I'm a lawyer, but also a macroeconomic analyst. And I represent my young or baby company, John's Grayware, which deals in consultancy in corporate relations and intellectual property rights. But a big point that caught my attention is what our brother mentioned about the issue of succession. And I don't know whether the moderator will limit me to a question, because if you limit me, I'll say, I'll obey, though I believe this thing needs the justice needed. That, yes, okay. So I would like you to really clarify and do justice to this point, that as we live through this life, as we progress with the businesses, how do we handle the issue of succession of these companies without basically looking at our families? Because most of the times our families are deficient in terms of succeeding the company business. So please give a very good clarification for the benefit of us. Thank you.
Who is that question aimed at?
Oh, our friend there, just next to you.
Okay, that's it.
That's Natif. A lady, it's a lady's turn. Where is a lady with a hand up? No, the people who are behind, we worry. A lady with a hand up, there is a committed lady at the back. She will get the mic. Now this is what they call commitment to ask.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our beloved panelists. My name is Liz Nsentamu, a publisher. And I would love to ask about boards. At what point, at what age of your company do you bring on a board? Natif talked about one of the reasons why he got those issues. He was the alpha and omega of his company. And then he talked about not having a board. And I've heard people talk about boards and boards and boards. When should a company consider having a board? And what people do you consider to sit on your board? Thank you so much.
It's a gentleman's turn. I'll take two more. This corner here, I haven't given them a chance, yeah? Are you ready with your question? You look. What's your question?
My name is Joko Jackson.
and I am a producer of wine. Why don't you guys support us?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is Marvin, and I just want some clarity on things. When we do some reading, on social media and other platforms, we see that us as Uganda, we were scrapped off the AGOA list, the countries on AGOA list that have to take their products to benefit on that market in the US. And when I look at the people that are funding, I'm also seeing the US. So is their government saying different things and the people here saying different things? Because the producers here, these things that are here, are the things we take out there to benefit from that market.
All right, hibiscus wine is behind here. That's Wakabi. The question was, we were scrapped off AGOA. How do we ensure that we get back? I'm coming to that corner. Is there a lady? Yes, there's one lady here. We'll take that round and then we will have another one.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My question to the panelists is, at what point do you at what point did you break through as individual business people? And I didn't hear any of you tell us what a breakthrough is, because that is very important in every business. Thank you very much.
I think it ties to a question earlier. There are many people asking, when does the thing actually happen? When does it break through? That's the question which is coming through. There is a lady here.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm called Daisy Omugasho. I run a consultancy company, basically in economics and humanities. What I wanted to ask is, for all these businesses, what you're doing, did you do any research and start and say, I want to do this and lay out a business plan? Or you did this as you go along? Because every time you try to say, oh, you need a plan, somebody's like, I don't need it, So how did you maybe utilize such spaces to know that you are in the right direction?
Super. We'll take two more. I'll come to Mr. Ngabirano. Allow me to just allow this gentleman to stand up for a minute. We are going to have a commercial moment for a minute. Sebo, tell us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ronald. I'm just responding also. Most of the people here are talking of marketing their products. And when we talk of production, without marketing, then whatever we are producing will not go. That's why even this gentleman of wine is crying that you are not buying his things. Now, the issue is we have the exhibition of the micro and small enterprise organization, which is going to take place in Burundi. This exhibition, it is a rotational exhibition which is organized by the partner states of the East African community, and it was put in place by the partner head of states of the East African community. It is always taking place in December. And this time it is going to take place on 5th up to 15th December. I'm inviting all. The purpose of this exhibition is to open market. You know, the East African community has many people. So I'm inviting you, please, participate in this exhibition. You open the market, you sell your things, and you also see what others are doing and even compare what you are producing. Thank you. My name, Birabosa, Chairman, Confederation of Micro and Small Enterprise Organization, Uganda.
He smuggled in an advert.
Yes, but he's one of our partners. And please, the flyers are on your tables. Make use of those flyers. the East African Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Trade Fair.
Ronald, can we have the panelists respond to these questions, then we take another round, time allowing? Or
Let
you
me
want to gather all?
have one last lady, then I will get back to you.
Thank you. My question is to the lady in agriculture. I'm actually intrigued by your business. I'm called Joy. I'm a finance and management consultant. I want to know how you manage the weather. Here in Uganda, we know we have seasons. And then how do you manage marketing? I've been to the markets. Some of us run to Nakasero to buy cheap things from the farmers. How do you manage marketing and ensure that you're not making losses? Thank you.
Right, Rosemary, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much for those questions. So the first question will go to Dr. Ngabirano. Someone asked, when do you start entrepreneurship? Do you go straight, or is it advisable for you to first start your other career and then go into it? So timing.
Thank you so much. Usually when we go to school, we go to school basically to acquire knowledge and skills. But there are certain skills that we can never acquire from the school. A case in example, the leadership skills. The marketing, you will not learn how to market from school. So going straight to start up a business wouldn't be bad. But to me, I wouldn't advise that an entrepreneur or a prospect does so. I would recommend that someone who gets into the employment world for a short while, or for a while that you can define. It can be a year, it can be 6 months, it can be 5 years. Develop yourself. Get hands-on skills. Because one of the greatest capital that we need to do business are the skills. You must understand what you are doing. You must do or invest what you are good at. So working is not bad. We go out there to fundraise for cash, for capital, for startup capital. And we also fundraise for experience. Someone asked me recently where I was presenting to startups, that what do I do if I have 300,000 shillings? Which business can, he wanted to know the business that you could start with 300,000 shillings. A fresh graduate. Because he had looked for the job 8 months down the road and no one was taking him up. So I advised that graduate to go and volunteer in an organization that was willing to take him up, to spend the 300,000 on transport, on the daily transport, to go volunteer and get the hands-on skills to enable him start up something that he could best understand. So at what time, at what age, it is upon you. We can even be in employment, but when we have our side hustles. Personally, I taught for 12 years. I started a side hustle, it failed. I started another one, it failed. I started another one, it peaked, but I didn't quit immediately. I had to quit after 4 years. So you can always determine when and how with those few insights.
Okay, then thank you very much, Dr. Ngabirano. The next question will go to Sandra. The question on governance. When do you start a board, and what kind of people do you bring onto your board?
Thank you. I think the board, I would advise as soon as you can. And number one is you really need a lot of advice. I'll give you for my case, is I surrounded myself with people that in case I needed something, they would give me guidance on it. but you need to get people that are, first of all, knowledgeable what you need. Like, I'll give an example. The current board I have is a board. When I started raising funds, I put up a board of about 3 people only, because I needed someone who had legal background. I needed someone who had the expertise on fundraising, on getting investors on. And trust me, their expertise helped me a lot to be able to put things together. So at what point, at every year, I believe every 3 years, you need a kind of, maybe you can keep on changing, or you can keep on adding on people to the board, depending also on your resources. But I believe it's something that you need, especially if you're going to grow. Just like the way my friend Anthony was sharing his ups and downs of what happened, you find that some of the challenges could be minimized if you had someone else who could be able to easily guide him on where or what to do where and where. So I believe you need, entrepreneurship is a lonely journey. I don't know if you agree on that. Do you agree? And it can get even much more lonelier when you don't have anyone to talk to, when you don't have anyone to ask questions to. So I believe if you have someone that you can run to, someone you can just tell, this is where I am today, there are legal matters that will arise, there are different things. So depending on your company, I believe you can also look at what do I need, what skills don't I have access to, and that's how you can be able to create a board. But I believe there are so many consultants in this room, including Enterprise Uganda, where you can get some of this information from, where they can easily help you and say, for your kind of industry, this is the kind of board you're looking for. And I've had friends who say, oh, let me get a board of a person with a big name, blah, blah, blah. But are they going to add you value to your company? Are they going to give you that resource that you want? And there are days also you may not have the money to pay the board. Are they willing to say, okay, I'm going to volunteer for you? I'll give you an example. When I started raising funds, my first investor I reached out to, my business plan wasn't concrete to the best of what the investors were telling me. And because I had someone on my board who was, he was always there to help me out. He was able to come, he was even for vacation. And I told him, you know what? The feedback I've gotten is that the business plan is lacking some things. And right now we need help on this. He told me, you know what, Sandra? After 3 weeks of my vacation, I'll come back and we sit down and we do a business plan afresh. And trust me, this gentleman was able to help me do a business plan. We did a business plan together, put everything together, and it was all free of charge, that he didn't even ask me for any coin. And at that time, I was raising about $2 million. So do you have someone who will say, okay, can I help you do this for you without any charge? That's the kind of board person that you need, but also with experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. So I think that we all need some advisors, because like you said, business is lonely. So you need the kind of board that we all need in business, however small, a few people to advise you, a few people to control you. You know, as an entrepreneur, as an owner of a business, you have so much power because you're the decision-making person. And so in a situation like that, the control you need is to have a board, someone to check your power, someone to check your authority and make sure you can bounce your decision off and they can say no, but also there are experts who help you in areas where you're short, where you don't have that capacity. So I think that we all need to think about having a board if we don't. And so I'll take the next question. Thank you very much, Sandra. The next question will go to Natif. Natif, I'll give you 2 questions. One on succession planning, and then the other is, do you do research at the start? Do you need a business plan? How do you start off?
Interesting. At the research bit, in the field in which we are, you cannot do that business without doing research. In retail pharmacy, location is the name of the game. So I learned this much earlier. You guys see like thousands of pharmacies every day. Hundreds in your communities. There's lots of pharmacies. You drive past them and they are struggling. But there's also companies that are thriving. What sets them apart? Why is it that everyone fights to be in one day gear? Why don't they go to Kidepo or something? So in Guardian, we I learned early on, and I had friends who worked in telecom companies. That was when mobile money was becoming all the rage. So it was easy to ask a person, not to give you specifics per se, but to go like, man, where do you do your biggest mobile money transactions in Kampala? And then they will say, Muyenga, they will say, Chibuli, they will say Ntinda, they will say Bwaise, and then you get down to what of actual volume. And then that will help you, sorry if you come from Bwaise, that will help you then say, maybe Bwaise is not the best place, I should set up a pharmacy now. Then you go into the neighborhood that you've selected and you say, well, where is this shop positioned? I see people set up retail businesses and I will say, well, that thing is going to fail if a competitor just comes to the opposite side of the road. So just even the side of the road you put your business is either going to make it or break it. I'll give you an example of Kabalagala if you're associated with, say, John Rich. When you're traveling to Gaba, Kansanga there's a big, nice, frankly, they are very good people, John Rich supermarket. But then if I set up a similar structure on the opposite side of that road, do you think they'll remain with clients? If I just mirror them for look and feel, service, and product range? No. You will go
what's
like...
wrong with their location? Current location?
So it's the side of the road on which they are. So people are coming from home, going to office. When they are going to do their shopping, if they are going to John Rich, they will have to cross traffic. So you have to make it easy for them to get off the road and buy from you. A lot of the businesses that you see leading the world now, their business model is convenience. Amazon exists solely because it sold convenience. That I don't want to go to a store somewhere, I don't want to drive an hour to go out and get this product. I can sit here on my computer, click, get the stuff. And you know, Barnes & Noble started struggling. So clients do not want to be inconvenienced when they are spending their money, even when the need is as serious as healthcare. So you have to be sure that the location you pick is founded in research and proper information. So yes, to answer the question, research is important. If you don't do it, it will show eventually. You might get lucky once or twice, but luck runs out. The other question was what? Succession planning. I have a daughter. I love her so much. I don't love her enough to wish that she should run my companies. I'm sure she also doesn't love me enough to believe that she should help further my dream. I got her up as a proper accident of birth. Could have been anyone. She has her own dreams, she has her own desires, she has all these things. My job is to be a custodian until such a time when she's ready to fly on her own. If she wants to fly in the general direction of my company, she will have to earn the shares or wait until I bequeath them to her. If she has to go set up a business, I need to make sure I'll give her a loan. I can write it off later on. Now, the problem is we as parents, we want to show so much love to these children and expect that they should also show us so much love by believing in our dreams. Then we hand them companies that we've put everything on the line for. You've lost relationships, you've lost career, you've lost sleep, you've gotten depressed. And when the child doesn't take on this, you feel disappointed. Don't set yourself up for failure. Just separate the company from the individual. And I have friends who, mainly in the Indian community, one of the richest family in Tanzania, they've been in business for more than 200 years. They do not inherit those businesses on account of birth. If there's a CFO position and you're a family member and you've gone to, say, London School of Economics or London Business School, the only thing your genetics helps you with is to be shortlisted. But you compete for those positions like anyone else, because you see, if you cannot fire someone because you will struggle to sit on a dinner table with them and have a meal after as parent and daughter, don't hire them because they are your relative. If you hire them for their competence, so that when they mess up, you comfortably fire them as a CFO and have them back home as a daughter. Okay? Now, you owe it to posterity to not run a business like your family. If you do that, accountability is never going to happen, because if you cannot hold someone accountable without the blackmail that comes from sharing genes, you cannot run a successful enterprise. Yes, there's something to be said for mentorship, because if these people are interested in what you're building and they want it, they are going to have greater benefit because they share time with you. I'm like the godfather of pharma in this market. So if my daughter got up tomorrow and said, I'm interested in pharma, she has more access to me than any other person who might be more brilliant, who might be more hungry. You understand? But because of that constant access to me, she benefits from my networks, she benefits from my experience, she benefits from my failures and my successes. So over time, that person will be more qualified to run a pharmaceutical entity on their merits. But they first have to show interest. I don't have to force it on them. That's why these businesses collapse. A patriarch of the family or a matriarch of the family who was running these empires dies, and the thing collapses with them. Suddenly, you find out that, oh, this man had billions of shillings in loans. But yes, you find that those loans were going back 20 years and this person was somehow managing them. So they died and didn't pass on the relationships that helped them manage those loans. So it means these people who are owed money come quickly to call in, and when they collect, you haven't passed on these skills. It dies. But if you've been running this on a proper system, it really means that continuity is going to happen. By the time I left Guardian, I was only needed there once a week to attend a 1-hour meeting on Monday. If those guys called me 3 times a week to help solve a crisis, someone wasn't doing their job. I have an Excel sheet where I would log the calls I've got that were work-related. And I drew a graph, and it went like this, and that is how I validated my system of mentoring people and allowing them to make mistakes and being vulnerable before them. And then later I realized these guys knew how to run this company better than me. If anything, if someone was to invite people to talk about how to run a pharmaceutical retail chain, I wouldn't show up. I have like 10 people in my company, my former company, who can give this talk better than I could. My daughter, even if she was as qualified, I'm not sure she didn't put in the time, if she would be ready. And I cannot, in good faith, cheat my investors and say, here, because you're my daughter, run it. My job is to shepherd people's money. My job to her is to parent her, give her opportunities in life. Those two are different.
All right. Thank you very much, Natif. I think he highlights a key thing, especially when we talk about succession planning. clearly what is important should be business continuity. And so we should not be thinking about how do I hand over this thing to my children or to my, my lineage, but how do I put in place, how do I ensure this business continues beyond me? So put in place systems, make sure you mentor your staff, but also you empower them, capacitate them, train them, mentor them, and allow them to run that business. And so your family will continue to benefit from that business, even though they are not working in it. I like that shift in thinking, and I hope that we've all picked that business continuity is more important, a discussion or a conversation, than succession planning. Your business doesn't have to be run by your family, but when it's doing well, your family benefits. They are shareholders, they are owners of the business, but they don't have to run the business. And then on the issue of research, I just want to add this, that you see, whatever business you start, the business plan, what is it about? It is really about answering 5 questions. What is it that you want to do? And that is something we always do before you engage. How do you want to do it? The business model that you intend to use. Where do you want to locate your business? Is it a mobile business? Is it, where am I locating? And it touched on the issues of location. When do I want to start that business? Timing. When do I start this business? And how often does it run? Seasonality, etc. And then finally, which resources do I need to put in the business in terms of human resource, in terms of people? So when you answer those questions, and we all do that as we are thinking of a business, in doing that, that is a business plan. That is research. So let us not be intimidated by the big words, research, business plan. It is as simple as that. Once you've addressed those questions, you have a business plan. It can be a one-pager, but you've answered the key questions that on which a business is built and on which it grows. I hope that I wanted to emphasize that. Thank you very much. Now, I'll give Grace the last opportunity to respond to 2 questions. Grace, the first question was, how do you manage weather and marketing? You in agriculture, and today with climate change issues, how do you ensure sustainable operation of your business, weather and marketing? And then the other question was, there was a question on registration of business. First of all, to all of you, are you all registered? They are all registered. For you to grow, you must be known. And so registration is part of defining your identity on which you build your business. So when do you register a business? And then the other question on weather and marketing.
Thank you once again. When do you register your business? As soon as you start. Why do I say so? Without registration, you will miss out so many opportunities. You can't do business. How are you going to deal with other entities when you're not registered? How are you going to become a supplier somewhere when you're not registered? How will you access finances? So registration is a must, and I believe it's not a very difficult thing. And then I want to also, there's a lady who asked about the weather, and she's still waiting. Thank you. Now, the weather issue is the general problem in Uganda, but we must have food. We must do the business. So it is about juggling how you can benefit from within all these challenges. For me personally, I actually became a target farmer, that I don't grow this because the other one is growing. I first look at how long will this take. You will realize that most of the things I do are short term. 90 days, I am out of the farm, we are in the market. And then I told you I am a target marker. I look at what is long term for me and how do I raise cash. So the long term is the trees, because whether there is a drought, at least the trees will be resistant. And for me, that is my pension. And then the others, at the beginning, it was more gambling, but with time, because the farm is growing, and then you need also to bring other equipments like irrigation. We have some mini irrigation now. Initially, it was not there. We were targeting, we were gambling, but somehow it worked. So if you're focused, you will always find a way. And then on the issue of another
registration,
the issue of marketing. Now, for farmers, in most cases, I see someone is producing maybe watermelon in Katakwi and carrying it to Kampala without even testing the market locally. For me, what I start with is the community surrounding me. They are my first market. And then the next market is where my shops are. So when I realize that that is what I have, they cannot absorb, then I look for other markets. And then also secondly, I try as much as possible to network. Right now as a farmer, I don't have any honey. I process honey. And I know there's someone farmer out there with a lot of honey. Why do you think so? Because of network. As soon as I produce my honey, there's already ready market. Someone is taking 20 liters, another one is taking 10, and it's done. I don't even package my honey. I have target customers. Why would I take my honey to the supermarket when there's someone when I go to can take all the 20 liters? So sometimes the way we network, our strategy can push us amid all these challenges. And then I would like really to also add a bit on succession, if I'm permitted. Okay. Now, I think the issue of succession, it's a very big issue. Me as a woman, I really would think that I would feel good if I see my children participate in what I'm doing, because it is one way of grooming them, even if maybe with time they will opt for something else. That's already training them. Apart from maybe Africa, but I have also read that there are family business that have seen years. From one father to another, from one mother to another to grandchildren, and they have grown big. So I think it is the option. It's an option that you can train your family and move with, or put them off the business, and the business is on its own. So for me, that is what I feel.
Okay, thank you very much, Grace, for sharing. So clearly, it's important to register your business. And I think the timing depends on the business you're in. Because if you're opening a pharmacy, you must start it at the front. So you must, at the start, and so you must factor in that cost. Certain businesses, as you learn, as it grows, as a product, you begin to refine your product, then at that point, you probably need to register, because then before you enter the market, you need the different certifications. And then lastly, I like what Grace talked about, starting with your community, the issue of marketing. Many of us, you'll avoid your community, because remember, when you're starting a business, you start with a problem that you have seen within your community. And so that solution should be tailored to your community first. And then that is your piloting ground. That is your backup. And then you can then expand beyond. So that when you have issues with the external market, at least you are not at zero. Your markets are not closed. You have your community consuming. So I want to challenge us to engage our communities. The issue also of diversification, even if you're in farming, don't just be in one crop. Have the short term and have the long term, so that you're managing your cash flows by engaging products or crops that mature at different periods. So cascading to ensure you have an all year round cash flow coming into your business. Thank you very much for that. I think that...
yeah, I just wanted to add something.
We are bringing this to a close, but Natif can add something, and then I'll ask each one to just give one parting thought as we close. So as you make your submission, add your parting thought, and then we run down and we close and allow everybody to go and have lunch.
The issue of formalizing, if you're going to build a business that is going to attract outside capital, you have no choice. You need to formalize. You're not going to get people to invest in some kwara stuff. So you must formalize as early as possible and create a history of running a proper entity. Otherwise, oftentimes people think that I will not formalize now because URA is going to come and tax me out of existence. That is just you showing your ignorance of how the tax regime works. It's important that you educate yourself on how taxes work, on how registration works. Shut you down because you say the truth. It's just that oftentimes people want to lie. There's also an option. If you're growing from within, you're rolling in that capital, you're rolling it over. It's actually very difficult for you to declare an income if you're doing that, for them to be able to, with a straight face, tax you. I'm not saying that the taxman won't do it, but oftentimes they just go off script and do whatever they want. But they are logical. Anyway, parting thoughts. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to people. I wish I attended sessions like this growing up. I made so many mistakes in building companies, and I hope that my next journey, I think my next journey is going to be smoother. And I'm extremely happy for you guys that you get to listen to guys from Enterprise Uganda, and they open their doors for trainings and mentorship and stuff like that. Take it up. Find a mentor. Find something. Find someone to talk to. But also on the mental health aspects, you're going to run mad. I'm telling you, truthfully. I do not hear people talk about it. But entrepreneurship is very difficult. You're going to run mad. You get up on Monday, the landlord has served you an eviction notice, your staff want to be paid, they have genuinely worked hard, they expect money at the end of the month, and you have no money. And the guys who owe you money, they say, man, the check bounced.
Some money.
Yes, and there's nothing you can do. So find people you can go to for mental health help.
Thank you very much. Mental health, very key. Talk to people, talk to advisors, talk to Enterprise Uganda. Yes, Grace, your parting thought?
Thank you. For those really wishing or are trying to shift from corporate world to maybe a starter or private business, I would urge that you take time to plan, start planning while you're still at the other side. And then when you realize that this can give you a better edge, then you shift. I don't want it to be like the last resort that now this one has failed, let me turn to it. Should be options. And then another thing that I wanted to emphasize that in most cases, we Ugandans like to escape. I remember those days they were saying peasant farmers, or for you to do farming, then you're illiterate. But these days, the talking has turned around that for you to do farming, you must be rich. So I don't know where we are. Let's embrace the opportunities that we have. It may be hard, there's nothing simple. But with commitment, with hard work, we can make it. People have done it, you can also do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commitment, hard work, make the move. Yes, Letio, you.
I'll first start with some guidelines because I think it was the biggest talk I had to do. I know most people are like me. You're bootstrapping, like you started a business by doing it yourself, self-financing, no major loans, no major capital in, and people like me. I would say, first of all, before even thinking, don't reach the stage which Anthony was in. For you to start looking out for investors. For me, I think I looked at it when I started getting much more orders. It's where I started looking out for an external source of how I could be able to get money. There's a saying, like, for example, if you're not yet married, when you're looking out for a spouse, don't look for a spouse when you're desperate. You will be able to knock on so many people. But if you look for a spouse when you're not even on it, that's when you easily get a very good spouse. So number one is get investor requirements, get to know what do investors need. I know there are so many organizations that can help you get investor ready. I know there are some which are here. I had an organization like Open Capital Advisors. They were really helpful for me. I had GIZ helping me, building up my skill, building me as an entrepreneur, building my mental capacity to be at that level, you know. Those are some of the things that you need. Even when someone comes and says, I'm just offering you capacity building, but not giving you the money, please do those things. Go for them. Personally, there are times when I was like, why don't I get grants? Why don't I get grants? But I had grants in form of capacity building, that those times they built my capacity as a person. And entrepreneurship, you as the person, you really need to be up there mentally in every aspect. So get investor ready. Do the structuring of your company. Don't reach at that point where you're desperate to start that. Start structuring it early, start negotiating, start executing. And for those who are going to be the first time for you to raise funds, just know how much are you looking for, what are you looking it for, what are you going to use it for, what kind of investor do you want? Just like the way you're looking for a marriage partner, you look out for what kind of person do I want to get on board for me. I looked out for investors that had an impact ideology in their mind, because you're going to look for an investor and maybe they are greedy, maybe their aim is just to take over your business and scrap you off. So you have to look at people that have you're like-minded with them. Then also reach out to different investors, and I so much believe you're able to get there. For me as an entrepreneur, this is my thought to you, is number one, surround yourself with people that will help you, support you mentally, physically, emotionally. We need that as entrepreneurs. Leadership is a lonely journey, but entrepreneurship also is a lonely journey. But thank God for places like Enterprise Uganda. And then the other thing is, do not give up. I'm 12 years in business, and trust me, it hasn't been easy, but by the grace of God, you're able to do every single day what you're supposed to do. And right now for us, I think we are very excited having our brands of products. It's one of those exciting things that you do. Please visit our booth behind there. I know you'll be able to see some of our products, but whatever support you're giving us, you're supporting a farmer right there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And so finally, briefly, let's have Dr. Ngabirano give us your parting thought.
Thank you so much. My parting thoughts are two. One, I encourage all entrepreneurs to invest in systems. Systems like the quality management system. The quality management system is not for entrepreneurs who are in manufacturing alone. Even if you are in a service industry, still the quality management system applies. A quality management system will set you free. A quality management system will red flag what is going on in a wrong direction. A quality management system will give you freedom to step even aside. I'm personally here, but ever since we got the QMS, the freedoms I'm enjoying are enormous. I feel like I'm on holiday and business is moving. So we need to invest in that. Secondly, we need to invest in the people. For any business to thrive, the employees must be thriving as well. For a business to grow, your employees should be also growing. Otherwise, they will look at you as this boss who is eating alone, and they will betray you. So what we have done to achieve that, we have tried to make sure that we coach our people to do the right work with internal capacity building sessions. We are offering some bursaries to those who are able to sign MOUs with us and go back to further their education. We are also looking at talent development. 2 years ago, we started a football team and a netball team. Little did we, it didn't take us long to realize that we had football stars in our sales department rather than great marketeers. But how could we identify those talents without going an extra mile to make the employees enjoy such freedoms? So that one helped us to come up now with a great football team. So you can invite us for some tournaments, and we shall show you talent. Then lastly, let us try to make sure that we retain talent. Retention is very important. Otherwise, you may be a very good boss, but when you are training for other entrepreneurs, we shouldn't become fishing grounds for other employers. You train 6 months down the road, a star in your factory, in your business, lives for greener pastures. But we have done what we call treating employees as shareholders or partners in our business, and we really feel it has helped us to improve on retention of talent and also human capital development. So I strongly believe that where systems are and where talent is and where retention is applying at its best, you will enjoy the economies of scale in your business, because you can have time even to do other side hustles, since you will have systems at play and you won't have those too many pressures. Actually, the mental health is talking about the QMS, the quality management system, can save us from the what? From the mental health. Okay. I thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting Sam's Food Industries. Each those crisps jealously build Uganda by Uganda. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we now need to release the last group to go for lunch. And so we'll not take questions, but I want us to put our hands together. For those who are still in the house, let's put our hands together for these men and women that have not, they have gone against the odds. Their journeys haven't been simple, but they have been able to keep in there. They have pushed. They have pains, they still have pains and are still going to face more pains. But the more pains you build, you face, the more muscles you build to sustain you in business. And so thank you very much for sharing. And they are available, and so you can network with them. You now know which areas they're in, and if you feel that whatever they said resonates with you, please reach out to them. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And let's now hand over to the MC as we also take leave and have lunch.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much, Rosemary. Thank you so much, our panelists, Dr. Ngabirano from Sam's Food Industries, Anthony Natif of the Guardian Pharmacy Story, Sandra Letitia of Pelere Group, and Grace Quach of Polar Mixed Farm. Thank you so much for sharing your stories and allowing us to learn from you this afternoon. So I think you can step down and go have your lunch. Yes, so I'm sure everybody has had their lunch, or they will be able to have it very soon. We have tried to phase out our lunch sessions so that we don't have a complete stop. So while we wait for our colleagues to come back from lunch, please remember to visit the exhibition space at the back. There are quite a number of products that you can buy for the people at home, or you could actually, it could be a networking opportunity for you to ask those entrepreneurs about their products. I'd like to recognize our partners. These are the Global Entrepreneurship Week partners. We have Tubayo. Tubayo, thank you so much for your support. We have Wezi. We have Otibe, Safe Bango. Uganda Revenue Authority will be here to answer our questions shortly. We have Startup Uganda. We have Einstein Rising, Mbasita, Promise SF Insurance, and then we have Dream Big Youth Farmers Association. They have products at the back. Then we have Farm Smart with Rainmaker. They have a flyer over here. Please visit them. They'll help you with your rain harvesting system. Karibu Coffee Uganda is also exhibiting at the back. We have Saki. Saki that is Najuko Rachel, Field Development Manager. They grow mushrooms, fresh cotton husks, sugar bagasse, solar dryer fabrication trainings, and selling and buying of mushrooms in bulk. Please visit them at the back. Then we have Tepa Paint Center. Tepa Paint Center is also exhibiting at the back. Please find time to visit them. We have Biaba and Sons Organic Farm. They also have a very outstanding exhibition at the back. I saw their cassava and I was quite surprised. EcoFap. EcoFap does Equator Commercial Farming and Processing Uganda Limited, and they are a coffee farm. Dana Agro Products have some products at the back. They deal in peanut butter, food spices, and groceries. We have, who are these? Ansen Cocoa. Yes, Ansen Cocoa is also at the back. So we have about 4 minutes to 3 o'clock. We will wait for our colleagues to get back from lunch. And in the meantime, I'm going to ask the DJ to give us a music interlude. Thank you very much. DJ?
All right. Friends, at this moment, I'm going to request that we take our seats and get into our next session. I know there are a number of products at the back. We have Dofaz coffee, very lovely coffee. It's right there at the back. But at this moment, I'll request that we take off a moment and just take our seats again so that we can have our afternoon session. It is a packed afternoon with many engaging conversations, and we are hoping that we can be able to finish at least by 5 o'clock. So that's going to be our effort. But to be able to do that, I'll request that we come up and take our seats. The Enterprise Uganda team, please help me request the people at the back to take their seats. All right, let's take our seats. Give it us a couple of minutes. Let's take our seats and get going. The Enterprise Uganda team, I expect you to help me evacuate the back so that we can start. Yes, Enterprise Uganda team, I see a number of people at the back. Please help me get them to the front so that we can be able to start. Stella, if you are close, please come. All right. Enterprise Uganda team, I request that we get people from the back. Abid, help me move the team back into their seats. Stella, if you're close, please come. I know there is a lot of conversation, and that's the goal of the day for sure. All right. I'm giving us a moment to take our seats. I know whether the Ambassador team is close. Sezi, are you in the area? Great. All right. Let's get in and settle and have our our second half of the session. If you haven't had any lunch, please do approach Abid. I know a couple of people may have missed in the process. Please don't hesitate to approach him so that you can have a quick lunch. Great. At this moment, allow me to just invite one of our partners, Mbasita, that is the Mbarara City Traders Association, to just say hello to us, tell us quickly what they are doing in Mbarara, and invite those of you who are in Mbarara to be part of this conversation. Mr. Sezi, you're most welcome.
Thank you so much, Ronald. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Muishka Simon Says, and I'm the chairperson of Mbarara City Traders Association, also called Mbasita. N'abashemererwa mwebare kwija kandi mwebare kwija mu engagement egi. That is how we say it in Runyankore. I thank you so much, Ronald. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Enterprise Uganda for giving us an opportunity to come and share with everybody that is seated in this engagement. We can't take it for granted. It is quite powerful. Together with me, I came with a delegation of traders from the city, and I actually measured with the youth. I have come with a congregation that is 90% youth, because I thought they are the very people who can pick a leaf from this engagement. If they are present, just briefly, can you stand up and wave to the congregation? Abambasita barinkahi, can you come here in front? Abantu babareba maning mwizaha. Abachiriyuko barya, can you come closer? And in the engagement, we also involved students from Bishop Stewart University, including an elder who is a lecturer. I had students here from Chambogo, students from some other universities, but it was very interesting that I also knew that we need to groom those people who are coming up with business courses, so that when they come to the business community, they at least have something, have an idea of business in their heads. Stand here, Otherwise, it was very friendly as we have started with Enterprise Uganda. It is now 1.5 years since we have been rhyming together through the trainings of the high flyers. We can't take that for granted. We have not paid anything, but we have borrowed a lot from Enterprise Uganda. You can go and sit, but I want to see those university students that we came with, including their lecturer. Two, I would like to encourage the participants, one, that in these engagements, I usually pick a song from Lucky Dube's songs that where he was saying that good things come to those who get out and look for them. Those who have remained on their businesses may be claiming that they are too busy. They are making money. They cannot network like we have done here. And networking is very important. Actually, for us, we have not only come to borrow knowledge, but we have come to look for people to do business with, to create partnerships. Fetuze kunonya betuna kukusa nabo business. Abagara kukora business embarara, I am the very right person to get in contact, come and establish something in Mbarara, and we shall partner with you. We shall show you the directions. We shall move you around the city. We shall show you important people. In everything that you need to do business, I am the very right person. And if there is any other person who needs us from Mbarara to come and do business with like in Kampala, in PG, Mukono, and you also contact us. That is what networking means. I thank you so much, Ronald, for giving us an opportunity to come and talk to these people and do the networking. And we request that the engagement should continue. Actually, abasubuzi b'Embarara bantumye ntotugambire Mr. Ochichi atongereyo ku workshops zitunyumira zitukorera. Mr. Ochichi, you are hearing me. The other time when you came, you said Ochichi bagambire. It is what is going on in Mbarara. It is saying Ochichi tell them, and he has actually told us here. I thank you so much, and I don't want to waste a lot of time. I encourage you people, we do business together. Or cross breeding for God and my country.
A true marketeer. You make available what is available. Yeah? Super. So we are starting our afternoon session. We are going to have a brief session with one of our entrepreneurs to just quickly tell us their story. This is Mr. Herbert Magara. How many of you have seen Bread House? How many have bought bread from Bread House? Now, the person behind that enterprise is here. People are eating your bread, Mr. Magara. But allow me to invite Mr. Sam Iga to just welcome Herbert, and they have a quick conversation. Then we'll get into the panel, the Q&A with Mr. Chichi and our panelist from URA, Madam Hafsa.
Thank you, Ronald. Herbert, do you want to stand here or shall we sit down? Thank you very much, Ronald. Herbert, you're most welcome. Please, do take the middle seat. My duty is very simple. It is to welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. Hello. Very nice to have you. Ronald says we have a very short time. Herbert, how are you, sir? We can't shake hands because my hand is injured. Yeah, exactly. But thank you, Belinda. Thank you very much. Do sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, the last time I met Herbert, he was designing multi-storied buildings. And he wasn't a quack. He's a trained engineer. Then I went off bread for some years. And when I got back onto bread, I ate bread from Bread House. And I remember the byline, baked today, sold today. And the next time I meet Herbert, I have to sit down and listen to him. Good evening, Herbert.
Good evening, sir.
Please do introduce yourself and take 5, 6, 7 minutes to tell us about you and your business.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Enterprise Uganda for organizing this. Thank you to Enterprise Uganda. I was telling him that most likely Enterprise Uganda doesn't know they trained me. Some know, but Most likely they don't know. They don't know they even came to my place so many times for business health checks and kept advising and nurturing me for a long period. Mr. Chichi most likely doesn't know me, but you've done well in my business. Thank you very much. I'm called Herbert Magara, the proprietor and managing director of Bread House Group. Bread House Group right now has 5 companies, 4 of which are bakeries, and 1 is the holding company owning the bakeries. We have grown to, currently we are employing 274 workers directly in our bakeries. And we have up to 150 outlets, independent outlets. They are not ours, but they are getting from us, and the outlets on average are employing 2 people. That's a brief on Bread House. We started, should I go on?
Yeah, go on, please.
We started, I started Bread House 10 years ago in 2013, May 1st, 2013. And I know those who take our bread now most likely didn't even know we existed then. You most likely didn't know we existed till around 2018. It was a good journey. Like he said, I was designing multi-story buildings, yes. I am a structural engineer, or was a structural engineer by profession. And fortunately, he was even one of my clients, one of my best clients. And I'm glad to meet him now in the bakery as I talk about bakery and business. But one question that I'm normally asked is, why bakery and why did I go that direction? And 1, I had a passion for it. 2, I didn't like the bread that I was eating. And often I used to bake my own bread at home. Until one day I sat with a client of mine, and a client in the engineering sphere, and he told me, Herbert, you are a perfectionist. And I said, yes, sir. Why have you said that? And he said, as a perfectionist, you will do better making a product, not a service. Make a product, you will go far. And at that point I thought, bread. I like my bread, I make my own bread. So I went into 1.5 years of experimenting. I wanted to make the best bread. Yes, I am a perfectionist. And even the people who were eating my bread didn't know they were my sample space. I was just experimenting. I had bought an oven and taken it home. I wanted the best bread in the country. And I kept working at it, testing every person's bread. If they told me there's a bakery somewhere that is making very good bread, I ran there, bought their bread, tested it. In fact, at some point, when I had started, I was making chicken samosas. And someone told me, oh, there are very good chicken samosas in Kabale. You should go to Kabale and taste those chicken samosas. I got onto the bus and went to Kabale and tasted the chicken samosas. And when I got back to Bread House, I stopped making chicken samosas. Because I knew I didn't have it to make samosas that good. The chicken samosas. We make other samosas and I think they're really good. We make 56 different products at Bread House, not only bread. However, when we started it to make bread. And when I started, this was 2013, I didn't have a lot of income to get started. I had been able to buy my oven, but starting, it was really hard. And so I rented a 2-roomed space on Chigo Road in Lueza, not where the current Lueza is, but at the back. Those who have been with us for a long time should know that place. And I ran the bakery for the first 1.5 years on losses. And by 2014, August, I could no longer run Bread House, so I closed it. Actually, my landlady forced me to close it. To show you how bad it was, she told me I had not paid rent for about 6 months. And it was August, and she told me, just give me the rent of August, and we shall see the previous months. And I looked for rent for August and failed to get it. And August started and she closed. She said, when you get my rent, we shall open you. So I put my car out for sale, and it took 5 months to sell the car. So I was closed from August to December, and I opened in December again.
After selling the car?
After selling the car.
Was it a Range Rover?
No, it was...
So you got a lot of money?
It wasn't a Range Rover. It was a Toyota Vista. They're the old model.
I see.
Yes.
So it wasn't really a real car. Anyway, so you got money.
Indeed, it wasn't a real car.
So you got money, you paid the landlady, and opened again.
I got money, yes, paid the landlady, opened again. By that point, I had 8 workers. And when I opened, I called my workers and told them we are starting again. And 5 of the 8 said, we have families, we have things to do, we cannot stay with you. Your thing is really not working. We are sorry. 3 remained with me, and we opened.
Ronald says we have only 10 minutes, 15 minutes. 8 workers, 5 said they had families, they couldn't stay with you. Today you say you have
274.
Mm-hmm. And we are talking a journey of 10 years.
Yes.
We are talking about an engineer who has become the best baker in town.
I hope he has become the best baker.
Tell us, what would you say we should take away? Maybe I should link this to the question, when you were closed for 5 months from August, what were you doing during that time? Not going around trying to sell this little thing called a car. What were you doing with your time?
Well, the car, I had put the car at one of these bonds in Nakasero so that someone could sell it for me, so I didn't have to be there selling. In those 5 months, I was actually at home. I was seated at home. In 2014, when I closed, I dropped engineering. I made a certain decision. I made several decisions. One of them was, I'll never do an engineering project again.
Oh.
Reason for that was many of my clients were not paying me. He was a good client. He paid me, all.
Thank you, sir.
But many of my clients were not paying, and when I called them up to say, I have a problem, I need my money, everybody had an excuse. So I dropped engineering. I said, I'm going to concentrate on my bakery the moment my car is sold. So I sat at home for those 5 months. And just to give a sneak peek on how it was, I had moved around to all my friends, asking them to lend me 500,000. That rent was 500,000. And everyone said, we know you can't pay us. You know you can't afford 500,000 to pay back. And only one of my friends said, I cannot lend you because I know how things are going for you. They are not good. You won't be able to pay, but here is 100,000.
For free.
Don't pay me. It's free. So I got that 100,000 and I locked myself. I stayed home. Even my landlord at home wanted her rent. So I locked the door and stayed indoors the whole day for 5 months, getting out at 11:30 when I know the landlady is not around to go and buy what to eat. And there was a lady who used to sell an item called finger buns. She was selling them 200 shillings. At first I was eating lavishly. I was eating food of 3,000 shillings. And then I noticed that I had finished the money. When I noticed the money was getting finished, I started eating finger buns. A lady who was selling finger buns at 200 shillings. So I would go buy 2 finger buns because I didn't know when my car would be sold. Eat one at night, eat one tomorrow. And I always told myself, a human being, I've watched this, I've had this, a human being cannot die on these grams of wheat and water. So for about 2 months, I was on finger buns, 2 finger buns a day. Those who know Bread House, you know we sell finger buns. After reopening, I said I'm going to start selling finger buns. I'm going to make that product called finger buns.
At 200 shillings.
Sell them at 200 shillings. There will most likely be someone who needs to live off a finger bun every day.
Thank you. Tell me, Herbert. Today, I know that most of the time we get money, starting money especially, from 3 Fs. Family, friends, and fools. Those are the 3 Fs that usually finance startups. Now, your friends have dropped off. Didn't you find any fools? What about family? Didn't they support?
No, family did not actually support. A family was disappointed that I had dropped engineering. And at that point, bakery seemed like a losing thing. So I felt so deep about this thing. I knew that if I got one more chance to start, it would last.
All right. So at Enterprise Uganda, in the entrepreneurship circles, we talk about the 5 pillars. Mr. Chichi touched on them. That's the story about financing, but you haven't completed it. So ultimately, was it just the car money that kept you going? And once the car money came in and you paid the rent, have you had any other financing? Secondly, I want to link this into how you work. How do you make sure that your bread is as good as it is continually?
Okay. On the first question about the financing, actually, it was the car money. At that point, because I hadn't borrowed money from anyone or saved up a lot of money, I only had an oven which I had bought for 3.5 million. I didn't even have a mixer. And actually, Bread House didn't have a mixer for 5 years. We were using our hands to mix. Only that we were making a very good product. You kept coming. When I closed, as I said, when I closed, I made certain decisions. One of the decisions I made was I will not borrow and I will never lend. I've kept it up to today. I will never borrow, I will never lend. And
a hand clap for that, I would say.
I'm sorry to the bankers. Our bankers keep giving us offers, you know, asset financing, what financing, you can do this, equity what. And I keep rejecting them. They have even begged me to at least allow my workers to get salary loans. And I've told them, if I can't borrow from you, I cannot accept to be a guarantor for 274 people.
Okay. And then operationally, quality, how do you ensure that?
On quality, one thing, what we have done is, or what I've done is, I've made my job to be the job of writing manuals. Manuals. We have several manuals. And from the very start, when I started, I was with, I just employed one worker. And we worked together. But when and so we were 2. But when I employed my 3rd worker, I employed her so that she could take my place, so that I could start writing manuals, so that I could develop my system. And so for 10 years, we've been writing manuals. Now we have, my sales manual is 120 pages. And my staff follow those manuals step by step. Every person who works in Bread House has a manual. If you're in sales, you have a sales manual. If you're in production, you have a production manual. If you're the manager, you have the manager's. The manager has 2 manuals actually. The accountant, she has 3 manuals. I had to study finance and accounts so that I could make a manual. So that I could make their manuals.
Mr. Chichi, I'm beginning to think he should sign up as a call-up consultant on systems. You see? And so the manuals help everybody to do what they're supposed to do and to consistently deliver the same quality.
The manuals run Bread House.
Should I ask about marketing, or it's a no-brainer?
Feel free to ask. But those who have been to Bread House, I've gotten one question from those who have visited several bread houses. They say, how is it that the person who greets me at the other bread house likes me the way the person at the other bread house likes me? It's all in the manuals. Even when you enter bread house, where they are standing, no, they are not standing there because they have nothing to do. Their manual tells them, stand there. Even when they greet you, okay, now I'm spoiling this. Huh? When they greet you, the manual tells them, greet like this. And when you answer, dependent on your answer, the manual tells them what to tell you next.
So next time one of them says, go to hell, just know it's in the manual, right? No, I really, really appreciate this, that this engineer is not simply developed a product that is a winning product, but is actually an author. Because by the time you develop manuals that are used by a big team, it means you could write manuals for any one of us here. Let me see, how many of us have manuals in our enterprises that our workers follow? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you, Herbert. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Do I need to ask him anything else, or has the time run out? I'll ask this. Where do you see yourself in 10 years? And 10 years is very important for me. I keep saying, if you're not okay today, it's okay. But if you're not okay 10 years from today, it's not okay. And your case has just been another example to prove what I believe. But now you're okay. Where do you want to see yourself in 10 years? Bread house.
Someone once blamed me for not being very, what's the word? Not adventurous, but aggressive. Someone once told me I'm not aggressive. When they asked me, where do you see yourself? I said, well, 10 bakeries. And they said, what? Why don't you say you'll see yourself running to building bakeries all over the world and trucks flying everywhere? I said, no, that's what I see. Honestly, that's what I see. 10 bakeries.
I see.
Surprisingly.
Thank you. I think we are going to invite a couple of questions, but my last one is, do you live in your own house now?
Good question. Surprisingly, no.
Good boy.
Well, the first 5 years, 2012 to 2018, were years of learning. I normally tell people, if you think never giving up is enough, you're in trouble. You have to be learning. But it was a lot of learning, Learn this, make a mistake, change it, move on, learn this, make a mistake. But also, so it's at 2018 where it's as if we had learned a lot, or the majority of what we needed to learn, and things had put themselves in place. The manuals were right, they are now working perfectly, and then we started opening. 2018 actually, we moved to the main road. In those who know Lweza, we moved to the main road.
Yeah.
And our sales, which had been approximately 800,000 when we were on the feeder road, by moving to the main road, in the first month, shot to 2 million per day. And in the second month, had hit 5 million. In the third month, had hit 8 million per day. Just by moving to the main road. So I feel sorry for all those bakers who come to me and they say, I'm baking from home. I really feel sorry for them.
Location.
It matters a lot. They even those who are better than me, they're there.
Yeah.
But because they're at home, they're still at home baking their bread themselves, baking their products themselves. But just because of that. So you'll never find a bread house in a funny location. Never. I have to take the biggest spot on the building. I have to be on the main road. I have to be on the ground floor. I have to be on the side heading home. If it's not that, I'm not taking your place.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Herbert. It was Margaret Thatcher who, in the middle of things, restructuring Britain and getting the economy to work, who insisted that the British High Commissions had to be on the high street. I hear you. When I say good boy, I'm not simply saying it. The children would say, good boy, daddy, because I've made a good decision. To decide that you're not going to take your first money and put in a house to sleep in, but instead use that money to develop even more of your business. The big house will come if you still want it. Yes. Thank you very much.
Before we go, one thing, a decision I took, and it's in the manuals, was that I would get a salary, and my salary was dependent on the bakeries, so each bakery has to pay me a salary.
Yeah.
And so I think that's why we're building one bakery per year.
Yeah.
Because I want my salary to keep increasing.
Okay.
It is good, and it has delayed that, but I think now we are, with my wife, we're on the way to building our house.
Congratulations. Thank you. The salary will build the house when the bakeries are many enough. Thank you very much. Mr. Mukasa, should I go away now?
Yes. Please give them a big hand clap. Our final hour is a Q&A session. I'm going to just request Mr. Magara to remain seated in that seat. And then I will invite Mr. Chichi, and I will also invite Hafsa from URA. You can take your seats. Give Mr. Iga a big hand clap. Mr. Iga, you didn't introduce your business, but I hope people know what you do. As you ask the questions, please just introduce your business.
Sorry. I do a couple of things. Iris Consulting and Training is what got me to know Alan, Ninsima, James Ngabirano. Please wave to the people, even though you're not asking for votes, and quite a number of people here. I mean, consulting for small and medium enterprises. I especially focus on agribusiness, but other enterprises too. James is in events management. I'm in real estate. When you're ready to build the house, since you no longer design, please let's talk. Developing and letting out houses, and I'm in farming. Coffee, beef, and trees. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give him a bigger hand clap. All right, we are having our final hour. We will attempt to finish by 5, but we have our final Q&A. People have kept saying we have not asked the questions. We don't. This whole hour is about a Q&A. I'll invite Antonia, who is going to moderate this session, to also take a seat. Just before we go to the Q&A, I wanted to introduce a couple of partners. Where is Wezi Consult? Wezi Consult, come. Startup Uganda, come. Nyom Planet, come. I'll give a minute each to just say hi to us and tell us what they do. Please come.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Moses Morok. I'm an advocate of the High Court. So we realized that at my business, we realized that legal services are expensive. So what we did the last 2 years, we developed a platform that we think businesses can use and individuals can use to access legal services. We have on the platform a legal chatbot that's an AI-powered chatbot. You can ask questions and it answers the questions, draft documents for you, and so cuts the cost of going to a lawyer for startups, yeah? Then also you can access lawyers. We connect lawyers in clients. So in the same way you can order on Glovo, like for food, you can also order for like contracts and things, and then get connected to a lawyer and get it delivered. And then we also have cloud storage for your important documents. In case you don't want to lose them in your Google Drive, you can have all your legal documents in one place. We do that. Then we also, you can also do contracts for yourself, do it yourself. You sit there, just enter your name and your maybe it's a tenant's name, and then print out your tenancy agreement. And then finally, we also have a compliance calendar where we can send you reminders, file this, do that, so that you don't get your company struck off. So we felt like that's our way to contribute to the development of the ecosystem, business ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. And Startup Uganda.
Thank you so much, everyone, and Enterprise Uganda. My name is Viana Kamakune, and I work with Startup Uganda. For those that don't know what Startup Uganda is, it's an association of entrepreneur support organization and innovator support organization. So this year, we bring you the Uganda Innovation Week. It has been happening since 2019. And our theme is the digital economy and the entrepreneurs, the opportunities that the entrepreneurs can enjoy within the ecosystem. So we understand this is a room full of entrepreneurs, and we invite all of you on the 22nd to the 24th of November at the National ICT Hub for you to come and join us and explore some of these opportunities that we have. The other thing is we want to create and strengthen partnerships and integrations between SMEs and startups. So we implore all of you to sign up on our website, uiw.ug. Please come join us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Startup Uganda. For anyone who wants to get services of Wezi Consults, legalai.com. Just go and visit them. legalaiafrica.com. Please visit them. Super. Now, there is a small card on your tables. It looks like this. I'm going to request that you scan that and you fill that feedback form. We are going a bit more technology savvy, so scan it with your phone. It has to be a smartphone. It helps. If it's not, it won't be able to scan. But scan it and just fill that form. Now, we have what is called the Global Entrepreneurship Congress Plus, GEC Plus, in March of 2023. That is a competition where we are going to have businesses from all over Africa celebrating together, but the winning business can be able to compete for up to $100,000 in Cape Town in March of 2023. Now, Uganda is part of the countries which is participating. I want you to take a moment. Derek, I don't know whether you can put up the link to GEC Plus, but just follow that link and register your business. It's very simple. You simply share a couple of details and a couple of slides about your business, which what they call the pitch deck, and you can be able to participate in this competition. The deadline is 17th of this month, so please go out there and fill in so that you can participate in GEC Plus. We are going to have the finals of Uganda on the 30th of November of this year. So participate, pitch, and you get an opportunity. The winner in Uganda gets a free air ticket to Cape Town to compete in the African competition. So please do register. We also have Enterprise Uganda products. We have what we call the BEST program, which is our startup tool. It's a tool for people who are starting out. Actually, I keep talking about Oloya, but Oloya attended BEST at the beginning. That's where he started. He attended a lot, but that's where he started. So you can attend BEST. We have what we call the Entrepreneurship Training Workshop. Some of you here are empretecos, so please make sure that register. We request that you go to the back, you fill a form. If you are interested in any of those products, just at the registration table, you will be able to participate in that. So we request you to, the number of products we have, some people have talked about high flyers, sea change, all those are products which we are part of as Enterprise Uganda. This session is going to be a Q&A session. I'll just allow Antonia to introduce the team, and then I will move the mic as people ask questions. On the team, we certainly have the gentleman who has just spoken, Mr. Magara, isn't it? And we have Madame Hafsa Seguya, who is the tax woman. Give her a hand clap. Madame Hafsa, they have asked us so many questions since we came. Then we said, don't worry. She's what? She's coming. So she's here to answer all your questions on taxation. And as we promised, Mr. Chichi would be back to also respond to questions. Remember, I didn't respond to any questions. So we'll take as many questions as possible and get as many responses as possible. So, Antonia, you can say hello, and then you can allow me, you'll be the one pointing who I actually choose.
Okay. Oh, we already have a hand up. We'll get to it in the moment.
My advice to you is put up your hand quickly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Hafsa, I think you're the reason most people stayed. Everyone has a question for you. So yes, my name is Antonia. I work with Jibu franchising business, 8 countries in 10 years, and the reason we can do it is systems, manuals. So these things work. So maybe in way of introduction, and for Madam Hafsa to ease into it, the theme for this conference is Thriving Together. So how does URA, how is it working this journey with the entrepreneurs?
Would I give her mine or you give her yours?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Hafsa Seguya is my name. I basically do tax literacy or tax education in Uganda Revenue Authority across the country. The theme is Thriving Together. Ideally, yes. Because when we flash back, our processes in URA were entirely manual. But with time, we have tried to go in the digital space. Why? We need to simplify. We need to simplify everything for this client. I need you more than yesterday. You're the reason why things happen. You're the one who pays the tax. I only do the implementation. Thank you very much for supporting us. We do appreciate, just because it's not easy for you to see our appreciation, but entirely we depend on you. You make it happen at URA. Then what do we need to do? We need to look into our systems, our processes. How complex are they? How can we simplify for this client? Because you need to do business in the comfort of your home. That is why we have applications like the electronic fiscal receipting and invoicing solution. We have processes like the digital tracking solution. We have the voluntary disclosure that is looking at you coming fresh again on a new page. Then we see how we can waive the penalty. That started on 1st July 2021. But at least for this year, we still have another exemption in Section 40D, the Tax Procedures Code, where we are looking at you that as at 30th June 2023, what was your liability? Then we request you, kindly make it good with the principal. We are going to waive the penalty because we know we are all struggling. The COVID symptoms are still there. The businesses are struggling. We want to see how you do not move out of business so that we can fulfill on our mandate. So we are basically doing all our best, going into the digital spaces, simplifying our processes. Teen way back was unbelievable. You used to take a month, 2 weeks to get it. Now we have the instant teen because we are leveraging on systems. We are interlinked with NIRA. We are interlinked with URSB. We are interlinked with KCC and local government through a collaboration called Taxpayer Register Expansion Program. If we are looking for that same client, why don't we simplify the processes so that that client gets us at a one-stop? That is how we introduce the one-stop centers across the country, which are about 44. So we are basically on it to see how best we can simplify for you. Now we've introduced the VAT pre-filled return effective November. I do not want you to pay somebody to fill the VAT return. I promised to pre-fill it when I introduced IFRIS on the 1st of July 2020, and now it has come to reality. And you'll ask me, how do I pre-fill it? In IFRIS, if I provide reports of your sales, of your purchases, imported services, exports, I will just keep pre-filling it as the month moves. In case you import, I'll go to a SCUDA world and migrate the information. I am reducing the cost of doing business to you so that you do not need to incur another expense to get me the same details. So basically in URA, we are trying to be there and trying to hear you out day by day to see that we simplify the processes, because your government needs taxes. We need to deliver the country to economic independence. And I can't do it alone. I have to do it with you. You're the people who are doing business. When I pay the pay as you earn, I expect you to give me the income tax. the rental income tax, the withholding tax for those who supply. So that is why we are moving in that direction, because my mandate is to mobilize revenue for national development in a transparent and efficient manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you for demystifying taxes and returns and really simplifying it to put the power in the hands of entrepreneurs to do it themselves. So we'll now take questions, right? Cool.
I'm
Yes.
standing right here. I think Andrew could carry that one that side, and we attempt to take at least 4 from a side.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hilary Arinda. I come from a company, Recruiters. We do labor export. I had a question to Mr. Breadhouse. Your point on the manuals really caught my attention. How do you conceptualize and come up with the manual, and how do you implement it so that your employees are actually carrying forward the vision bearers' wish? Because it seems like your employees are doing exactly what you would do in your company. So how are you able to come up with that and implement it? Thank you.
Thank you. Still Bread House. I'm Haji Issa Shaban. I come from Bujiri District, Eastern. I'm an accountant and also a marketeer. My question is, you reached somewhere and things didn't work out. You were locked out, you had rental issues, you had to sell the car. But which marketing mix did you come up with to really put you back on the track, much as the money is there? Thank you.
All right.
I'm called Welisha Richard. Ronald introduced me as Vamasava Farmers Federation, but it's an organization that is affiliated to National Avocado Federation of Uganda. Those of you planting avocado, you have to see me so that we come together. Mr. Chichi, I just wanted to ask, when there was a presenter here who was talking about collaboration, I always come up with this idea that how are you planning with the startup business? You follow them up, start them, then leave them when they're on the track, moving. Because I saw this at Yuri and somehow it didn't work out. I don't know it is moving, but this is something that I would think enterprise is working on. Starting somebody, moving that somebody, you guide, then once it's started, you leave him to continue. And I would think this is a success that we could all boast about. Thank you.
All right. Andrew, where are you? Okay. Yeah. Andrew, I think you have to become gender sensitive.
Yeah, good afternoon, members. My name is Dixon Tumuramye. I'm a farmer and I also do child counseling and marriage counselor. I'm also a marriage counselor. My question goes to Mr. Magara. After selling the car, when you got that money and you removed maybe the rental areas, how much did you remain with to revamp your business? And in the 5 months that you were in the house, were you alone? Do you have a family? How did you survive if you had a family? And finally, during COVID, because you said that you started in 2015, now I'm looking at up 2018, somehow things are going on well. Then 2020, COVID comes. So how did you survive? Thank you so much.
All right. We have a lady here at the back.
Thank you so much. My name is Jennifer. Bread House, thank you for sharing your story. We've learned a lot from you. My question, are you accessible? If I'm still struggling and maybe I'm going through what you went through, are you accessible to help me with the manual? A lot that you mentioned. Thank you.
All right.
Hello, everyone.
Yes.
My name is Andinda Sarah. I work with Asaria Group. My question goes to the lady from URA. We are having challenges when it comes to taxes, where the influx is the same everywhere. You are a small-scale producer, your products are really growing, but the influx that is given to big companies is the same that is given to you, a growing small-scale person. Is there a way URA can be really very flexible that before they imply this tax on you, they first see how big you weigh? Thank you.
We have one at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jackie. My question goes to URA, Mama. Yes, I could like to know who is eligible to have tax holidays. How can I get it? And are Ugandans eligible to have tax holidays?
Madam Hafsa, I think you have heard the question. Are people here eligible? Andrew, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patience from Bugema University. I'm a lecturer, and I'm a welder as well. My question goes to Madam URA. Actually, the lady who has just spoken just got my mind. Why don't we give a tax holiday for people who are just starting their ventures? For example, I'm a welder, and I want to grow big. Remember, I also need to register so that I can have those opportunities, yeah? But, please.
Antonia, we can take one more, then we can take another round, yeah?
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Fiona Hopefuls is my name. To Bread House, I've brought the bread from, one of those days when you pass near the branches, but I'm staying on Bombo Road, but I've not seen one in my area, and I would think it is a good idea, yet you're stopping at 10 with, opening up one at the. So are there opportunities of having business with you, like a franchise?
Right. Andrew, I think we can take back the mics. They respond to that group, and then we can have another round.
Thank you. So, Madam Hafsa, someone asked earlier a question about IFRIS and if it works and how it works for young businesses. Does it only work for businesses that that are eligible for VAT? So you could add that and speak to it at once. We'll start with Mr. Magara.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. The first question was on the manuals. How do I conceptualize them? The first time I made a manual, it was only 3 pages. And I thought I had reached. I thought I'd achieved everything. But I just kept looking at what my staff are doing and where the mistakes are and what I've written wrong or what they have done wrong. And I would write it down. Even now, I still write this information in my phone, and I update my manuals. So that's how I do it. I remember a time when one of my staff passed in front of a customer. The customer had left a gap between him and the shelf, and she just came walking past him to go and meet another customer. Straight away, I went and wrote in the next manual I was going to release, never walk between a customer and their focus. And I described that the focus of the customer is either the shelves, another person, a member of staff, the counter, the what. And I said, never walk between a customer and their focus. Up to today, when you're in Bread House, it doesn't matter how far you stand from the shelf, they'll walk around you. And we do frequent training. Frequent training. We refresh on the manuals. We even act them. We don't just talk about them. When we are training, we act. We say, you're the customer, you're the this, you're the this, you're the good customer, you're the bad customer, let's do it. You're the cashier, you're the server. And then we act it. The second question, is that okay? So the manuals kept growing. They just keep growing because we keep adding on and updating. What marketing mix did you come up with to put you back on track? I always tell people my best marketing style is my product. And whenever I'm talking with my staff, there's a time they asked me, they were feeling sorry for the bread house. And they said, why don't we at least sell the bread tomorrow up to 2 o'clock, the one that hasn't been bought? And I asked them, have you ever had our advert on radio? And they said, no. But you've seen the YouTube, right? And they said, no, we haven't seen the YouTube advert. But the signpost, the big signpost on the road you've seen, they said, no. Then I said, us throwing away these things that we have not been sold, that's our marketing. Eat them, that's the price we pay for marketing. We're not going to advertise on TV. And it has worked, because every time you enter, you buy our product, you like it, you go and tell somebody else. How often do people talk about other people's businesses? But many people tell me, oh, I got to know your bread because someone told me about it. Because they think it's so good. So the product, we just intensify on the product. And we also tell ourselves that we are not playing a price game, we are playing a quality game. So we have to hit the quality. You know, our bread is, I think, 1,500 shillings more expensive than other people's bread. Of course, some of it goes to her, but yeah, life's like that. How much did you remain with after paying the debt? Good question. And it's going to be shocking. Remember, I sold that car for 6 million shillings. I needed money. I sold it for 6 million. I paid my landlady at home. I paid my landlady at the bakery. I paid a few debts I had here. And then when it came to opening, we were left with 200,000 shillings. Fortunately, I had my oven. But we were left with 200,000 shillings. And actually, opening was hard, because we bought a packet of flour from the neighbor, a kilo of sugar. We went to Cinnabel supermarket. We bought a kilo of Prestige. We got some salt, and then we started and baked our first 3 loaves and waited for someone to come and buy them. And I remember the first customer that walked in after we had been closed for the 5 months, hustled with life. The first customer that walked in, he just looked at me, he looked at all of us, and he said, bread house, bread house, bread house. The most unserious business I have ever seen. You open the way you want, you close the way you want, you open the way you want, you close the way you want, and you think we shall be here waiting for you. Then he looked at me and said, are you the owner? I said, yes. He said, you're the most unserious businessman I have ever seen. Style up. He met me about 6 months ago, and he was with a friend, and he said, you see this bread house man? If he didn't pay attention to my advice, I'm the one who told him to style up. Now he's where he is because he paid attention to my advice. He doesn't know what we were going through. I hope he will hear this. Did you have a family? Fortunately, I didn't. I hustled it myself. So those 5 months of being alone, I didn't have a family. I was lucky that time. Now I have a family. I hope nothing goes wrong. How did you go through COVID? When COVID came, I had Lueza and a bakery in Chitoro. Then COVID hit. We were allowed to work, but we were not getting as many customers as we wanted, as we could. I didn't want to lose my workers or to have them starving. So what I did, I opened other bakeries. That's how I opened Mpala, because I had equipment that wasn't working, because we didn't need to use all our equipment in COVID. So I shifted equipment to another bakery, rented houses for them, and we went and opened Mpala. It's also how we opened Chanja. Yes, so COVID wasn't a loss for us. It was a good chance to expand. Are you able to help me with the manuals or to help us with your manuals? No, we consider those to be our trade secrets, our intellectual property. We do not give it out. We do not give them out. I'm sorry about that. Are there opportunities of having businesses with you or doing business with you like franchises? A franchise is a very complicated word. Mr. Chichi may want to explain it. It's a complicated word, and when you do the franchise system, you're kind of legally bound to each other. And I've been reading a lot about franchises because I thought I would go that direction. Actually, that was my original intention. But the amount of suing going on between franchisor and franchisee, I opted not to go for it. People open up, but we have quite a number of outlets, but they're not our outlets. They're resellers, and they're independent on their own. They're independent. They are their own businesses. There is the time, Madam Hafsa, people were giving me penalties because of those outlets, and I kept trying to prove that those outlets are not mine. It was hard work. But I think now they understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just so you know, JIB is a franchise business. We have 42 franchises in Uganda, and it's possible if you want to franchise. The regulators are now, they are friendly. Once you explain the business model, they get it. So Mr. Chichi, about the manuals, he can't share his manuals. Is there opportunity to work with Enterprise Uganda to get the manuals done?
All right. Let me first say something about the manuals, and it's good to get a practical example of what manuals can do. You've been listening to the proprietor of Bread House. You see how calm he is. Very calm. No panic if there's no vehicle. He's not panicking because there's a process. No panicking if there's no house called my own house. They know they are going to get their house. Manuals remove unnecessary excitement. You now work with a sober brain, a sober mind, and clarity of vision. So that's what manuals do. Number two, manuals distinguish this man from the business. If you want bread, there's a process to get bread, and there's a price to pay. Go and follow that process. You don't need to have him around. If he opens another branch, the bread there will be similar to the bread in the other branch because of systems and manuals. Now somebody is saying, surely this thing is great. How do I get the thing today? He hinted, and that hint is where you can start from. Start from your basics that you are currently living with. And I can guide you on how to look at the starting point. A manual for human resources. What time should people report? What uniforms should they be wearing? What should they be doing with their time? Is it WhatsApp? Is it Google? Is it Arsenal? You start with HR, and then as you move on, you start saying, by the way, today I found you taking too long talking to your relative the other side. The manual now will be put, no eating lunch beyond 60 minutes. You keep improving. That's on the HR side. Then there will be a manual for operations. When do we restock the wheat? Is it when it is now left with the 10% of the week's requirement? Because the manual will tell you who should buy on credit and who should sell on credit. The manual will bring out that one. Operations, you are going to look at specific issues. Start with those ones. He said, start where you are and then keep on what? Improving. They become what we call a living document. Now, that is, I've just talked of two places. HR, operations. In operations there can be something to do with expiry of items. What do we do with an expired item? And when do we buy an item with a certain kind of expiry period? A manual will say to you, what's the earliest expiry period you can accept from a supplier? All that can be captured in your manual. Then you leave that one and you go to something to money. Who can give a credit sale? When the cash is received in the morning and the day has ended, where will the cash of the day be kept? It will be in a manual. In the morning, you pick the cash that was in the till yesterday and start buying materials, or there will be a rule which says there will be a working float for the week. Don't touch cash of the previous day. Start somewhere. Then when it comes to the aspect of you separating yourself from the business, you might also be saying, starting today, me, Margaret, I will not touch cash from the cashier. If I do, I must sign a borrowing commitment and maybe refund at the end of the month. You must never be donating. There's now a rule about donation. There's now a rule about who is the actual person who goes to do the banking. So those components, we picked them here. And where's Ronald? Ronald is somewhere. Ronald is going to have a Thursday series where we are going to take you through the 5 pillars of running an enterprise, and all those 5 pillars will have tentative manuals you can start from. So that all of you after that session, you can now start with some manuals in those 5 pillars. But here's the message. Once you start having a manual, it means systems are now in place. The next thing is you need reports, could be weekly, could be daily, could be monthly, depending on the manuals that you are having. When the reports come out, here's the message. Manuals are useless without reports to confirm they are being followed or not followed. Now, if the report comes out and the people who are reading the manuals don't read them and use them to make decisions, manuals are useless, reports are useless. All that will be something good on paper, and it will make no difference in your enterprise. But it's a very good starting point. One more point as I close on that subject. After you have used your own internal experience to produce a manual that keeps having a living life, what other sources of information can you tap into to keep improving the manual? 1, customers. They complain, they make recommendations, you capture those in the manual. 2, your own suppliers, who might tell you, we have been seeing you doing this and this and this, but the person I'm also supplying similar to you, he does the following this and this and this and that. Vital information. Something you do not get from Google, something you do not get from your feasibility studies. A supplier is talking to St. Mary's College Kisubi, and is also supplying St. Mary's College, St. Mary's Kitende. And he will be sharing, I'm a Kisubi man. So he will share with you what he has been seeing in Kitende and say, oh, Chichi, you're a board member of St. Mary's College Kisubi. They do the following on a visitation day. We borrow that one and we put in our manual for parents' visitation day. So suppliers are a source of veritable information that you cannot get from a feasibility study. I want to close on that one by now also saying this. You can also now look at what we call experts in the industry. If there are people who have mastered the bakery sector, there's a way they have assisted 7, 8 bakery operators, and they know so many things that are making people collapse and also making others to succeed. Speak to such subject experts. They are a gold mine. So friends, Ronald is now here. He will be able to say, one of the Thursdays, we are going to tell you the 5 pillars from which you can now begin having your simple manuals. And please, Do not mind if yours are 3 pages. He has just told you. You can start with 2 pages on each area. As you keep on improving them, it's not about the volume of the document. It is having the document, having reports to ensure that you can enforce them, and then reading those reports. This man reads his reports. He reads his reports. You want to just confirm that? Just confirm that again.
Every morning I read my reports. Actually, as a rule, they find me home, the reports. Every morning. Yesterday's reports find me home today.
We did not plan to have this question, but you can see how it comes out so plainly and easily. Many of us will go for all these kind of solutions. Me, I have technology in my computer. Everything is in my system. When did you use the system to check what's happening? When? You know me, that is my sister. And you have got a television, I've got a computer. Everything is in the system. Useless, rubbish. The workers have seen that you don't read the reports. Workers know you are so excited about everything. You just look at the managers. If it was not you, God blessed me to have you here. I don't know where I would be. Useless. The thief is being praised. You are praising a thief, and the thief is saying, look at this fool. So systems work, but they never replace your contribution. Never. You will always be central, but they simplify the way you do things. And the other thing is, there is no more random emotions. That today, I want to see whom I can harass today. No. You look at the report and deal with the person. Look at the report and deal with the person. And they will never imagine that. They will never say you are victimizing anybody. Because they themselves know the report has captured it. It neutralizes finger pointing. And then you begin to finger point at yourself. I think I also had one question or so. Somebody says, Enterprise Uganda, given your success, this is JB. What can Chamber of Commerce learn from Enterprise Uganda? I want to say this about other entities. They have their missions. They have got their ways of doing things. I would rather you share your comments, your experience with Enterprise Uganda with other entities. Then at that point, they will be able to say, you know, ours we do it this way, ours we do it this way. It's like you now saying, Enterprise Uganda, why don't you do something that Yuri is doing? They do this and this and that. After we listen to your comment, we shall give you what we do and why we do what we are doing. The other one is, how do you get a business to start and leave it moving? You know, going into business, I already told you the 2 rules. And those 2 rules will get you in and will also keep you moving. And the first rule is, sell what will make a customer come back. If you sell what will make me come back, the next day I'm looking for water, I'm looking for this one again. And as I do that, I will also be telling my friends, my customer, my whoever to come to you. Number 2, to make you continue to move, I must also tell you rule number 2, be ready to compete with any other person who sells what customers want. In other words, competition is a must. And competition is a whole spectrum of areas. I already mentioned them. I don't need to go into details. In other words, this is what I want to say. Never ever imagine that you create an entrepreneur by giving them capital. You have deceived them. They are going to get excited. They are going to get so hurt, and they think they are cursed. They are not cursed. It's you who has deceived them. You thought by giving them capital you have fixed the game. Never. So address the aspects of competition. Address what I also call the commodities point of entry. That's when you get somebody who starts a business and continues doing the business. A lawyer there came for our 5-day training where we said, this is a mindset blockbuster to address all the 5 areas that make you fear to start a business and make a great enterprise. In 5 days, we remove all of them and we release you into the game. At that point, you move and move and move. That's why now that man does not even have to call us that I'm going to Germany. We tell them that one of the rules you must obey in a business mindset of the 7 rules, goal setting. And how do you get the goals set? Look at what your competitors where you are, but look at any other person better than you. The man boarded a plane to go to Germany and say, Germans are doing this thing in a place which is wintry. I'm doing the thing in the tropics. Let me go and see people who are doing it in a difficult environment. Then I come and roar in Africa. But he's still using the rule number 7, goal setting. Goal setting. If you do not have a goal setting attitude, forget being in business. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, we can have. She has some questions, yes.
Thank you very much. The first one I got was from Alinda. She's asking about IFRS and the tax called IFRS. Why is it given to big and small companies? Madam Alinda, to take you back, when we rolled out IFRS, it is not a tax type. It is an application that helps you to bill, configure your items, do stock taking, issue that e-invoice or that e-receipt. And when we rolled out IFRS on the 1st of July, 2020, the Minister of Finance gazetted VAT registered clients to use IFRS mandatorily. Ngachateka. If you know you're not VAT registered, it is not mandatory for me to tell you to use IFRS. But ultimately, the clients you're doing business with will drive you in that direction. Because you're supplying them. When you're supplying a supermarket, you're supplying Bread House. Bread House is VAT registered. Ideally, they need that physicalized document that comes from the IFRS application. Because IFRS is very clear, E is for electronic. You're going to use the electronic gadget. F is for fiscal. Because this transaction has a tax component. Then R is for receipting for you who is not VAT registered. I is for invoicing for only those who are VAT registered. And S is a solution that came to address the challenges that you had pointed to us. So ideally, when you're using the IFRS platform, it means you need to keep that client of yours working with them. Because if you can't give them what they want, then you're moving out of business. So it is just a mechanism. The choice is yours. When you're not VAT registered, we do not force you into IFRS. But it is a system that will force you because you need to supply the big ones. And ideally, the big ones are already there. They won't be able to file their VAT return once it doesn't come through a fiscalized invoice or a fiscalized receipt. Because the difference in between the two, an e-invoice and an e-receipt, an e-receipt doesn't have a VAT component. You won't find any 18% there. Whereas an e-invoice has 18%, as simple as that. But IFRS is not a tax type. IFRS is on its own as an application. It's meant to help us maximize on the VAT collection and bridge the leakages that were there before. Because most of you who are VAT registered, you used to collect VAT. How sure were we that the VAT was reaching URA? It is meant to ensure that when you collect VAT, I need to see it here. It is not your income. It is that value you add onto that service, onto that good. And VAT is borne by the final consumer. You are collecting agent for URA. So ideally, it is not anywhere in your picture of income. That is how you're supposed to manage it. Then Jackie was saying who is eligible to have a tax holiday. Ideally, Jackie, I don't know whether you are aware that you may be having a tax exemption. Because with income tax, it's very clear. Once you cannot source a gross income in a given year of excess of 10 million, I don't come for income tax. I don't know whether you knew. But the reason why you still get the default assessment, it's because you have failed to deliver on your obligation. Paint for me a picture, me URA, to know bitambudde bitya. However good or bad, it is well. That is what I want to know. But if you sit back, my duty is to mobilize revenue. I send you a notification. You don't come through. 1, 2, 3 notifications. I return back the duty of thinking for you. I look at those in the same sector, like you, those who have filed a return. I use their incomes as a baseline to get the average of that industry as a baseline to start estimating you. But that is not where we are supposed to go, because you have failed. Just tell me that position, however bad, change and the URA, to know, because we know businesses can't be at the same level. Then you have bridged that gap in the system. You will not see a default assessment. Unless you under-declared, then I get information after you're giving me that return. I need to come back to you and tell you, my dear, you've forgotten this. Kindly include it in your return. It may give rise to an amount to pay. So that is how we do operate. That is the first exemption you have, Jackie. Who is eligible? It is very clear: an operator in an industrial park or free zone who invests in processing of agricultural products, manufacturing or assembling. But this investor, once they are a foreigner, we expect them to have 10 million US dollars. A foreigner is a person who does not originate from any of the East African community countries. And if it's a citizen, that one who originates from any of the East African countries, Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Southern Sudan, those are the countries I'm looking at. Then here we expect 300 US dollars as your core capital. In the event that you invest up country, that is very good. Your core capital has to be 150 US dollars. I think you see, when it is a member of the East African community, it is a little lower, so that you can see whether you can form a consortium, pool resources, and see whether you can invest. The disadvantage we have, or the mindset we have as Ugandans, whoever gets money, they want to build an arcade. I normally talk to those people and tell them, my dear, when you build an arcade, we don't have incentives. And also in Kampala, you are not adding value. You're creating congestion. Yet you have the money. If you put it together and say, I'm setting up a factory, agro-processing, somewhere in Kayunga, it's more than 50 kilometers radius from Kampala. You do qualify for this. Ensure that at least 70% of your raw materials are locally sourced. Upon availability, that means you are helping to create market for the raw materials in your locality. Ensure that at least 70% of the wage bill is taken up by the locals. It means you're going to employ them. I wanted you to understand how some of these exemptions come. But you cannot be here and you say that you are importing already finished goods and you expect, oh, Uganda ojigase coach. Really? It is becoming a supermarket from other countries. But we want you to do agro-processing, for example. Do manufacturing. Transform it from agriculture. There is some value added. Don't sell the tomato, but give me the tomato sauce. Don't sell the mango, but give me the juice. Or give me the powder, the mango powder. There we are starting the journey. So that is how we look at, or the Ministry of Finance looks at the exemptions. Because wherever you're going to start up the entity, infrastructure is going to improve. The road network, electricity coming closer, the water. So these are the benefits the country is getting. So your government weighs and sees probably which entity is doing good for them. And maybe the other I wanted to give you an heads up. Exporters of finished goods. If you could produce an 80% is exported, and ideally now we can see it in a Skuda, we exempt you income tax for 10 years. What we need to do as Ugandans, whenever we read policy amendments, try to see ofuniramu wa. Some of these things are easy to trigger, but we sit and become comfortable. Then the other colored colleagues of ours, they are very smart at looking at where the opportunity is. When they utilize it, then we complain. Because some are easy, they are quick wins. I'm happy now because some of the businesses in the informal sector are shifting location because there is no market here. Once the goods come, are just transiting to Djibouti, Southern Sudan, wherever, because that's where the market is. So that they can sell your country there. So they are changing the game plan of our businesses here. And Patience, the welder, was asking, why don't we give tax holiday for startups? Ideally, way back, I think it was before COVID, we had proposed as URA because amongst our mandate, as we do assess, collect, and account for your revenue, we simplify the tax law to Ugandans or whoever is working in Uganda, but we advise ministry. There is a time we talked about it because when I give you the tin, I give it to you tomorrow, and I start looking at you that same day. At times you are still making things happen, you're still stabilizing. Then we were trying to propose if you could give, say, a year to this person and see how is he faring. Do we need to maintain him or her on the register? But at times, some of these things fail to go ahead, and we cannot be pushers because we are basically charged with widening the tax base, maximizing on revenue, creating awareness. So the advice I would give, if you have associations, where do you do subscribe? It's more better when the association takes such a proposal to Parliament. Once it passes the test and it meets great minds, then to me it will come for implementation and I will read it as is. But as per now, startups do not have any clear tax holiday. But they have an exemption where it started from. Once you don't qualify or you can't make 10 million and above in your gross income for a year, I don't expect income tax. But provided you have communicated through the return. If you don't communicate, I can't dream, I can't know. That is where we fall short. Does IFRIS only work for VAT registered businesses? I was very clear. It is meant to work for all of us. But ideally, VAT registered businesses should mandatorily invoice 100% on the IFRIS platform. So you who has gone to purchase, your work is to ask for that e-invoice or that e-receipt. Because we were moving that campaign some months back across the country so that we have that culture. Ask for.
Thank you. Personally, I'm excited about the digital ledgers, so I'll dig in and see if I can now do my return without outsourcing it to someone.
Yes, because we rolled out a number of digital transformation measures where, effective November, the rental income tax return for those who have rented property and rented spaces and the VAT return are going to be web-based. Initially, they were Excel-based, where you could download it and it has to shake for some time. You need to enable microns. You need to fill a number of schedules. We are done with that. We are only giving you something simplified as a web form. For example, for VAT, if you didn't have any offset for the previous month, I will not show you that field. If you don't have the deeming entitlement, meaning that you don't supply an aid-funded project, I will not show you that. So we are trying to keep the return as simple as possible. But clearly, I told you we are pre-filling it for you to our greatest extent. Then maybe the major difference in the rental income tax return. Here we are going to receive rental income per property. Let me repeat it again. Initially, you have been lumping up everything. You give me that income for a year, say 100 million. But when I diagnose and look at you, you have 5 buildings. Are you trying to tell me that each building has sourced 20 million a year? And these buildings are in Kampala, where the lowest rent is about 2 million or 1.5. So what am I trying to do? I am trying to bring the big fish in the loop so that they can take their fair share. They have been taking profits 100%, more than even 100. So now we want income per property. If you're the owner of X Plaza, kindly tell me the rooms on X Plaza and how much you got. Then if you have another plaza, kindly indicate it there. So that is the second modification. And ledgers have been an issue. Knowing how much you actually need to pay, now we have improved the ledgers. So that the policy amendment that we rolled out this year in section 40D, where I am telling you that if your principal is paid by 31st of December, I'm going to waive the penalty. So we need to give you a position. How did your ledger look like by the 31st or 30th of June 2023? So that you can work out a payment mode of the principal. And once it's paid, you don't need to come back to us. The waiving will be done automatically with the system. And if you try to pay a bit of the principal, ideally I'm going to waive the interest and penalty on a pro rata basis. Meaning that I will waive the interest and penalty to the extent of which you have paid the principal. So we are trying to do modifications whereby you just sit, then click on a figure in your ledger and get a breakdown so that we minimize on the movements. Whenever you needed to know about a ledger, you would come to us. We want you to self-serve yourself so that you can manage your tax affairs. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. Ronald, I think we need sessions to practically walk through this new way of filing taxes. I will be looking out for that. Our time is fast spent, so parting shots from both of you, and then Mr. Ochichi will give his closing remarks.
My parting shots. I will go the manual or the system direction. I think it's easier than you think. It just needs one to be diligent on it. And when you're diligent, you'll like what you'll get. Please go that direction. You'll like it. Like Mr. Chichi said, I am not stressed. I look like I'm calm. I look calm. But truthfully, even my employees think that I am a really calm guy who never gets angry. They blame the managers a lot for being tough on them. But that's because the manuals tell the managers what to do. And personally, my part on the manuals is not to be mad at the employees. So it's a good way to go. You'll like it. In fact, when I saw her walk up, I kept thinking, where have I seen her? Where have I seen her? Now I have remembered. When I was writing my tax compliance manuals, I was using YouTube videos. She was the one.
Thank you very much. My parting shots. One, I would like to thank you very much for accepting to keep in business. It is a challenge. It is a bold decision for you to be there. Thank you very much. And thank you for supporting us. Ideally, if you feel you have a challenge, kindly get to us. We are now on all the digital platforms. We have the toll-free number on 0800 11 7000, 0800 21 7000. You can send an email on services@ura.go.ug. We are still on WhatsApp on 772 14 0. Thank you very much. We are in the Twitter Spaces. We are on YouTube. You can get us there. In case of any challenge, if you got a tin and you feel a bit ambura, big day, kindly don't keep quiet. Come to us. We deactivate the tin tujiwumuzamu until you sort yourself. When you're sorted, you come back. We reactivate. Don't die there. There is no challenge where we don't have a solution. Kindly come. If it is payment, we have the payment installment program where we sign an MOU and you keep working and you pay in bits so that it is done. If it's an objection that has failed, we have the alternative dispute resolution. Within 7 days, let us know you're uncomfortable with our decision so that we can constitute an independent committee to hear you out. At least we have tried to see that we improve on our services moving forward for God and my country. Thank you very much as we develop Uganda together.
Mr. Chichi, your closing remarks, please.
Let me stand here. There are not many days when you get Ugandans sit in a place dedicated, attentive, committed the whole day like we have just demonstrated today. Please clap for yourselves. It speaks volumes about this country and the hope we have in our Ugandans. We can change this country. So I want to say this, as your organization that has been in this game for the last 22 years, we as Enterprise Uganda are of age. We have the solutions, we have the energy, we have the unstoppable resolve to give you what it takes to keep you scaling, to keep you growing. And we will do that relentlessly. I did say in my earlier remarks in the morning that the infrastructure has come when it has found a name very solid and established. Watch what will happen when Enterprise Uganda occupies its home. A home with one of the biggest composition of solid first-class conference facilities, not just in Uganda but in Africa. And friends, we will make sure you will get the best out of that. Do we have the picture now? That is the property. What you see there is the outside. Below that is structure are 3 parking levels for 380 cars. Come and be part of the story. Come and be part of the success of this country. You will blame no one, because what Warren Buffett said at 84 years will live on forever. When you are in a crisis, invest in who? Yourself. Sort out that battle. It is yours. It fits your size. When things appear smooth, go the direction he said, so that you do not create a monster out of yourself and damage that business. Work on the systems. That center you are seeing, that's where we are. By December, it will be fully roofed. By January, it will be fully plastered. Take a walk. When you are around that territory around Butabika there, it is the biggest landmark in the area. There's a World Bank project there, the National Laboratory. This one now is 2 times that size. It's two times, maybe 3 times. It's big. But we are going to make it tight and congested with energy. Thank you so much for believing in us. We are set and we will deliver the solutions. Enjoy yourselves. Keep in touch. Be part of the Thursday series and every other solution that Enterprise Uganda will be delivering. We have the competence, we have the desire, and we will deliver on that commitment. Thank you very much. Enjoy your evening, and please keep united. There is nothing as uniting as a business family. There are no tribes, there are no what, there are no females, there are no males, there are no PhDs, they are just deliverers of solution. And that's who we are. Thank you very much. Enjoy the evening and keep networking. Thank you, and thank you so much. My sister there, very good lady. Thank you very much indeed. All the best. Thank you very much. Ronald, final remarks.
Lovely. Let's give the panel a big hand clap as I allow them to take their seats. A big thank you. Antonia, thank you for leading us. We have just one activity left. There are a couple of people giving out some evaluation forms. We want to get feedback from you. If you are interested in the Business Recovery Series, there is a session tomorrow. That session, as long as you left us with your WhatsApp number, we will be able to share with you that content, please, the link, so that you can be able to join in. Please join our mailing list if you have an email address with Business Recovery Series. Mr. Chichi said we will talk about the 5 pillars. And please don't rush to leave because there is traffic jam just outside the office, rather outside the building. So if you think you are going to drive out, you actually can't. That's the good news. So you are going to remain here, engage with other entrepreneurs, be able to do that. So one, those of you who want to join the Business Recovery Series, we hope we have your WhatsApp number at the back. If you want to participate in any of the services, which are the best, the ETW, please write a list on the evaluation form, indicate that I want to do training. We'll be able to help you with that. But there's also a list at the back. Just put up your hand at the back. Yes, it's right there. Make sure that you feel that and you can be able to do that. We also have what we call the business counselors and business mentors. There are a couple of them who are in the room. Some of you have been visited. I don't know whether there's any counselors in the room. Please stand up, the business counselors. Antonia, Belinda is here. There are a couple who are in the area. If you want business counseling services, that's something which you can still receive. I'm going to request the Enterprise Uganda team to just stand up. The people who have put this together, there have been many people working in the back office. Fred and the team, I can see you at the back. Give them a hand clap. Please give them a bigger hand clap. I think they have done a good job making this happen. Most of us, Belinda and myself who have been at the front, we have benefited from not having to be stressed. The team is there. Please take your seats, but thank you for your time and your dedication.
Okay.
Belinda, what can we do as we finalize?
Okay, so of course we are filling in the evaluation forms right now. The evaluation forms are very important to make sure that we make our manual for next year better, right? So if there is anything that didn't go well today, please let us know so that next year it does not happen again. We don't want Mr. Breadhouse to come back here and not be very happy with us, okay? And like Ronald has said, we are here for a bit of time because there's a lot of traffic jam outside there. Somebody left their phone in the ladies' room. It's a Nokia. So if any of the ladies left their phone in the ladies' restroom, please come to me and pick it. We are going to have a group picture.
Yes, we will have a group picture. But before the group picture, I've just been informed by the team that actually you can't literally exit the hotel because of the traffic jam. But we wanted the group picture will come to the front so that we have a picture with everyone. However, we had an activity we didn't get a chance to do. And I'm going to just take 5 minutes to do it. I'm going to ask the Enterprise Uganda team to help me distribute some papers on each table. The few people who are here, you will do it. And it is us getting feedback from each other and being able to support each other. So each of you is going to get a small piece of paper. When you get that small piece of paper, just after you fill, I'll give you a minute to just fill your evaluation forms. But there is a small piece of paper which you are going to receive. Yes. Derek, give me one so that I can show people what they should expect to receive. I don't know whether they have a couple of other people. The team at the back, you can come and help Derek and the team to distribute this. It's a small piece of paper. On it is Entrepreneur's Choto. Entrepreneur's Choto. Do we all know what Choto means? What does Choto mean? It's a fireplace. Some people say it's a fire. Are we there? Have you written, have you got one of these? Which people have received one of these? Okay, a few. The Enterprise Uganda team, I think we need to move it a bit faster. I don't know where the rest of the team is. Just to help us move just faster. As we fill our forms, each of you is going to receive this. I'll take you through this, and then we'll come and have our group photograph. All right. This side, how many have received this little piece of paper? Okay. I'll need someone in the middle to help give out also. All right. All right, we'll give it just 1 minute. If you have finished your form, just gather your forms, all your evaluation forms, and put them in one place on your table. Someone will pick them shortly. All right. The people who have received the form, let's put up our hands and see if we have a critical mass. Now, the people who have received their forms, I want you to do something very simple on this piece of paper. I want you to write a business challenge you are currently going through. Have you understood the question? Write a business. This is not your neighbor's business challenge. This is yours, isn't it? You could say that, for example, currently I haven't paid the landlord. That's my business challenge, isn't it? You could say that currently 5 of my customers have what? Have left, isn't it? You may say currently, when I heard the taxman is coming, I actually wanted to run away. I have a tax bill. Are we there? We have understood that? So for the people who have received this paper, just write that on the paper. Write your business challenge. Andrew, how far have we gone with the Choto behind there? Those who haven't received, put up your hands. Who don't have a paper? Okay, I think they're coming from the back. All right, great. So write your business challenge. Write it right now. Have you finished writing it? It shouldn't be very hard to think about. You have finished writing it? I'm waiting for some people to get the paper here. Derek? How many haven't received this piece of paper? There are a few people here. And I think people are up there. Okay. They're giving that group. So have you written your challenge? After writing your challenge, I want you to fold it like this. Just fold the challenge. Are we there? You fold it as small as possible. Have you finished folding it? Are we there? You have finished folding it? After finishing folding it, I want you to put it at the center of the table. Put it at the center of the what? Have you put it at the center of the table? You have put it at the center of the table? How many tables? All your papers are at the center. Great. Now I want a lady on that table to stand up. A lady. One lady on each table. One lady. Is the lady standing? Some tables I don't see any lady standing. If your table has no lady, that is a sign. Are we there? Now the lady who is standing up, I want you to get all those papers. I want you to put them in your hand and you mix them up. Just get them and mix them up as fast as possible. Have you finished mixing them? You have finished mixing them? Now you keep them in your hand and I want one gentleman to pick one paper from your hand. One gentleman, just pick one paper. The gentleman who picks the paper, have you finished picking? I want the gentleman who has picked that paper to open it. And I am going to give you just 5 minutes to help that entrepreneur solve that problem. Have you understood? So whichever paper you have picked, read it out that this is the problem. And the problem holder should say, it was my problem. That is mine, isn't it? You are the lucky person. Then I want you to spend just 5 minutes speaking specifically to that problem. That is what we call the entrepreneur's choto. Are we there? So take a moment right now. Read the problem and try to solve it. This is not solutions from here, solutions with the members on the table. Sit down and solve the problem of that entrepreneur. Members of the press who are present, please follow Abid. He's right here in the front. All right. Take a moment, just solve that problem, that one problem. All right. All right, have we found a solution? Have we found a solution? How many tables have found a solution? How many tables have told the person your problem is so big? All right, we are going to continue that conversation. My colleagues are going to come by. Whatever you have written on this card, we just want to find out what it is. So please put it in an envelope. Just keep it at the center of the table. My colleagues will come and pick it. But at this moment, I'm going to request all of us to just walk to the front. All of us just walk to the front, please. And we just have a big group photograph here as our final event. All right. Please gather around, gather around. Make sure the cameraman can see you. Mr. Chichi, you come there. All right. Can you be seen? Cameraman, where do we look? That gentleman raising his hand is the cameraman. He has an ambitious task of taking a picture of all of us. Please go up on the podium. Some of you can stand right down here. And he's going to take a good picture of us. How far can we spread? Where I'm standing? All right. So you can